Quiet down, please. Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council executive budget hearing for the Committee on Finance joint with the Committee on Children and Youth. At this time, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you would like to sign up for in-person testimony or have any other questions throughout the hearing, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Brannan, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 6 of the FY26 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan and I chair the Committee on Finance. Today we'll begin with the Administration for Child Services, followed by the Department of Youth and Community Development, and I'm pleased to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Althea Stevens, who chairs the Committee on Children and Youth. We have been joined this morning by Councilmembers Carr, Lee, and Moya. On Zoom. Welcome, Commissioner Danhauser and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on May 1st, 2025, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. The proposed FY26 budget for ACS is $2.91 billion, which represents 2.5% of the administration's total proposed FY26 budget. This is an increase of $83.4 million, or 3% from the original preliminary plan back in January. The increase mostly results from the increase of child care funding to meet market rate increases, funding for Promise NYC, as well as the cost of living, the COLA adjustment for workers at human service nonprofits, and increased funding towards supporting New York's most vulnerable youth and families through child care, foster care services, and youth safety. As of March 2025, ACS had 560 vacancies relative to their FY25 budgeted headcount. My questions today will largely focus on new needs in the executive plan, federal and state funding, as well as the looming child care voucher fiscal cliff. In its response to the preliminary budget, the Council called on the administration to add funding for foster care and called for an action on child care vouchers and human service provider contract rates. In light of funding halts from the state and uncertainty from Washington, we look forward to seeing how the administration plans to respond. We have the resources to restore and invest in key services like child care this year while still protecting against risks and under-budgeted costs, and I look forward to hearing from ACS today on these topics. I want to turn now to my co-chair, Councilmember Althea Stevens, for her opening statement.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's executive budget hearing. My name is Althea Stevens, and I serve as chair for the Committee on Children and Youth Services. The first part of today's hearing, committee hearings, is fiscal 2026 executive budget for the Administration for Children Services, or ACS. Thank you to the Commissioner and his team for joining us today. I would like to also acknowledge Councilmember Salam has also joined us. Following today's testimony and questions for ACS, we will hear from DYCD, and then we will hear public testimony on both agencies around 2 p.m. Thank you all for the advocates and community members who have joined us today as well. I would like to take a moment. I will keep my comments here brief as requested from the Commissioner to keep his oral testimony brief so we can move to questions from council members. ACS fiscal 2026 executive budget is $2.9 billion, $122.6 million greater than the fiscal 2025 adopted budget. The executive plan includes increased investments for foster care, child care, and Promise NYC, but does not fully fund to address the funding gaps for children child care vouchers that we discussed at the preliminary budget hearing in March. Without the resolution for the funding gaps for children for child care vouchers, tens of thousands of families across the 5 boroughs who rely on those vouchers to access affordable child care could lose their benefits. Many families cannot afford the high cost of child care without the ACS vouchers program, and I don't want to see any eligible family lose their vouchers or denied a voucher. Juvenile justice continues to be an area of concern to myself and this council. ACS has seen its average daily population in juvenile detentions rise 22% in the first 4 months of this fiscal 2025 compared to the same period during the fiscal 2024. I would like to again better understand of how ACS is rolling out its preventative programs and working on keeping the city kids on track. I will have similar questions for DYCD on how we ensure that young people are not ending up in our juvenile detention centers. I also look forward to hearing how ACS is dealing with staffing issues as well as capital upgrades and conditions at the two secure facilities, Horizon and Crossroads. Today, we hope to discuss many of the budget's actions included in an executive budget plan, including ACS capital plan, the virtual programs such as vital programs such as child care, close to home programs, Promise NYC, and foster care. I'm particularly interested in hearing how ACS is strategizing to meet the multifaceted needs of at-risk families across the city and working to increase the utilizations of preventive services that ensure the health, safety, and stability of families and children. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. As the chair of Children and Youth Services, I will continue to push for accountability, accuracy, and ensure that the budget reflects the needs of the interests of our city's youth. I would like to take this time now to thank both staff and committee staff for their help in preparing for this hearing. Samu Hamid, sitting here, financial analyst, Julia Harmis, unit head, Christine Yaman, legislative counsel, Elizabeth Arts, policy director, and the entire 18 back at District 16. And I hope you guys are having a fabulous morning so far. And at that, I will pass it back to my co-chair, Justin Brennan.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Julia, Sandra, and Samuel for today's hearing. Just as a reminder, for this year's executive budget joint hearings, we'll take public testimony on an agency's executive budget the same day, meaning today, after the agencies have testified. If you wish to speak on the ACS or the DYCD FY26 budgets, just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant-at-Arms in the back. I'm now going to turn it over to Committee Counsel Brian Sarfo to swear in the witnesses, and we can begin.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Danhauser.
I do.
First Deputy Saunders.
I do.
And Deputy Plentikoff.
I do.
You may begin.
Good morning. I'm Jess Danhauser, the Commissioner of Administration for Children's Services. I'm joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Wynette Saunders and our Deputy Commissioner for Financial Services, Margaret Plentikoff. Thank you, Chair Stevens and Chair Brownen and members of the Children, Youth, and Finance Committees for holding today's hearing to give us an opportunity to update you on our fiscal 2026 executive budget and the work that we are doing to protect children and support families. I believe there's no greater mission than ours: to keep children safe and help families thrive. Our North Star is what is focused on what is best for youth, for children, youth, and families. We listen to national and local experts, we use data to guide us, and we learn from the firsthand experience of families and young people. Since I've been commissioner, we have focused on hiring more frontline staff, including child protective specialists, youth development specialists in detention, and family court attorneys. We have reduced caseloads for child protective specialists, expanded supports for families and young people in foster care and throughout the juvenile justice system, and launched our new quality assurance initiatives that help us to continually assess and improve our work. We're seeing results. Children are safer, there are fewer children in foster care, there are fewer children maltreated after we have intervened, more youth in our care are succeeding in school, work and housing stability, and more parents are accessing supports to help their families thrive. We provide free college tuition to hundreds of young people in foster care, dedicated one-on-one coaches for thousands of teens and young adults in foster care and the justice system, and training in trauma-based care for all of our foster parents. We're giving young people the tools they need to be successful and independent New Yorkers. Our executive budget for fiscal year 2026 builds upon our progress. So I'm going to first share some of that important work with you. We've made important progress in our efforts to keep children safe. Throughout the Adams administration, ACS has been laser focused on ensuring that the agency has enough child protection specialists to be able to be thorough, thoughtful, timely, and responsive. As a result, we have seen caseloads drop from an average of 9.9 in April 2022 to just 7.7 in April 25, well below the recommended national standard of 12. Our frontline child protective specialists come into contact with thousands of children and families each year. Each response is conducted with the utmost compassion and care, and each child is carefully assessed by our highly trained workers. If an investigation determines that a child is not safe, our frontline workers take action, working closely with law enforcement, child advocacy centers, the court system, and other stakeholders to protect the safety of the child. To equip our staff with the skills they need to perform this difficult work, we have enhanced our training and added an extended period of on-the-job learning that allows new child protectors to acknowledge and fully experience the day-to-day job of child protection before assuming a full caseload. During this extended period, new child protective specialists are assigned cases of their own through a structured process with close and intensive guidance provided by the unit supervisor, managers, and senior workers who serve as mentors. Additionally, ACS continues to build career-long learning into the lives of its child protective protection teams. We've added training and support on maternal mental health for all of our frontline staff, and we have instituted new courses on the skillful engagement of young people and parents, while we enroll thousands of staff in training programs on the skillful assessment of child safety, effective investigative practices, and how to identify and assess substance misuse. We've seen child fatalities and families involved with ACS in the last 10 years decline by 18% during this administration, compared to the average over the prior decade. As we continue to evaluate and review this work, we recently began convening a multidisciplinary external to ACS to review fatality cases so that their outside expertise can further enhance our work. Protecting children also requires us to go upstream and build trust in communities so that families seek support and get what they need before their circumstances become potentially unsafe. In 2023, ACS established the ACS support line to connect family services without a child protection response. There has been a to prevention services in the last year. We also refer them to a plethora of services outside of the child welfare system. We cannot allow fear to isolate families and place children at risk. This is why we have worked with schools, shelters, and hospitals to connect families to appropriate help before a crisis occurs. It is also why we've been working to open 30 family enrichment centers where any family can walk in for help and connections to a supportive community. While ACS and our providers make efforts to enable children to remain safely in their homes, some children are in unsafe situations that we must place them into foster care. Nearly half of those children and youth are placed in homes with people that they know, as we know that kinship care helps to reduce trauma to children and reunify families more quickly. We're committed to the success of the young people in foster care. Through enhanced family foster care, we have successfully trained over 98% of non-kinship foster parents in a specially designed trauma-responsive informed parenting program. We have continued to expand the Fair Futures program, and this past year, more than 4,300 young people aged 11 to 26 who are currently or have been in foster care or the juvenile justice programs received coaching and/or tutoring. ACS's College Choice program supports young people in foster care to attend college. This year, more than 400 young people participated in College Choice. This is up over 100% since we started a couple years ago. Given the success of these programs, the budget includes additional funding for both Fair Futures, College Choice, and a new program called Career Choice. This summer will be full for the children and youth in foster care, close to home and detention. Nearly 1,300 students in foster care enrolled in Summer Rising, which is up from 25% last year. Over 1,800 youth in foster care close to home and detention have applied for SYEP. We anticipate that over 150 students will participate in College Choice summer programming, with 5 of those students studying abroad this summer in Japan, Costa Rica, Haiti, and Spain. In addition, ACS will host 40 students with child welfare experience in the Commissioner's College internship program. We are also proud of the success for youth in detention. 50 students graduated during the last school year, and 12 youth have already attained either a Regents diploma or GED in the current academic year. Many of these youth are now enrolled at either Hostos Community College or Borough of Manhattan Community College, completing live college courses while in the secure detention facilities and earning transferable college credits. During 2024-2025 school year, ACS has continued to prioritize school attendance and success through the consistent integration of academic intervention and post-secondary opportunities, including academic tutoring, assistance preparing students for the Regents and high school equivalency exam, offering of credit-bearing college courses, and career and college coaching. Facility-based school support teams have been expanded to include dedicated youth development specialists who serve as school liaisons and non-uniform staff who work closely with passages to support attendance and engagement, which has significantly improved. Exam completion and graduation rates have as well across both facilities. This summer, we'll be introducing a literacy initiative in detention as an expansion of our current partnership with public libraries and literacy-focused nonprofits, engaging young people in film, book club, and creative writing opportunities. ACS's city fiscal year 2026 executive budget is $2.9 billion, including $1.05 billion in city tax levy. Despite the state's failure to fully fund its child care assistance program, which will be discussed in more detail, we believe that this budget enables ACS to build upon our progress. ACS has made a particularly robust effort to expand access to child care assistance for families with limited income who are engaged in work, school, training, job search, or that are unhoused. Compared with October 2022, when ACS opened applications citywide, the number of children enrolled in child care with costs offset by low-income voucher has climbed from 10,683 to 68,783 as of April 29, 2025. We're disappointed with the outcome of the state budget. Despite New York City's success in implementing the governor and mayor's joint vision to expand child care assistance to thousands more families through the state's child care assistance program, the recent state budget creates an undue financial burden on the city to maintain these gains. The state budget imposes a 518% increase to New York City's annual maintenance of effort requirement from $53 million to $328 million, while leaving the MOE of every other county unchanged. While the state has included the potential for New York City to access up to $350 million by the end of the fiscal year 2026, the federal fiscal year, I should say, this is one-time funding that will require the city to spend significantly more CTO. The solution fails to solve the long-term issue that this program is not fully funded yet. ACS had to stop issuing new low-income child care vouchers starting May 5th, 2025. Children that meet the income and programmatic requirements will be placed on a waiting list. ACS is working to maintain continuity of care for as many families currently receiving assistance as possible, and we are in discussions with the state and OMB about this. We have submitted a plan to the state that will allow us to continue serving the vast majority of children that currently have vouchers, and last night, around 10:30, we got the approval. Despite the challenges presented by the state budget, ACS's fiscal year 26 executive budget includes critical investments to enhance our work. This includes $25 million to continue to provide community-based child care assistance for approximately 1,000 children through Promise NYC. This budget also includes $40 million annual investment for the Youth Safety and Success Initiative that expands and creates 5 programs for youth who are either in foster care or justice involved, including Fair Futures, College Choice, Just Us, ACES, and the creation of Career Choice Workforce Ready for youth in foster care who choose not to go to college. The budget also includes the $103 million in funding needed to address the annual structural federal foster care deficit and funding for the state child care market increase in both fiscal year 25 and 26. We're also going to be reinvesting $8 million into our prevention programs to both address the needs of the workforce and provide more concrete goods and support for families. In conclusion, ACS's FY26 executive budget, along with the tenacity, commitment, and compassion of both ACS and our provider agency staff, will enable us to keep children safe while providing youth and families with the supports and resources they need to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Council Members Ressler, Williams, Hudson, Brooks Powers, Brewer, Salam, and Menon. I want to jump right in and talk about the child care voucher funding shortfall. At the preliminary budget hearing, ACS indicated that you were projecting a shortfall in state and federal funding allocated to the city by the state to support the city's child care voucher program through the upcoming federal fiscal year, which ends September 30th, 2026. Since the state enacted its budget after the release of the city's executive plan, there was no increase in state funding to address the gap. So could you talk a bit about there are still federal and state funds in the program through the current federal fiscal year, which ends on September 30th of this year. Will these existing funds be able to fully cover vouchers through the end of the federal fiscal year?
To the end of this federal fiscal year, yes. Maybe I'll step back and sort of describe what the state budget did. So the state budget required a 500% increase in the city's maintenance of effort. So from about $53 million to $328 million. It also introduced a matching program of up to $350 million if the city, so before we get any dollar, we have to spend that $328 million. The matching kicks in after the original MOE of $53 million. And so we are looking right now, we do not yet from the state have the federal fiscal year 26 allotment that we'll get. We know that it's flat funding of $1.8 billion statewide. Last year we had $1.1 billion plus an additional about $200 million in rollover. So where this leaves us is we have presented a plan to the state, which they approved last night, to continue to certify families who currently have children enrolled in childcare with low-income vouchers if they meet one of 3 federal criteria, priority criteria. And you have to go to the priority criteria when you have limited funds. And we have limited funds because we've had to start a wait list.
What are the criteria?
Those criteria are 300%, under 300% of the federal poverty level, unhoused, or children with special needs. Chair, this is 95+% of families, children who are currently enrolled. So the vast majority of families we are going to continue to recertify upon their annual recertification request unless they're ineligible for another reason, aged out, income. And so this plan will allow us to continue to do that for the foreseeable future. We have to continue to assess that this $350 million in match is one time. And so we don't know what happens after that. We also could have shortfalls, so we have to continue to assess over the year. But for the foreseeable future, we're going to be able to implement this plan of recertifying. We're going to keep a close eye to see if we can open to any in the wait list. So by and large, we're able, for the time being, to achieve continuity. But I have to say, the state has really made the city, stuck the city with the bill, with the 500% increase in the maintenance of effort in particular.
So what do you project is beyond what's already budgeted, what do you project is the current need for childcare vouchers for FY26?
So by federal fiscal year 26, most of this is federal dollars, so if it's okay to use the federal years, our projected spending is currently about $1.52 billion. This has assumptions around the growth. Overall, more children will be enrolled in childcare with this plan than last year. Obviously, we have to be careful around the low-income vouchers, but we're projecting up to 60,000 children will be enrolled with childcare assistance through the cash assistance program at HRA, which is mandated. You must serve those families with first, and then the low-income vouchers is discretionary, and we'll be recertifying in those priority categories. So right now it's at $1.52 billion, but it's something that we have to watch very closely.
What's the average monthly expenditure for the vouchers?
The average, it fluctuates depending on some seasonality. I believe the last claim we had was $140 million.
Per month?
Yes, the last monthly claim. Is that right?
Do you think City Hall fully appreciates how important this issue is?
Absolutely.
Do you know why, when they went up for Tin Cup Day, they didn't talk about this?
We have been talking to the state for years about this. So for the conversation for years was, make sure you're spending as much money as possible. Let's not leave any federal dollar on the table, which makes a lot of sense. We don't control the allocation, how it goes countywide. The state structured the plan to encourage counties to spend. So last year, we were receiving supplemental allocations depending on how far we got with enrollment. So they said to counties, enroll, and let's see who gets the most, and we'll make the supplemental allocation based on that. I think there was an understanding that this was deeply important, but also that the state had a plan here because they were encouraging every county statewide to enroll. They also, now at least 12 counties have begun wait lists, and I heard from another county administrator on Friday that they're beginning a wait list. For some reason, the state only put the maintenance effort on the city and not other counties. And so as a statewide program, that's been a real priority. I think that there was a sense that, and conversations that have been going on, Deputy Mayor reached out to the governor's office, many people were in conversation, including myself. I think there was a sense that there was more momentum there than what there was.
I guess the concern for us is that if this was such a priority, or we were so worried about having to be stuck with this bill, then why wasn't it, when City Hall went to Albany, why wasn't it on their top 5 list? They didn't mention it at all. Yeah.
There was a lot of conversations with the state about this issue dating back
I have no
years.
doubt. I have no doubt from ACS. I'm talking about when City Hall goes up
City
there.
Hall as well. There was lots of conversations between City Hall and the governor's office around this as well. And I think we really believe that there was a statewide commitment to this issue. We obviously are in a position now where we're advocating, and we need to continue to advocate. This match is a one-time and not great solution for the city. As we move into next fiscal years, state fiscal years, I think it's really important that we continue to advocate for more resources for this program.
And what changed this year? Why is the state changing this?
The state is changing it because I think that they understand that they want to have continuity for children in childcare, and they chose to make that the bulk of that responsibility a city responsibility.
So, just for the record, how much does the state's enacted budget include for child care vouchers?
The $1.8 billion statewide, plus the $350 million match.
And the shortfall in your estimate is?
At current, given that we are the maintenance effort, we have to spend the $328 million in federal fiscal year 26. We're still assessing what the shortfall will be. It depends on the growth of the mandated population. It depends on whether we continue to have the wait list. It depends on a number of factors. Our projected spending at this point is $1.52 billion on both the mandated vouchers and the low-income vouchers.
I guess our concern has been that this is not an issue to play hot potato on, and I don't think ACS is playing hot potato. I worry about what City Hall is doing. I don't think they fully appreciate how critical this is to so many families in the city. I understand that the push and pull and the tug of the state budget and the city budget and what we feel they should pay for, vice versa. But up till now, the response from City Hall does not meet the moment in terms of how important this is and the anxiety that families are feeling when they just see their politicians pointing fingers instead of figuring out how to actually pay for this.
I think the fact that we submitted the plan that we did, that the city's putting in a significant amount of resources, there have been dozens and dozens of calls at the highest levels on weekends, nights, mornings about this with City Hall. It is a big commitment of City Hall and the entire administration. So I think that it is something that is deeply important, and that has certainly been signaled to me. And the folks working on this are deeply engaged and focused on it, and that's at the highest levels.
Are there any other rules attached to the state's appropriation?
I think I covered, we do need to have not only the plan that we submitted around prioritization approved, which happened, as I mentioned last night, we also have to have an implementation plan on some of the technical ways in which we claim we don't anticipate any issues with that. Everything goes under OCFS approval around this.
Okay, switching to federal funding. What are ACS primary federal funding sources?
The two major ones, obviously childcare is a major federal funding source. We don't have a perfectly clear lens into that, and because the state takes the federal dollars, mixes it with some other funding, and creates the allocations to counties, but the bulk of that money is federal dollars as we understand it. Foster care and protective services combined also receives close to $500 million in federal dollars.
Has there been any impact on ACS's federal funding since this administration took office?
Not to date.
And are there any contingency plans if there are more funding cuts?
You know, we've over the years have seen a variety of slow reduction in federal dollars for foster care. The Title IV-E waiver being, the Title IV-E funding stream being the biggest one, is tied to a 1996 income standard. And so there's been a reduction in 4E over the years. The OMB has always been supportive of us, including in this fiscal year, to make sure that we have the resources. We've been able to enhance rates for foster care. We've been able to invest in young people. It is typically federally a bipartisan agreement around 4E. We don't see sort of a major threat there, but we're watching it very closely. But this is something that, you know, every day we're watching closely. We're sharing with OMB whether there's been any grant cuts, whether there's been any anything that sort of we're seeing coming down the pike. We're talking to other states constantly to assess what could be coming down the pike. I think, you know, there are things that don't come through the ACS budget that really matter for children. As an example, Medicaid pays for the health care for children in foster care. That is a direct funding from the state to our foster care agencies who operate clinics and mental health sites, et cetera. So that's something we're also watching closely. It could have a big impact on young people in foster care. So we're constantly assessing.
Okay, joined by Councilmember Sanchez. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Stevens. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning. I'm going to stay here a little bit longer on the child care vouchers because, as we know, this has been a super hot topic and because so many families are concerned. And so just have a couple more follow-up questions. Due to the uncertainty of the state funding, and I mean, I know now we have a plan and all we actually know how much is being allocated now. How many families do we currently have on the child care vouchers waiting list?
Technically, Chair, we have 0. They'll start to be added this week. It takes about 10 to 15 days to do an eligibility determination. So those families who are found eligible from May 5th and forward will be placed on the wait list. You know, typically we get a couple thousand or more applications each month, and so we'll be able to share those numbers with you shortly as they're coming in.
So has ACS continued to process the child care vouchers renewals, or has some clients also being placed? Are those clients also being placed on a wait list?
We have continued to process the recertifications. With the state approval, we'll begin immediately moving to the priority categories. But again, this is virtually all families will continue under those federal priorities of 300% of the federal poverty line, unhoused, and children with special needs.
Child care vouchers similar to City FEP's housing vouchers, cash assistance benefits, and shelter costs are not fully funded at the adoption. Instead, the city adds the additional funding needs for entitlement programs as the fiscal year progresses. How much additional funding is needed in fiscal 2025 and fiscal 2026 to eliminate the need for child care vouchers waiting lists and so that all families on the wait list could be provided a voucher?
So this is still something that we're assessing, but for fiscal year 25, $739 million has been added into the child care budget. That's about $70 million in CTL, about $57 million in state dollars, which is for families who qualify for child welfare involvement, and $613 million in federal funding. And so right now, since we get the appropriation from the state budget, the state fiscal year 26 will be for federal fiscal year 26. Mm-hmm. So once we get that, we'll be clear on what should be added. OMB is also looking at, now that this introduction of this match, what dollar should we take for city fiscal year 25, since it covers across the federal fiscal years, and what should we put forward for fiscal year 26? So that analysis is happening right now.
If the full need for fiscal 2026 was not budgeted by adoption, would ACS be able to resume enrolling new clients and processing renewals for childcare? If it was assumed the entire entire amount needed would be allocated in November in preliminary plans. Is this typically done for entitlement programs? If not, why not?
So in this instance, we get reimbursed by the state as we submit claims for enrolled children. And part of it is sort of looking at what those claims are, drawing down the federal dollar through the state and adding it into the budget. It is such a dynamic spending plan that I think it's important for us to be in constant conversation with OMB and adding those dollars as we go. But again, the plan for this year has been approved, that we are going to continue to recertify families. And so we're confident that the resources, at least for the foreseeable future, will be there to be able to do that.
With the new priority rules for renewals, you said that the vast majority would be renewed. How many would not be and why?
Our estimate is somewhere around 2,000 of the nearly 70,000 children who are enrolled. This includes families who qualified because the previous category was 85% of area median income, the 85th percentile. That's going to change to 300% of the federal poverty limit. We have to make that change because when you have limited funds, you have to go to priority categories that are federally structured. And so this was the furthest we could get using each of these priority categories. So we expect somewhere around 2,000 children who are at the highest income levels that qualified under 85% percentile area median income. If they're unhoused or if they have a child with special needs, they will continue to qualify.
Many families in the city relies on child care vouchers to provide quality care for their children. In recent years, ACS has seen a large increase in demand for low-income vouchers. What does ACS attribute the increase in voucher demand for?
For so many years, there wasn't funding, right? This has actually been a period of extraordinary and unprecedented growth in the program. There's a few reasons for that. One is been increasing investment at both the city and the state levels. The other is there was federal dollars that could be rolled over that were pandemic dollars that we relied on for some time. And there was a smaller than typical population of families who enrolled in childcare through cash assistance because of changes in the work rules. As those things are changing, again, this plan means that more children will be in childcare this time next year as this year, because we expect that the mandated cash enrollment will grow significantly and we'll be able to maintain the vast majority of children currently enrolled. But this was an opportunity that was rare. When we started in 2022, we had a wait list of 35,000 children. Not only did we clear that, we enrolled nearly 70,000 children at this point. So it's been a huge success. And we are glad that we're able to maintain these gains.
Can you provide the committee with actual annual expenditures for child care vouchers dating back to fiscal 2019?
Sure. For federal fiscal year 2019, we have $416 million. For federal 2020, $413 million. For federal 21, $319 million. You can see the dip there because of COVID. Federal fiscal year 22, it begins to come back up at $349 million. Federal fiscal year 23, it is $607 million. And federal fiscal year 24 is $901 million. And we're not done with 2025 yet, but expect to be much higher.
The executive plan includes additional $5 million in city funds in fiscal 2025 and $39.5 million in fiscal 2026 related to child care vouchers. What is the additional funding for, and how was this funding amount determined?
So far for fiscal 26, we've added $104 million combined between the January and the executive plans. In part, this is to cover the rates that remember the state increased the rates in the fall, so that was a significant increase, and to make sure that the 25% that we must pay on the mandated vouchers, so that there's a CTL component in the mandated, that is covered as well.
The executive plan included an additional $348.9 million in state and federal funding in fiscal 2025 only for child care vouchers. How was this amount determined, and why was this additional funding required?
This is us actually claiming federal dollars and being able to move them into the budget through our monthly claims at the state level.
Does any of this funding addresses the ACS child care funding gap?
I'm sorry, Chair, say that again?
Does any of that funding address the ACS child care funding gaps?
It'll for fiscal year 25, it allows us to continue to, for a while, enroll and now continue to recertify families.
Child care vouchers are utilized by a wide range of families all across the city. Is the priority for City Council that all communities are eligible for the program are available to access? Can you provide a demographic breakdown of voucher participants?
Sure.
And can you provide a borough breakdown for how vouchers are distributed?
Yes, we can provide both. I know we can't approach the dais, but we might just give you instead of going through every CD, we'll give you Stephanie will bring it up. For borough-based, Brooklyn is 42,000. I actually think we should give a different, this one has my notes on it. For Brooklyn, 42,000, Bronx, 14,000, Manhattan, 2,800, Queens, 8,000, Staten Island, 2,000, for a total of about 69,000. One thing that has been important in our rollout of this plan is that we identified 17 priority community districts that were typically underserved. And so even with this tremendous increase overall, we have outpaced the growth in those 17 community districts. So we've been able to have this more equitably distributed geographically. We have a ways to go on that, but there are communities where at the beginning of this had less than 60 children enrolled and now have nearly 2,000 children enrolled.
What did that outreach look like?
It was a combination of things. We had city council members who were supportive of that. We worked with the Robin Hood Foundation to help us to outreach through community-based programs. We made sure that we were educating the public. My City was created to make it easier for people to apply and not have to just bring their documents downtown. So that was something that provided greater equity as well.
The executive plan includes additional $25 million in city funding for fiscal 2026, only for Promise NYC, a critical program that provides access to affordable child care for undocumented families. Does this funding support the same 1,000 slots that are funded in the current fiscal year?
Yes, it does.
Has ACS requested that OMB baseline funding for Promise NYC?
We've requested that the funding be available in 26, and we're very, very pleased that it is.
Can you provide the most recent breakdown of slots utilized for Promise NYC by borough?
Yes. Brooklyn is 334. Queens is 331. Staten Island is 62. The Bronx is 271. And Manhattan is 192. Currently, there's 1,190 children enrolled.
The executive plan includes $1.5 million in city funding in fiscal 2026 for faded related repairs in the Children's Center. The plan also includes state and federal funding, which with $531 million in fiscal 2025 and $148 million baseline starting in fiscal 2026 for transportation-related services for the Child Care Center. Why was additional funding required for this work, and is this work capital eligible?
So we have capital dollars for the Children's Center, about $15 million. We also have the one piece that you're referencing that is not capital eligible, I believe, is the facade. We had some issues with the facade and have to do updated pointing of the building at the Children's Center. On transportation, we're doing a lot to make sure that children are getting to school, and so we're constantly assessing what the need is there. Do you want to talk about the effort to get kids to school every day?
Sure. So good morning, chairs. Thank you so much for asking about the Children's Center. Just to talk a little bit about the effort to take children to school on a daily basis. As you know, we make our very best effort to keep children in their community schools. With that being said, we have numerous child care chaperones that take children to their community schools, whether it be Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Staten Island, on a daily basis. With that being said, we are also responsible for taking children to their medical appointments, their visits, and anything in their normal daily routine. It is important for us to keep the community ties for our young people. So transportation is a very big deal at the Children's Center.
How is that funding amount determined?
It depends on the census and what the cost is. So we really just make sure we've got what we need to get the kids to school, and we ask our finance department to work with OMB to make it happen.
How many youth were served by the Children's Center in 2024, and how many in 2025?
Can you say that again, Chair? I'm sorry.
How many youth were served by the Children's Center in fiscal 2024 and 2025?
I don't have the exact number of total for the Children's Center, but typically we've been averaging a slight reduction in census at the Children's Center, a little bit below 70, which is slightly down from years prior.
The PMMR shows an increase in the number of youth admitted into juvenile detentions as compared to the same period last year. What is the current population of each Horizon and Crossroads?
So this morning we have 301 across both, and it's pretty even across the two sites.
Since the preliminary plan, has ACS made any changes to increase access to higher education?
We have continued to fund the College Choice Program. We're going to see that that's growing dramatically over the last couple years, and so we do have additional dollars in the Youth Safety and Success Program. Within detention, we have expanded programming as well with CUNY. That's not a huge cost to us because we've got great partners at CUNY, but we have Hostos Community College, we have the Borough of Manhattan Community College, and we're continuing to expand those programs.
When we were at the detention center on our visit a couple of months back, one of the things the young people expressed concern about was that they were taking the same college courses over and over again, like they were doing like the beginning stages. Have we had time to address that, and are we able to expand what is being offered to these young people as far as like college courses?
Yes, we brought that back to our partners at CUNY. They're working on trying to make sure that obviously we want to make sure we meet the need, that the young people have the skills that they need to continue to advance in college, but at the same time to have additional programming. We changed this summer. We'd love to have you come back out. We're doing a big push around literacy, a lot around SYEP enrollment, and a lot of work to try to get young people engaged. College, also doing you also heard them talk about some of the work that they want to do around the facilities, painting. We're making sure that they have the capacity to do that, and that is ready. So we're trying to beef up the program across the board. As you know, we've had more success in getting young people across the finish line with their high school equivalency or their high school diploma, and so this has been a major push to make sure that they have what they need from college and beyond.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep talking about that because we should be flooding young people with resources and opportunities so that when they come back, they are set up for success. And, talking to those young people there, asking, we want more, and not being able to give that to them is a huge concern of mine. So definitely want us to continue to talk about that because I know even in your testimony you cited the work that's being done with Hostos and BNCC, but that was not evident from talking to the young people of like they're getting what they need. One of the young men said that he had been there for quite some time and he had took the course several times. And so, for me, it's just thinking like we live in an age where they can do the classes virtually, and it doesn't make sense why if they are able to advance that, we're not accommodating that. So definitely want us to continue to have conversations about them not only having access to college, but also career ready. I know some of the young people were doing some of the stuff through SYP, and they were talking about gardening and holocaust and all these things that they were learning and painting, but also just making sure that we're also setting them up with some type of skills as well.
Absolutely, and different kinds of skill development, not only around sort of trade skills, but also we're doing work around debate and a variety of ways to get young people engaged, and hope to have you out for some of those events.
Yeah, and I remember even us talking about doing some civic engagement stuff with the young people, because that was another thing that came up there, and having conversations about, and so even thinking about how even when they're in the secure facility, how are we making sure that they're civically engaged, what that means, and how do we have them to start to advocate, so when they come out, they can be well adjusted.
And vote. We've got work that we're doing on that as well.
Oh, I know. So we did have a conversation about that, and I was supposed to come back and tell Councilmember Yusuf and Rowley, because I volunteered them to come back with me and talk to the young people because they requested it. So I forgot to tell you guys that.
We would love that.
The kids did request that, so sorry. So he knows now. So Close to Home is a critical program that helps young people stay out of secure detention and gives them opportunity to remain in their communities. How many young adults are currently enrolled in Close to Home?
So we currently have about 156 slots, and about 80% of those are used this morning, 85%.
You said 85?
So we've grown. We started the RP was at 129 slots. We worked with OMB to increase that to 156 for the current year. We'll be at 162 next year. So we're adding girls' beds, boys' beds, both making sure that we have LSP for girls. And next year, we're going to have an additional 6 non-secure placement beds for boys. So we're constantly assessing this, and OMB has been very supportive where we need to grow. You'll recall it was at 300 beds in 2022, and we took many of those down, but we're making sure we have the capacity going forward.
But that's why it's kind of frustrating, because the whole point of the RFP, it was like, we're right sizing. And then now we're growing, which a lot of providers complained about because they knew they would be in this predicament, because it's a lot easier to shrink than to go down than it is to go up, because they were saying it's a lot to put those beds on lines. And so some people gave up property and finding space. And so, you know, I'm just concerned that, like, when we said we were right sizing, we're actually did not right size, because it seems like it's the wrong size if we're continually growing. So I'm just trying to understand what is the logic behind that.
At that time, there were about 60 children in Close to Home. When we right-sized to the 129, we immediately began adding beds back before certain facilities were taken offline. We do also have capital dollars committed to look for additional sites and see what might be able to be renovated. It is a challenge to bring those buildings back online, but we've kept many of them, including one in Brooklyn, online, so that we can, even though it's not currently being utilized, so that we can renovate it and make sure we have the capacity that we need.
Yeah, it's just kind of frustrating, because it's not just to bring the beds online, it's the staffing and training and all the other things that it entails. And so now providers are kind of left with figuring that out. And so I just want us to be more mindful, especially like when RFPs are coming out, how do we make sure that, you know, we're saying we're right sizing, but like we also need to be able to anticipate as well. I mean, obviously we don't want kids insecure or close to home. We want young people to be thriving, but what does the balance look like?
Understood.
Has ACS seen an increase in placement in close to home in the past 6 months?
Yes, we have.
And do you have like a percentage-wise of how much?
Yeah, we're up about 50% over the past year.
50%. Mm-hmm. The enacted state fiscal year 2026 budget was currently enacted. State funding plays a critical role in ACS programming, as well as a large contributor to ACS overall budget. Has ACS determined if the final state budget may positively or negatively impact the agency?
The biggest issue there, and I'll note that we continue not to get a lot of support for Raise the Age or Close to Home. These are the kinds of programs that are funded around the state by state dollars, but not in the city. And this has been something we've been concerned about. There's been some good advocacy around additional upstream investments as well, but we have not seen that either. The other big challenge is the child care challenge we've been talking about.
Yeah, I definitely want us to just moving forward to be more coordinated around how the city can continue to advocate for those things alongside ACS when we're talking about like the close to home and raise the age and the support that we're not getting. I think that we're not as coordinated as we should be. I think I know myself and other council members went to the state to do some advocacy, and we should have definitely been on more court around that. So definitely moving forward, I just want us to make sure that we're on the same page. And can you share any proposals or policies in the final state budgets that you expected to impact the city and how?
Beyond childcare and the continued issues that we have around the MSAR rates, the continued issues that we have around some of the juvenile justice funding, there's nothing introduced beyond that we're concerned about.
Thank you. I might have questions.
Thank you, Chair. We now have questions from Ressler, followed by Brooks Powers.
You keep surprising me, but I'm happy to have the opportunity to ask questions. Commissioner, good to see you. I want to thank Chair Brannon and Chair Stevens. Chair Stevens for her exceptionally strong and outspoken advocacy for childcare vouchers, and Chair Brannon has made childcare funding one of his top priorities as chair of our Finance Committee, which has been to the great benefit of families across the city. Commissioner, I do agree with you and Chair Brannon that ACS has done a great job in enrolling more families in childcare vouchers under your leadership and during your tenure. I also think that City Hall has been totally MIA on this issue, and we all could see the emerging crisis of the lack of childcare funding in the state budget, and we heard no public advocacy from the mayor and his team throughout the entire budget process. When you came before Chair Stevens' committee on March 20th for our preliminary budget hearing, there was zero traction or progress whatsoever toward funding appearing in the state budget. And as a result of advocacy from this body and providers across the city and our great colleagues in the state legislature and leadership in the governor's office, we have now have access to funding to maintain childcare vouchers for the 60+ thousand kids who are enrolled. I credit your team for coming up with a plan that meets the federal requirements and the state for approving it. I'm really focused on what funding we need in the city budget when it's adopted to ensure that we can maintain recertifications for all kids who currently have childcare vouchers. So is the $53 million that's been the maintenance of effort for the past, is that currently in ACS's budget?
Yes.
Now, obviously the state budget was adopted post the city's executive budget. Does that mean that we should fully anticipate that the $328 million, is that the right number on the new maintenance of effort figure?
Yes.
That will be included in the city's adopted budget in June?
That is the conversations we've had with OMB. That is our expectation.
Great. And for us to reach the full match of accessing the full state funding that's available to us and enrolling, leveraging this $350 in state funding, that would mean that $403 million really should be in the city budget come adoption in June. Is that right?
No. So the match is available. It's a one match, $350 million. It is available both for federal fiscal year 25, which we're in,
right, and
federal fiscal year 26. And so
some of the funding you're spending down this current fiscal year will the current federal fiscal year will count toward it.
It could. The OMB is making doing an analysis and making a judgment about whether or not it is more advantageous to the city budget to take it now or later, and the best way to add those.
But still, we're talking about 6 weeks before the end of the fiscal year for our purposes, right?
It's federal.
Understood, it's the federal fiscal year, but the question of what needs to be in the adopted budget and what we're spending down now for the current year versus what we need in the adopted budget for next year, it shouldn't be far off the $403 million that are needed to ensure that we're able to recertify each and every, 97% of the kids, as you testified to today.
Yeah, I don't expect that it's going to take us a long time to figure out what that.
But it should be a number close to $400 million, and it should fully appear
across the 2 years. Yeah,
and it should across the 2 federal fiscal years, but it should appear in this budget, in the adopted budget.
It could come into city fiscal year 25 to some extent. It could come into city fiscal year 26. The key is that we have sufficient, every dollar over the 53 million maintenance of effort is eligible for the match.
Right.
And so I think it's just some analysis of what is best for the city to make sure we can obviously close this year well and be positioned next year to implement the plan that we're talking about around recertifications.
So we're just now beginning the federal work requirements again for public assistance recipients. HRA has begun implementing that policy. They're ramping up. If the modeling that you all and HRA have done for the anticipated take-up for the mandated vouchers comes to fruition, about 40,000 additional kids is what has been predicted. Are you confident that we have the resources in place to recertify and provide a voucher to every single kid who meets the criteria that you've laid out and that has been approved by the state for the upcoming fiscal year?
I think that is to be determined. I think
what would be the
mayor
circumstances?
Deserves a lot of credit for allowing us to continue with this plan and go as far as we can with recertifications, even continue to pay attention to whether we can have any opportunities on the wait list.
But separate apart from the wait list, just asking on the recertification piece.
As we go
if the public assistance recipients, the mandated vouchers come in at the estimates that you've all made, obviously if it's way above, then that changes the game. Or if it's way below, it changes the waitlist game. But if it comes in at approximately those estimates, that seems like the biggest unknown variable. What do you have? Are you confident, you and your team, that you have the resources to recertify every eligible family that has met the criteria that's recently been approved by the state?
And I would say for the foreseeable future, we're going to have to look. We have not gotten our allocation from the state yet. We know it's flat funding statewide, but we don't know what it looks like for the city yet. We have to see if all of these projections come to fruition.
The state funding is comparable to last year.
It is comparable statewide.
And, I mean, if it's comparable,
we've spent,
separate and apart from the $350 million match, if the existing funding that we've been getting from the state is comparable to the previous year, I'm just trying to understand. It sounds like we should be able to recertify every single child that meets the eligibility criteria, which is 95+%, 97% of the kids.
That's the goal. As we get out deeper into federal fiscal year 26, right, we're talking a year plus from now, this $350 million is a one-time match.
We have a lot of federal unknowns right now that we're all reckoning with.
What I can promise you is we are going to be assessing that constantly. The policy of the administration is to certify.
I hear you, but
I don't want to give you a level of confidence when we don't have an allocation.
No, that's fair. As of March 20th, OMB was planning to start kicking kids off their child care vouchers in the upcoming weeks. And we've now been able to secure additional funding and have a plan in place for every kid to be able to get their child care voucher renewed for another year. That's a huge victory, and it's a credit to your team that you've enrolled so many kids efficiently and effectively that we're in a position to be able to do this. Barring dramatic changes, we want to be in a position, we want to be confident, we are confident that the resources are there to recertify every single kid for another 12 months for their vouchers. And we want to understand that the city is similarly committed to that goal. Our analysis shows that we have the resources to be able to do it, that we can keep every kid who has a child care voucher enrolled in their voucher for another year. It sounds like you also think we have the resources to be able to do that, barring dramatic unforeseen.
This is absolutely the administration's goal, and I do want to note that another reason we are here, where we have a plan where we're going to be able to recertify the vast majority of families, is because in January, the mayor and the budget director said, you can continue to enroll, you can continue to recertify as we advocate around a state budget. They took risk at the city level, added city tax levy dollars to make sure that they could happen. So I do take issue with the idea that this was not something that the administration was deeply supportive of. The way in which that was done, you might take issue with, but they put real resources on the table to make sure we could get to this point.
Our understanding
even with
is
a delayed budget.
the state directed the city to do that, but under any circumstances, I'm happy that we've continued that we continue to recertify and enroll kids through the state fiscal year, and that we are now in a position to have the resources to ensure every kid, essentially every kid who has a voucher today, should be able to have it for at least 12 more months while we navigate future state and federal funding dynamics.
And families should know anyone who gets a recertification is eligible for the entire year.
Right.
This is not something where you get recertified and then 6 months later you have to get recertified. So families should be assured if they get word from ACS that their voucher has been recertified, they have that for the entire year.
I've talked too much. I apologize to the chairs. The last question is just, should we develop some sort of more frequent reporting structure for you all to share information with the council so that we understand how enrollment is proceeding, how take-up is going, how spending is going, to be able to course correct as needed through the fiscal year?
We are very open to that conversation. And as you know, we've been working hard to keep the council up to date constantly. And so you let us know what's needed and we'll work to make it happen.
I appreciate the answers today, Commissioner. I appreciate the work of you and your team.
Thanks, Councilmember.
And now we have Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Williams.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony today. How does ACS expect the waitlisting of families seeking a child care voucher to affect Southeast Queens? And does ACS have any projections for how many families in Council District 31 and across Southeast Queens will be placed on the wait list?
I don't have that exact projection for you right now, Councilmember, but we can work on looking at that. My estimation, would be that it could affect dozens of families who are applying. We are working hard to provide that continuity. We're going to make sure that in our public education, we're also speaking to many other child care resources that are available through our partners at New York City Public Schools. There are some federal programs that are also available to families, and we also, if families are receiving cash assistance and working, they are also eligible for childcare. So this plan will actually grow the number of children enrolled in childcare, and so we hope that meets the need of as many New Yorkers as possible, and we're looking to continue to try to assess that.
Thank you for that. And if your office can be able to provide that information, that would be really great, just to have line of sight of what that looks like.
Yeah, I'll ask my team to, as we develop the wait list, which is starting, to make sure that we're communicating.
Perfect. And then how has demand for Promise NYC changed across years? Are there more families participating in the program this year compared to last year?
There are more families participating. We're up to, and thanks to the investments of the administration and the council, we're up to around 1,100 families in Promise NYC. It is a capped allocation at $25 million. It's all city tax levy. And so the demand is undoubtedly higher than what we're able to enroll, but we're proud that we've been able to create and maintain this important program.
Thank you for that. And just kind of echoing what some of my colleagues have already shared, just the concern that from what we've seen, we didn't see much more forceful advocacy during the state budget negotiations for more funding for the child care voucher program. While you said that the admin had been doing so, I just would like in the future, maybe if there's more coordination with the body, with the chair, to be able to activate the council to support those efforts. But thank you for your responses.
Understood, Councilmember. Thank you.
Okay, question, Councilmember Williams, followed by Salam.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's still morning. Jeez. So I had a question about foster care. So even though the FY26 exec budget allocates $622.4 million for foster care services, an increase from last year, it still falls short of the council's request of about $134 million, with no funding specifically targeted to address the ongoing pay disparities for foster care workers. How does ACS intend to improve retention, service quality, especially in the foster care system? And yes, that's my question.
So this is an ongoing conversation that we have with OMB to address two cliffs. One is from the Title IV-E waiver and one is from the MSAR rates. which fund the foster care parent rates and adoptive parent rates. And so throughout the year, as we assess our census and look at the expenditures and where we are, funds have been added in fiscal year 25, and we'll look at that with OMB in 26. So we expect to be able to continue to enhance foster care services. I know that the providers are disappointed that the state budget did not include the full COLA that they were calling for, but that will be put into our budgets. We also have been working with providers to provide them additional resources. So there's going to be significant additional resources in our Youth Safety and Success program so that they can continue to expand Fair Futures and College Choice. We are giving them slightly higher allocations based on, so if they're serving 500 children, typically an allocation will be 510 or 520 to allow them to grow and allow them to make investments in their staff and beyond. We've added tens of millions of dollars when we look at some of the key initiatives around, this is sort of providers wide, around the indirect cost rate, the workforce enhancements, the COLAs that affect prevention. We're seeing tens of millions of more dollars go in. We're constantly working with our foster care providers around this and expect to be able to not only maintain but increase the investments.
Okay, thank you. So still foster care. The executive plan swaps $102 million in federal funding for city funding in fiscal 2025 only for foster care. I think this is what you were talking about. Why was the funding swapped? How was this funding amount determined? Why was funding swapped for only 1 year and not baseline? And how much is the full budget for foster care in fiscal 2025?
So the full budget is around $622 million. We have that $100 million, that's for fiscal 25. So that $100 million was for this one time. We have to assess what happens with our costs and census going forward. It relates directly to the 4E waiver. Actually.
Yeah, and just quickly.
Sorry, Margaret's going to correct me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, the 25 budget is for $814 million, and the 26 budget is for $674 million.
Okay. Does the agency plan to adjust the baseline budget to be more aligned with the current level of demand and the required reimbursement rates?
We are not making any reductions in foster care funding. We're going to be working with OMB over the coming months to assess what the costs will be and to address that to make sure that we can maintain the funding necessary.
Okay, I have like 2 more questions. The other question is switching gears a bit on child protection specialist caseload. CPS workers are often one of the first interactions families have with ACS, and it is crucial to ensure these specialists are attentive to each individual case. There's so many like Law and Order stories on this, and the dangers of a very high caseload. So the average caseload of CPS impacts the time they can spend on each case and ensures they are not overwhelmed. What is the current average caseload ratio for CPS workers? What is the ideal ratio? How is this ratio determined? And does ACS collect information on how many hours are spent on each case? If so, what is the average time spent per case and factors that cause the time to vary?
So couldn't agree with you more, Council Member. This is vital. This time in 2023, in April, May of 2023, we had 951 active CPS in our protective diagnostic and cares units. In 2024, we had 1,055. Today, we have 1,114. Our current caseloads have gone down from about 9.9 to 7.5. As of last Thursday, I get it weekly, we were at 7.9. The spring is a typically busier season in child protection. This is really, really vital. So we have certain units that are dedicated to particularly challenging cases, hospital and sex abuse units being one example of that, and they have lower caseloads. We also, this is really critical around supervision. So if you have as you're referencing, if you have a case that takes additional investigatory steps, right? You're going to the Child Advocacy Center, there might be interaction with law enforcement or others. That might take more of your time if there's a need for a child removal. And so the supervisors and child protective managers, so you have the CPS, right, as you know well, but for everybody else, then you have the supervisors and then you have child protective managers. We've been able to raise the salaries of child protective managers because it really, really matters. They are looking at the pending rotation. And so if they have a staff who has a case that's busier, they are skipping them in the pending rotation and making sure that they're going to the next available CPS so that nobody gets overwhelmed with the case. This is obviously challenging work. Caseloads have to stay low, and we're proud that we've been able to decrease them. The national standard is 12. We are well below that. If you look statewide, we have the highest rates of timely assessments, the highest rates of assessments closed on time, and so we are always making sure that through our child staff process, we're so grateful for our child protective specialists. I want their caseloads to be as low as possible. That's why we're continuously hiring, and also why we've invested to make sure they don't just get thrown into the job, right? There's about an 8-month ramp up to a full caseload in that work.
Have you also assessed like increasing their salaries? I know this has come up in like previous budget hearings, or just hearings in general, but because this is a budget hearing, like, is there any plans to increase their salaries?
So they're part of the collective bargaining agreement that has increased their salaries. They have along the way, around 6 months, they get an additional bump, and so we make sure that they continue to grow in that role. You know, one thing I'd always like to look at, we've got many CPS go back to school, they get their master's, they become a supervisor, and they move in that trajectory. We have some CPS who this is their calling to do the direct work for their entire career. We're always looking at ways in which we can support them, and so we pay them an additional for becoming a peer mentor. So always trying to find ways to invest in all of our CPS, in particular the CPS who stay in this work for decades and are so valuable to our city. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Salam, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how many Harlem families have been and are projected to be impacted by the city's freeze on the child care voucher program, and what ACS is doing to communicate updates or alternatives to affected parents?
Councilmember, I can give you the list of enrollments that we shared earlier and it goes by neighborhood, and so you'll be able to see that. The wait list policy just started on May 5th, and so we don't have with about 10 to 15 days for eligibility, but we'll keep the council up to date on that.
Sure, and will ACS commit to resuming enrollments now that the state has increased contributions?
We will be able to continue recertifications. We are going to keep a close eye on whether the wait list can be opened at any point, but right now the priority is to ensure the continuity of care.
Dealing with underfunding, why did the executive budget exclude the City Council's request for $134 million to support foster care when ACS's own plan acknowledges shrinking federal support?
Just because this is an ongoing assessment, and so our census fluctuates. Sometimes our census we've been reducing the number of children in residential care. We've had consistently about a 10% reduction in residential care. Fewer than 10%, not about 9% of young people who are in foster care or in residential care. That's a costly program, and so we're constantly assessing the ongoing need. and what state reimbursements we get and federal reimbursements, because we claim for federal reimbursement. It's a complicated process, and so we just need to continue to assess what the need will be in fiscal year 26.
Is there, do you have the expected impact that it will have on Harlem's foster youth or placement outcomes?
We don't expect any impact. In fact, we are not making any reductions in our foster care programming. In fact, we're adding significant dollars to our youth safety and success program. So we're going to have in Fair Futures, about 4,300 kids are served now. We're going to go to 6,300. College Choice is going to go from 4:30 to 5:30. We're creating a new career choice program that'll impact 230 children. We also investing in juvenile justice prevention, a girls program that'll go from 48 slots to 72, and a citywide program called ACES that will be expanding from 160 to 60 over the next 18 months.
And just one last question. Considering the tragic death of 4-year-old Jameek Moulton in Harlem, how is ACS evaluating failures in previous investigations that were deemed unfounded?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. It's deeply important, and it's a horrible tragedy. We are bringing together a multi-pronged effort. The first is, as it relates to fatalities, we're bringing together experts in a multidisciplinary panel, the medical examiner, NYPD, medical professionals, mental health professionals, maternal health professionals, to help us to assess what could have been done differently by ACS, what connections could have been made for the family. In some instances, children weren't known to the system, and we need to make sure that families trust places. This is why we're opening family enrichment centers. This is why we're doing more preventive services and investing dollars into our preventive system. We have to have an all-out effort, number one, to make sure that families have the supports that they need, and when children are in danger, we act, we make the right assessment, and we act to protect them. These strategies, including the panel, which will again meet on June 2nd, to really help us assess ways in which we can get stronger and stronger, are key to protecting children. We have reduced fatalities of children known to ACS by about 18%. That is not good enough. We are going to continue to make sure we work to protect every child in this city.
And just a follow-up, are there any safeguards in place, in addition to what you mentioned, to reassess cases when new community reports emerge? And also, does ACS plan to publicly review or revise its care program, criteria, and investigative thresholds following this tragedy?
So CARE's program is a differential response program. This is unrelated to this tragedy, I will say. And some of the public reporting that CARES has been associated is not accurate. This is why we're bringing in the panel to have conversations around this. But we, on every single case, every single report, ACS is responding within 24 to 48 hours. We're making sure we have consultants in law enforcement. We have about 120 investigative consultants that are former detectives. We have consultants in substance abuse, mental health, domestic violence and intimate partner violence. So we're looking at all of those protocols. We put out an RFP recently to revise our clinical consultation program because we want those consultants going out with CPS. We want our investigative consultants engaged with CPS every single day. And so we are refining those programs as well. So everything gets looked at every Thursday. We are in ChildStat, where we look at all the key data, not only around caseloads, but timely responsiveness. We review a case together to make sure that our assessments are excellent and up to date. This work is deeply important, and we're going to continue to refine everything we can, and now with the help of outside experts, to make sure that this is strong. For every CARES case, there's an assessment by not only what we call our applications staff, who receive all of the cases 24/7, and making sure that we are responding immediately. They assess if there's any issue during that time, during the CARES case, it can be retracked to an investigation. This happens in about 10% of cases. And the CARES staff does a full safety assessment as we do in investigations. And so we're always looking at everything, but don't see a reason to change that at this moment. But we are looking at, we've added CARES. We have a intensive coaching for expert CPS, experienced CPS who coach staff on the highest risk cases. We have added CARES into that protocol to make sure that they get the intensive coaching as well. So lots of incremental changes to make sure we are continuing this trajectory of reduced fatalities, but accelerating it, because we're not going to be satisfied until it's zero.
Thank you. And, just echoing it, want to make sure that we don't have any more deaths. That to me is the most paramount and important thing, of course, as you all are mandated. But I definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Hudson.
Thank you. I assume, because I'd like to be positive, that Head Start does not disappear. That's not you, I understand that. But it's the administration planning, God forbid that should happen.
It is not our program directly, Councilmember, as you mentioned.
But it is one administration.
Yeah, understood. I'm just, I know that there's lots of contingency planning going on across the entire city to make sure that the most important programs continue, and looking at what might be cut. Also advocacy, right, to make sure that we head off any potential cuts. Head Start is vital to our communities.
Vital. Second, Fair Futures is fabulous, I agree. So do they handle most of the young people coming out of foster care, or are there still others that are in need?
So with this funding, we'll be able to cover every young person leaving foster care to aging out, and young people who leave as teenagers. In addition, it's going to allow us to outreach to young people up to their 26th birthday. And so this should increase. So if any young person didn't have a coach upon leaving, they will have access to a coach, and we encourage them to reach out to us at ACS, the Office of Advocacy, or to their provider agency, because they're absolutely eligible for that support.
This is more on the migrant side, but obviously when you're in the youth migrant shelter, I happen to know because I got them in my house, then they, once they're 21, they have to leave the youth shelter and I guess go to the adult shelter. Is that a group of young people that Fair Future, they're not in foster care, they're in youth, but they go out God knows where when they leave. Is that a group that you're working with, or that's separate?
That's separate at the moment, but I'd be happy to talk to my colleagues about that, because it's as you know, it's a very effective program. We do have Fair Futures in the juvenile justice side, community facing. So through our family assessment program, the FAP program, which is in every borough, families can come in to get, a young person can come in to get that support through a Fair Futures coach. So there is a potential avenue there. It's not designed to sort of serve all of the young people in the RHY system, but that is definitely something we'll take up.
Okay, I think it would make sense, because I happen to know how vulnerable they are since they're in my house.
Absolutely.
The other question is the new needs. Did you, maybe I missed it because I went downstairs for a few minutes to another meeting, but did you apply for any new needs in this budget?
Our new needs promise is a big one. We are obviously assessing the foster care situation that we've been talking about, as there's a new need or a cliff there. And then they have it, OMB's added about $104 million for childcare in fiscal 26.
Right, I heard that discussion.
And obviously, even though it was announced a long time ago in the State of the City, the Youth Safety and Success Program, which will ramp up and within 2 years be about 40 million plus investments in Fair Futures, College Choice, all the things I've been sharing.
And in terms of foster care, I know you're way down, which is fabulous in terms of the numbers. The number of young people in foster care who are also NYCHA foster care parents, so they meet on a regular basis, as they have input. They do complain to me a lot about foster care, because people complain to me about everything. But the question would be, is that a group of people you hear from? Do they have some way of discussing their concerns, et cetera? I don't know what the percentage of, but I bet it's high, of young people in foster care in NYCHA families.
And this is, just to understand, Councilmember, this is young people who have their own apartments?
No, these are young people who are being cared for by residents of NYCHA.
There is not a specific engagement with them. Obviously, all of them are eligible for all of the programming that we described earlier, but that's an interesting idea, and we'll take it up.
I get a lot of complaints, some justified, some not, but I just think that's a group of people who I think have issues within NYCHA, not to mention with the young people. It would be a group to have some discussion with, I would suggest.
We would love that. Thank you.
And then just finally, in the Daily News over the weekend, I think Big Money, Little Victims, 50 years on. I'm sure you saw it. One new need suggestion would be just when, when families get in trouble, I don't know, and they can call the hotline, et cetera. These are families where young people are in trouble. So there's always this new need notion that I always like is where you can access at the moment some kind of support, meaning resources that can calm a crisis, emergency cash, youth mental health, et cetera. Is it through the youth line that they would be connected to services and maybe funding?
So
those
yes.
issues do come up.
Absolutely, and we want to address them as early as possible. This is why we have strengthened our preventive support line, 212-676-7667. We've been doing a lot of public work around this. We've seen a huge increase in the outreach there. If there are needs that are not met through ACS, whether that be for cash or other things, we will connect them to our colleagues at HRA, and we want the public to know that if they have a need for support, you can get family therapies, concrete needs. And we're doing a lot of work with our preventive providers over the next couple months to look at ways in which we can further invest some reallocation of some dollars in both the workforce and in meeting concrete needs for families. Maybe there's a situation where the family's doing okay, but the home is very unkempt. Can we get deep cleaning in there? We obviously can put homemaking in there to support. So we're doing everything we can to lean into trying to meet.
And that's through the hotline, that kind of help can be available?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then just finally, just overall, obviously
the preventive support line, not the child abuse hotline, just to be clear.
Okay, no, I understand the one you just gave us.
Yep.
Yes. Nobody knows that number. So you need
We'll get it
to
out
tell
more and
people
more.
about that number.
Okay.
Our newsletter has more subscribers than anybody else's newsletter.
We would love to get into it.
Yes. And then just, I guess, in Albany, you talked about that budget. But the whole notion, we're all trying to figure out ways of cutting poverty, child poverty. So is that something that the administration as a whole is thinking about in terms of some of these initiatives?
It's essential. And I know that the governor's made some very laudable investments in tax credits and
yes.
anything that we can do to reduce poverty amongst children is helpful for a lot of reasons. One of which is a reduced reliance on the child welfare system.
Well, we agree. We're just trying to make sure it happens. So you think that some of these steps are either locally or in the state are helping to do that?
I think there's been a lot of work at HRA and our providers to make sure that folks have housing stability, which is key, that cash assistance is getting out. We're doing a lot of work to see if we don't want people to have to come to the child welfare system for that basic help, but we do, when people do, we want to have the help for them. Our school-based support programs have a new dimension to them where you don't have to sign up for a prevention case if you just need a little bit of support, and they can navigate you to the kind of help that you need. I mean, I think we should all be concerned that the child poverty rate in our state and nationally is going up.
Way up.
And so I don't want to pretend as if we have that solved. It's going to take investments at every single level of government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hello, Commissioner.
Hi, Councilmember.
ACS contracts with various providers for services administered across the city. Many of these providers' facilities may require improvements or repairs that can be implemented through the city's capital program. Can you share how many provider capital requests ACS has received so far in fiscal 2025, and what kinds of work the requests are for, and how many received in fiscal 2024?
I don't think we have any, council member. We do have a couple that are council member priorities that are in our budget, but I don't think any from providers.
Okay, so none from providers. What about
Not to my knowledge, we can confirm.
Fiscal 2024?
I don't believe we had any of that either.
Okay, and of the ones that you have from council members, how many of those capital requests have been fulfilled to date this fiscal year?
We'll have to get back to you, Councilmember.
Okay, and then can you share how ACS prioritizes capital needs requests from the provider network when you do receive them?
Clearly, I have to engage on this issue.
Okay.
We have not had a lot come through. We do have, and maybe part of the reason is that with our foster care providers, there are ways through the state rate mechanism for them to make capital improvements and for them to also get reimbursed for maintenance efforts. And so it might be why ACS
Not much
is
is
low
coming through you.
because,
Okay.
but we also know that for things like our family enrichment centers, we put out additional dollars in startup budgets to make sure that they can build out the facilities. So we'll take a close look at it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, with regards to, there's a bill in Albany that looks to compel ACS to work with DOI. Is that something that would be better done voluntarily by ACS rather than having Albany compel ACS to do that?
So we work very closely with DOI. We provide information on critical incidents across our juvenile justice and child welfare system. A component of the bill is looking at whether unfounded cases ought to be given to DOI. And so there is, on unfounded cases, state law prohibits the disclosure of those cases. It has certain categories of, obviously OCFS oversees us. They do reviews of us very closely after any critical incident. In addition, the DA's office can get information if they're doing a prosecution. On unfounded, DOI is not listed as one of the entities that can get that. And so it actually requires a law change. It's not something that we could do voluntarily under the current law.
So right now, it's only, so you're saying the bill that's being discussed in Albany is just for the unfounded cases?
So there's a few things that, as I understand it, that DOI is looking at. One is around access in our juvenile detention facilities. There's some important considerations around the privacy of young people, but we provide a plethora of information. Everything that happens, DOI receives. Under the current law, they need OCFS approval for us to hand over certain things. We've been in conversations very regularly with the OCFS commissioner and the DOI commissioner about that process, and we've seen OCFS make a lot of adjustments in that process to make sure DOI has everything it needs to do its job. That is my commitment. On the child welfare side, as I understand it, the key thing is that DOI would be able to get, because they get everything else now. They get active in cases that are active when there's a critical incident, and they get all of the indicated history. My perspective on this is that we have to just make sure that family information on unfounded, they should be able to know whether we did our job. But family information should be protected. So I think, like the juvenile justice side, I think there should be some consideration of a role for OCFS. It shouldn't be ACS's role to decide what goes there and what doesn't. That is DOI's job to investigate and to make sure that we're doing work and there's no malfeasance in this work. And so this conversation about the best way to balance, we're actively engaged in.
And there's been reporting on New York One about discrepancy around the average caseload. So the folks, I think ACS says typically caseload's about 9 to 10 cases. They've been reporting that it could be as high as 15 to 20.
Our average caseload is 7.9. We look every week at by borough, by zone, at the number of case planners that have anyone over 12. It is about 98% today have caseloads below 12, so not only is the average low, we are constantly looking at that. I don't know where that discrepancy could be coming from, but those are the accurate numbers.
And is 7.9 about average? Has it been higher, lower?
So we're coming off 2 years ago, it was 9.9. When I first got to ACS in 2005, it was 20. So there's been a consistent, concerted effort by each administration, particularly this one, to make sure that there is the active staff that are needed. I will say that there was at the end of the last administration, there was a hiring freeze during COVID. So when we came on, the caseloads began to rise early in 2022. The OMB has been very supportive of us. We expanded the classes to about 150 new CPS. We have classes 4 times a year, and that allowed us to catch up and get the caseloads back.
Is that the area where you have the most vacancies?
We have actually, we have 115 vacancies that we can fill, so the vacancy rate's quite low there. We have about a 9% vacancy rate across the board, but again, the model budget was based on even more reports that we used to get. We're slightly down in investigations, so we're constantly, the key is the caseload.
Which area is the hardest to hire for, are you finding?
We are constantly working to expand our family court legal services classes. We've done a good job there. It's more seasonal given their graduation times, et cetera. We are constantly hiring for special officers and have made great gains there. I think the key for us is really around retention, particularly for our youth development specialists in detention. That work to make sure that they're heard, that they're supported, that they have the staff that, and all of the resources that they need is something that we're very focused on. Hiring has not been the major challenge. We are our HR department's been extraordinary. They do hiring halls, they're out constantly. And so we're just looking to make sure that the experience at ACS and every one of our programs is one where people want to have a full career.
And is OMB still holding you to the 2-for-1 mandate?
Under certain titles, but not for the frontline titles. The frontline titles we have are exempt, and we've been able to.
Okay, so all the frontline titles are exempt from that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to hand it back over to Chair Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm back. I just have a couple more questions before we get out of here. The first question, you may not have all the answers now, but you can definitely get it over to committee staff after. Can you provide a current breakdown of the total vouchers in ACS system for ages 0 to 4, aggregated by age, program type, including center-based, family child centers, and informal care for 0 to 4? Seat type within those programs, including infant, toddler, 3K, and pre-K, mandated versus non-mandated, and the voucher rate.
We have all of it.
Oh, you have all of it?
And we're going to.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, okay, great, so just submit that. What would be the impact to the city's early childhood education system capacity if there is the current gap in funding levels for ACS vouchers remains for fiscal 2026?
We're hopeful, as I said earlier, to continue to be able to provide continuity of care for the vast majority of families. And so we need continued federal, state, and city investment to do that. And so I think, as we've discussed earlier, continuing the advocacy around that is key. But at the moment, we're going to continue to recertify families.
What is the total child care block CCBG funding that ACS recognized in the fiscal 2025 budget? How much is currently recognized in the fiscal 2026 budget?
So far in fiscal year 25, there's been $613 million in CCBG added to the budget. That's a total of 993 so far, on top of the initial base budget. For 26, we have the CTL funding of 104 thus far, and a federal 380 as the base budget.
It's our understanding that ACS transfers CCBG funding to DOE for some early childhood education seats. How much is this ACS transfer to DOE each year, and how is this amount determined?
It's in the range of around $150 million. This is, it's not really transferring money as much as where the DOE programs qualify for CCBG, we add that to our claim. And so 0 to 2, extended day, those kinds of things are eligible for the child care block grant. And we add that to our claim and seek federal dollars for that.
We see $125 million in CCBG funding recognized in DOE budget for fiscal 2026. If that funding is not available next year, what is the impact?
We are going to work with our DOE partners, New York State Public Schools partners, to make sure they can maintain their contracted system.
If CCBG fund is not available the following school year, what is the impact?
I mean, if we lose CCBG funding at any major level, it'll be a tremendous impact, but we're going to fight to make sure we continue to access federal dollars and continue to encourage state investment.
How are we planning for that?
Some of the ways that we've been discussing to make sure that we're clear with the state about the need, to make sure that we're continuously assessing the cash assistance side of this, which is mandated, and to really make sure that we're clear about the value of these programs.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rita Joseph, who just joined us. The executive plan includes a net reduction of $789 million in city and state funding for fiscal 2025 and increases $159 in fiscal 2026 in relation to ACS role in asylum seekers response efforts. The plan also included a funding swap where city funding is replaced with state funding with $4.8 million in fiscal 2025 and $1.1 million in fiscal 2026. Why is there a net reduction in funding in fiscal 2025? What programs or services does this relate to?
So between language access, some ACS staff that were volunteering as part of the effort to support New Yorkers, and a program with JFS around resettlement, we're going to need less of that resource this year, given a change in conditions.
Why is additional funding added in fiscal 2026? What programs or services does it support?
Which funding, Chair?
I'm still talking about the asylum seeker funding adjustments.
So it will continue to support some of the resettlement work that ACS took on, as well as some of the additional language access that will continue to be needed.
What is the source of the state funding that was swapped for city funding? What programs or services does it support?
I believe the state funding came through OTDA to support the resettlement program.
Does ACS still administer interpretation services at asylum seeker centers?
We do today, yes, but that is going to sunset.
Do you know when?
When the asylum center closes.
How does ACS staff are assigned to assist in city asylum response efforts?
We've had some staff who have legal expertise or language expertise, and obviously some of this is contracted. And so for the staff, it's been on a volunteer basis.
What is ACS role in legal services to asylum seekers?
We have provided some of the contracting to make sure that the language access is supportive. It runs out of our Deputy Commissioner Gendel's shop, and she's been working with our immigration team to make sure that not only language access for ACS families is available, but that we lend support to the asylum seeker work.
Do we know who these kids are? Yeah, I got it. Okay, well, do it. Yeah, of course, they're here. Say hi to the kids.
Just want to take a break to welcome student council class from MS 67 in Queens and Councilmember Palladino's office. Thank you for joining us, guys.
Hi, guys. Welcome.
Okay, Chair Stephen.
In the preliminary plan added funding from a combination of city and state. The federal funding resources across the year of plans for youth programs in fiscal 2025, 7.2 million was added, 22.3 million in fiscal 2026, 4.7 million in 2027, and 4.8 million for fiscal 2028, and 44.9 million in fiscal 2029. And this is for the Youth Safety and Success Initiative, New Needs. How has the rollout of this expansion been going?
We are just getting started because it's fiscal year 26 dollars, but we've been doing a lot of planning around career choice. We've begun to work with the ACES team so that they're ready for the expansion. So we've been doing a lot of planning. We'll be getting out this week the budgets to the foster care agencies for fiscal year 26 so that they understand their Fair Futures allocations and many other investments that we're making. We expect to be on track to serve an additional 2,800 plus youth across these programs.
Has ACS seen an increase in demand due to the expansion of this preventative programs? If so, which programs and by how much?
So where we assessed the demand was for programming that is very community-based, that is word of mouth between young people, that does a lot of group work with young people, and is very engaging. And so that's why we made this significant investment in the ACES program that'll go from 160 youth, primarily in the Bronx and Northern Manhattan, to citywide for 600 youth. We think this is key to making sure that we're serving young people and we're trying to keep as many out of secure detention as possible.
Those are all the questions I have. Chair Brennan.
I just have two follow-ups. Just so we can make sure we're advocating correctly on our side, in order to get the full going back to the vouchers, in order to get the full $350 million from the state, what does the city need to contribute?
$350 million. So we
need to match their 350, right?
We do. It's a little. So the maintenance of effort, the original maintenance of effort was 53 for the current fiscal year 25. Every dollar over the maintenance of effort of 53 million is matchable. And so right now we're doing the analysis of how much city tax levy for this federal fiscal year, whether to draw down any of it because we're already over that maintenance of effort. There's an additional next year, next federal fiscal year 26, there's a 328. Again, though, everything over the 53 million original maintenance of effort is eligible for the match. So essentially, if we draw down some of that funding this year, the match, and put in the 328 next year, which we intend to do, we should be able to draw down the entire match. This match is one time as we understand it, and so we have to do advocacy around years ahead as well.
So the FY26 budget includes about 195 million of city funding. How much of that counts towards the city's required state match?
Everything over 53. Once we hit the 328 threshold, they're separate, but they're so you can't get a dollar unless you spend 328. But about 275 million of that 328 is eligible for the match because it's over the original maintenance of effort.
Who came up with this FACACTA process? The state?
Yes. Took a second to figure out, which is why we don't have every single piece of the analysis done.
Yeah. Okay, thank you guys very much.
Thank you, chairs.
All right, we'll take a little break and then we're going to hear from DYCD.
They here already?
folks here, I mean, I'm going to give this all to you, but these are the only people that are going to be on the dais speaking of the commissioners. But the reason why we included them is because they're going to be called up to answer the questions. So they're going to all go up at the same time to get sworn in, and then they're going to, some of these are going to sit down. So that's just all for you.
Everybody settle down and find the seat. Everybody settle down and find the seat.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second hearing of Day 6 of FY26 budget hearings. Councilmember Brannon, I chair the Committee on Finance. We will now hear from the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm pleased to be joined again by my colleague and chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, Councilmember Althea Stevens. We've been joined by Councilmembers Joseph, Brewer, and Aviles. Welcome, Commissioner Howard and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. May 1st, the administration released their executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. DYCD proposed a FY26 budget of $1.3 billion, which represents a little over 1% of the administration's total FY26 executive budget. This is an increase of $77.8 million, or 6.3%, from the $1.2 billion that was originally budgeted in the FY26 preliminary plan earlier this year. The increase mostly is the result of maintaining foundations for the city's youth, communities, and families, after school for all, additional beds for young homeless adults, a fatherhood initiative, and baselining workforce programming. As of March 2025, DYCD had 63 vacancies relative to their FY25 budgeted head count. My questions today will focus mainly on an overview of the FY26 executive budget, obviously federal risks, vacancies, and headcount. In light of the funding halts from the state, we look forward to understanding how the administration intends to respond and fill such gaps. We have the resources to restore and invest in key services like childcare this year while still protecting against risks and under-budgeted costs, and I look forward to hearing from DYCD on these topics. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Stevens, for her opening statement.
Good afternoon and welcome to Fiscal 2026 Executive Budget Hearing for Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth Services. This afternoon, we will be hearing from the DYCD Commissioner and his team. Thank you for joining us today. We come together to discuss the DYCD Fiscal 2026 Executive Budget Expenses, which stands at $1.3 billion, budget headcount of 634 positions, supported by $60.5 million in personnel services and a total of $1.2 billion in other than personnel services. This fiscal budget is $88.4 million less than the fiscal 2025 adopted budget. DYCD's fiscal 2026 budget increased by $77.8 million, or 6.3%, from the $1.2 billion budgeted in fiscal 2026 preliminary fiscal finance plan. The increase is a result of a number of actions taken, the most significant of which are the increase of $10 million for adult literacy program, $21.3 million for after-school expenses, and we will discuss further about how the funding only includes seats for the summer youth employment program, SYP, and $11 million for Metro cards. Let's not forget the challenges recently discussed in our oversight hearing in examining late payments to human service providers. DYCD is managing 1,639 contracts with a staff of 160, an unmitted contract obligation to the providers. How can the proposed services be provided for our youth when the providers are tasked with how to stay afloat due to years of unpaid contracts? In the City Council Fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response, the Council identified several areas of concerns relating to the development of safeguards, education, independence, and all the opportunities for our New York youth. But the budget response included 5 priorities related to DYCD with a total value of $184.1 million. I'm disappointed to see that none of the funding was added to the executive budget. For the thousands of children and working families my colleagues and I each represent, the services are consistently fighting for at these hearings. Compass, RHY, SYEP, and adult literacy are essential to their daily lives. The time has come for us to do more than just for our best for the success for our youth and young adults, to invest in programs that will make the difference for youth to work over the summer, a safe haven to stay, a place to learn, and to be equipped with the skills they can become more productive citizens and transition into a place called homes and a safe place for recreation. As we approach the summer, I would love to hear DYCD's plan on how they will address the many safety concerns in our communities and how will they use the provided services to support young people with things like jobs, opening up the community centers and supporting young people. As we come closer to fiscal 2026 adopted budget, the council is working to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. As chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, I will continue to advocate for the accountability and accuracy to ensure that the budget represents the needs and interests of the young people, that the programs for the youth and adults are equipped with serving everyone. I will also be touching on our much-awaited anticipation of a concept paper and an RFP for the Compass program, and look forward to discussing this expansion plan that was announced a few weeks ago. Everyone here today, fiscal 2026 executive budget hearing is a responsibility with the objective of best serving the youth of New York City. It is our expectation that DYCD be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. It is my hope that the fiscal 2026 adopted budget meet the goals set forth by council. We want to ensure that every youth and young adult program is provided with the necessities to meet the everyday challenges our youth face. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of my staff back at the A-team in District 16, Sandra Gray, our fiscal analyst to the committee, Aliyah, unit head Christine Yemen, committee counsel to the committee, and Elizabeth Arts, policy analyst to the committee. And at this time, I will pass it back over to Chair Brennan.
Thank you. I also want to take a second to thank the Council Finance Division. We're now in week 2 of our budget hearings, especially Aliyah Ali, Sandra Gray, Imani Mayo, Albert Van for today's hearing. I'm now going to turn it over to Brian Sarfo, the committee counsel, to swear you in, and we can start.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Howard, First Deputy Chang, Deputy Halbridge, Deputy Haskell, Officer Lewis, and Deputy Commissioner, are the other team, got it. So Deputy Commissioner Bobbitt, Deputy Commissioner Rattray, Deputy Commissioner Mulligan, and Assistant Commissioner Kean. You may begin.
Why are you in the cheap seats? You don't come to the front?
You may begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and Stevens and members of the Finance and Children and Youth Committee. I am DYCD Commissioner Keith Howard. I am joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang, Deputy Commissioner for Administration Jeremy Halbridge, Deputy Commissioner for Youth Services Susan Haskell, and Assistant Commissioner and Deputy Chief Financial Officer Christopher Lewis. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal year 2026 executive budget. The mayor's executive budget significantly increases investments in programs that fulfill DYCD's mission to elevate the effects of poverty and provide opportunities for New Yorkers and communities to flourish. DYCD's budget stands at a record $1.3 billion, 91% in city tax levy funds, about 6% in federal funds, about 3% in state funding, and less than 1% in intra-city funds. Since we met in March to discuss the preliminary budget, Mayor Adams has announced an unprecedented investment in young people. The Compass After School program, which started off 20 years ago with an initial investment of $47 million, will grow to a record $755 million, program serving about 132,000 youth by fiscal year 2028. With this investment, 184,000 youth will be served throughout our after-school portfolio. DYCD anticipates releasing a concept paper shortly with the release of a long-awaited request for proposal, or RFP, in the fall. This expansion plan begins with an immediate $21 million investment in FY26 that will bring 5,000 additional K-5 seats online for the upcoming fall semester. That funding will grow to $102 million in fiscal year 2027 and $136 million by 2028. The plan will also raise provider rates starting in fiscal year 2027 with the new RFP awards to stabilize the nonprofit organizations leading these programs and to better support the workforce that serves New York City children. The mayor also announced $11 million in fiscal year 2026 to provide Metro cards to this summer for summer youth through our Summer Youth Employment Program. SYEP is on track to enroll 100,000 young people for the 4th consecutive summer. We appreciate the council's consistently strong support of the program, and we are pleased that to date, 27 council members have agreed to host SYEP workers. Thank you, Chair Stevens, for your advocacy on that. Finally, the executive budget includes an additional $10 million for adult literacy initiative, bringing the total to $22.2 million. These enhancements build upon the other new investments that were announced earlier and included in the preliminary budget. The budget includes $6 million to add 100 slots to beds to runaway and homeless youth, to serve homeless youth, and bringing that total to 913. This is a big win, and thanks and much appreciation again for Chair Stephen and the council for your advocacy, and above all, thanks to the young people who also advocated it as well. We expect to roll out the new beds over the course of next fiscal year. The budget will double the size of the Fatherhood Initiative to reach 3,000 fathers. The program helps fathers reconnect and build stronger relationships with their children through counseling, conflict resolution training, mediation, and mentoring. This is in addition to the new workforce program, the Community Resource for Employment and Development, which we call CRED, expanding DYCD's portfolio of workforce programs up to age 40. CRED will provide tailored support services, occupational training, and paid work opportunity on day one to underserved New Yorkers. Programming has begun, and there are 8 CRED programs operating currently. Programs have enrolled over 315 participants to date. DYCD plans to serve up to 500 participants in fiscal year 2025 with a goal of expanding to 1,000 in fiscal 2026 and up to 2,000 per year by fiscal year 2028. We are in the home stretch of planning Summer Rising, which is funded to serve 110,000 elementary and middle school youth this summer. The program will begin on July 2nd. We'll connect our youth with fun, hands-on enrichment experience to strengthen skills, develop interest, cultivate curiosity. Some examples of the programming that will be offered includes drama, yoga, community service, visual arts, sports, and cooperative games. In keeping with our summer safety plan investment to keep young people engaged and safe in the summer, We intend to extend the hours of community programming. We will share more information specifically on those plans and details in the future. While we move ahead with our plans for fiscal year 2026, we will continue to monitor the potential for cuts to federal support to the city, and will work with OMB, the law department, and our partners in the nonprofit world, and of course, the City Council. Thank you once again for the opportunity to discuss the executive budget. We want to shout out our DYCD staff who is watching and who helped prepare this, and also a shout out to Navita Bailey, our Steph Curry, who's injured, who is watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Councilmember Lewis. We are concerned because essentially the current FY26 budget is equal to the FY25 budget for DYCD. So do you feel that the agency is adequately funded for the next fiscal year without any proportional increases with regard to inflationary cost or increased demand?
Absolutely, we do. And we're in constant communication with OMB if we see any gaps.
Okay, but the cost of everything has gone up since FY25, right? So how are we going to make do with the same budget?
Good afternoon, if I may. Chris Lewis, Deputy CFO, DYCD. The $1.3 billion that you see in DYCD's budget is exclusive of discretionary and one-time ads that typically are added at the adopt plan. So we're actually very proud of the investment that the mayor, the administration, and obviously whatever support the council intends to provide will have ready for our fiscal year 26.
Okay, so it looks like your vacancy rate is about 10.5%. Could you talk about what the challenges are relating to retention and recruitment of qualified staff against that you're experiencing across all programs?
Sure, I could take that. Thank you for that question. Our vacancy, as of March, as you pointed out, was at that level. Over the last couple months, we were able to make a little bit of a dent there. So we are at 55 vacancies right now, so a little bit less than what was in March. And a lot of those vacancies were in our areas that process contracting, did payments. There is I would say, not necessarily a difficulty in hiring for all of those positions. It was just a matter of just getting a lot of those vacancies approved over the last few months, and we did get the majority of them approved just in the last month and a half or so.
How many staffers do you have that do contract processing?
So it's probably half of our agency does administrative work. So whether it's directly or indirectly with contracts, we have IT that obviously supports a lot of that work. So I would count probably more than half of our agency headcount as supporting contracting. And then the other half is actually overseeing the programs, which is also crucial to just contract management.
So OMB still has you as on the 2-for-1 hiring freeze, right?
I think that is still the case across the city.
It's not. So which positions at DYCD are not part of the 2-for-1 hiring freeze?
We did get a lot of our admin ones approved recently, as I mentioned. So those were probably exempt, as you mentioned. So.
How long does it take typically to onboard someone?
It varies. Some of these are non-competitive, so they're a little faster, and some of these are competitive titles where we have to abide by civil service lists and things like that, so those could take a little longer.
And which area has the highest number of vacancies?
Right now, probably, I would say in our finance department.
And what do those folks do?
They do budget approvals, and they do payments.
So you have people who are processing the paperwork, but then the people who actually cut the checks, you have a lot of vacancies there?
We do have a number of vacancies there right now. If you're talking about all of our vacancies, it's probably about, I would say, at least 30% of them are in that area.
30% of your vacancies are in the finance department?
Yeah.
And why do you think that is?
Again, I think it's getting the PAR approvals and then now working through civil service lists.
So how long does it take to get the prior approval?
The PAR approvals all came in recently, so right now it's a matter of just getting people on board, getting the interview.
So they all came recently, but how long were you waiting for them?
We had for about 6 months or so, we had a lot of vacancies there.
6 months seems like a long time.
Yeah, and then this constant movement, obviously folks leaving, and then, we're sometimes not able to keep up with, or we're breaking even in terms of bringing people on board and people leaving the city service.
And the competitive nature of the civil service process with other city agencies as well, and also private sector.
So moving to the federal concerns, with the loss of the AmeriCorps funding and the proposed loss of 21st Century Learning community funding, has DYCD reviewed how federal funding cuts are going to impact the agency?
Yeah, not only have we reviewed it, but we've been in constant communication with the law department as well as with OMB. We understand that the elimination of some of the federal funding will be a dramatic impact, just not only in DYCD, but across the city and across the state as well. So those communications and just monitoring is ongoing as we speak.
Could you speak a bit about the contingency plan that's in place if the federal government reduces or eliminates the community block grant?
So I think the approach is not going to be as localized with city agencies. The approach is to galvanize, as OMB is doing across city agencies, and also in communications with the law department to see exactly what the impact is going to be or will be. So again, I know most of the commissioners said the same thing, and it's actually a fact that it's really not localized. It's really more impactful for both the city agencies and state agencies as well.
Okay, I'm going to turn over to Chair Stevens. Thanks.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
DYCD executive plan includes 3 new needs totaling $67.8 million in fiscal 2026, $316.4 million in fiscal 2027, and $350.4 million in fiscal 2028 and 29. Did the agency have any other new needs requested that OMB did not include in the executive plan? If so, can you detail to the committee what that request was?
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens, and thank you for the question. We're very proud for the investment that the mayor was able to infuse into DYCD's budget as part of the executive plan. We don't take lightly the amount of effort and the amount of resources that are needed to deliver services to young people in need. This is an extensive add with the RHY, Compass, and adult literacy, fatherhood, et cetera, programs that have been receiving funding as part of the preliminary and executive budgets. We're always working with OMB to identify additional resources that can be used to help support our programs, and are looking forward to any support and advocacy that the council would like to provide as well.
So you don't have any new needs? That was the question.
We are constantly in conversations with OMB and indicating where our areas of need and additional support are beneficial, and we're continuing to work through that process as part of the adopted budget process.
Thank you. I mean, I will say this before I go on my rant. If you do have a new need, you probably should say it, because we've been getting all the new needs met, because apparently they have been investing here. It's about how it's been going. And so if there's a new need, you should just say it at this point. I tell y'all every hearing, you should just say it, because we've been getting it. But how the rollout has been going, that's what we're going to focus on today. Because for 3 years, I asked for more beds. We got the 100 beds. Look at that. We've asked for RFP. Look at that. We're getting it, although we're getting it in the middle of the summer, which is typically our busiest season. I mean, not only for the providers, but even on your side, on the DYCD side, right? We already have contracts that are being backed up and all these things. Like, this is going to be a big undertaking. And so I am frustrated for everyone in this moment. So I just want to baseline that, my frustrations of us going to a summer and having to roll out a concept paper, to do an RFP, to get 100 beds online. Like, this is a lot. Not to mention the violence increasing with our young people. It is a lot going on. And so as I'm excited that we're getting this expansion, I'm not excited about the rollout, and I'm also not excited that, you know, the council was very specific about how are we investing in our providers who need an increase, who haven't gotten an increase, but are still expected to do an expansion, to read a concept paper, and then respond to RFP, and they can't even pay their staff adequately. So that is going to be a lot of my questions for the next couple of minutes, because I am just extremely frustrated at how we're kind of ignoring what the providers are asking and needing and not showing up for them. So the executive plan includes an additional $21.3 million in fiscal 2026, $297.5 million in fiscal 2027, and millions outliers to support of 20,000 seats by fiscal 2028. Although the council is pleased to see the administration prioritize the additional seats for elementary school students, it does not address the expansion for middle school students, which we also are seeing an increase in our juvenile justice systems for. So I also want to just point that out, and leaving vulnerable youth without the support they need during critical development stages. Additionally, it fails to address the underlying need to increase rates for providers in fiscal 2026. In the council's budget response, the council called upon the administration to provide the necessary funding to increase the current Compass contract in fiscal 2027 to rates of $4,900 for Compass Elementary and $4,150 for Sonic middle school students. The department's Compass providers contracts continue to fall short of covering the true cost of running the program. Why were these costs of contract rates increase not included in the executive plan?
First and foremost, $331 million over the course of 3 years.
I already gave you points for that, so we don't need to keep bringing that up.
I hear you, but also
they get the points.
What I do want to say, Chair Stevens, is the North Star is always going to be universal after school, and I think that's one of the things that we need to highlight. That even if you look at the investment, which is significant across a 3-year period, the overall goal is to get to universal after school, and the mayor has mentioned that over and over again, and I think we're on the right course. Now, in terms of the rate increase that's going to happen, it is going to happen in our FY27. I mean 26, 27. It's going to happen in FY27 with an additional investment of 5,000 slots in FY28. So I just see this as all good news. Just trying to understand exactly when we do our stakeholder engagement with our providers, and we've been doing it. This is not a situation that we're just rolling out in the next we thought about it in the next 3 months or 2 weeks, et cetera. This is over a course of 10 plus years that we've been engaged with our providers, just talking about how does after school programming look like. And I'm just so happy to know that we are in a good place right now.
Yeah, that was the question, because like I'm giving the credit around there has been significant growth in youth development in my tenure here. All the things that I asked for, we have been getting, but that's not what we're talking about right now. This year, the providers were very clear that they needed an increase in order to continue this work. And that is being ignored with the assumption that like, oh, well, we're gonna give it to you next fiscal. What are they supposed to tell their workers for the next couple of months? Because that's the problem. We are significantly underfunding a contract and at the same time asking for them to expand at the same time at a rate that we know is underfunded. And so like, yes, have the points for the expansion, great job for the increase in 2 years, but how do people who have to run these programs right now, what is the expectation?
So again, you know, the 5,000 investment that are happening in FY26, we feel that it's going to address a lot of the gaps. I mean, you know as well as I know, you've been in this field, you're an expert in this field, you know that we have waiting lists that are across the board that it needs to be addressed. I think that this investment can address those waiting lists, can address those issues out there, those gaps. Is the rate an issue? Well, that's something that we continue to talk about, right? The providers have reached out to us. We've had conversations with them. We've had conversations with O&B. But again, you talked about the complexities of, you know, with a short period of time doing a concept paper, doing an RFP. DYCD is geared to do with that, right? This is what we do, and this is what we do as a subject matter expertise. However, understanding that, we also know that we're relying on our nonprofit providers, and we've been relying on our nonprofit providers for some time now because they do great work. You know, that being said, the investment for the 5,000 slots, I see it as a win. It is a deposit, but I see the bigger win with the $331 million in the sector.
And again, I want to say that is the work going to get done? Is everybody going to roll up their sleeves for the next couple of months to get the concept paper out? Are the providers going to respond to it and do all the things? Yes, but that doesn't mean that we should. And so I want to be clear about that. Like that, just because you can do something doesn't mean that we should not have been more prepared. And honestly, this is something that could have been rolled out in January that would have given everyone much more time, and the rollout could have been a lot cleaner. And so I'm still gonna push back on that. Like this is the busiest time for not only the providers, but DYCD. And so to have this being rolled out at the same time that we're rolling out camp, you know, ONS is gonna be on the streets. We have all these other things that's gonna be going on, that this is the busiest time of the year, that this is when this is being rolled out. And it could have just been done in January. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not gonna not say it because it's unacceptable that this is the expectation that we're gonna put on people, that because you can't do it, we should. That doesn't mean that it's right. And so I'm gonna advocate for that because it's unacceptable. I am not here to talk political stuff, and the reality is if we would have did this in January, you guys could have had the time for the rollout, had adequate feedback, and we could have been advocating and talking about other things. The other question I have, even around just staying on the rates, Compass elementary providers are paid 2 different contract rates. How are Compass elementary after school providers expected to provide these services with this next fiscal as we're expanding with these 2 different contract rates?
Thank you for the question. The intent for the 5,000 slot infusion in FY26 is to reimburse those that are willing to take on and be able to perform the services on those additional slots at their functional rate, which is inclusive of COLA, ICR, WAY, other recent funding enhancements that the portfolio has received. So you're correct that these contracts were let out at varying rates over the course of several years and several solicitations. But in terms of the actual implementation and rollout of these additional slots, the plan is to hold these contractors stable in the level of resources that they're receiving per slot. How much will it cost to increase the rate for all elementary providers currently at the lower rate of $2,800 to the higher rate to $32,000? Is DYCD commit to right-sizing the rate of fiscal 2026 to create pay parity between the elementary school providers?
Thank you very much for your question. We don't have that number, but we are absolutely willing to talk with you and with our oversights about what that could be. That, you know, it's not that rate to what Assistant Commissioner Lewis said. All the providers are at different rates due to WAY, ICR, and COLA, so it wouldn't be 2,800. It would be the more functionally higher rate that they currently have. But that's something we can look into and get back to you after this hearing.
Look at that. I'm going to put a check next to that, so I'll call you after the hearing. Great. The plan includes funding support total of 20,000 seats by fiscal 2028, with 21.3 million and 5 million new seats coming online in fiscal 2026 to expand elementary slots. Please provide clarification on the breakdown of funding in the out years. Can you commit to including a significant investment in Sonic middle school programs like Compass Elementary? Those programs have not seen no investments or an RFP in 10 years and are struggling to maintain fiscal stability with current rates.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. The new need that we received for the Compass RFP that's upcoming is set to allow us to afford higher rates for both our elementary and middle school portfolio across the entire portfolio. Those rates are going to be stabilized across the contract term, with the increase in slots being 10,000 in addition to the 5,000 that are being included in FY26. The additional 10,000 will be beginning as the start of the RFP begins, which is from today an increase of 15,000 slots, and then an additional 5,000 slots will be added in FY28. Again, all of those slots that begin as of FY27 would be at the new rates afforded by the concept paper and RFP.
And so part of that question was also around like the Sonic Middle School program and talking about investments and programs there as well. And I just want to highlight just a real quick moment of the middle school. I remember when, our former mayor talked about the expansion of the middle school program. It was because this population was not being serviced, and it was a huge gap, and so we had this whole thing around this expansion of middle school. But I do feel like we're losing our way around making sure that we're supporting middle school students in the correct way, and thinking about, and I say this because now having ACS and looking at the juvenile detention numbers and the ages, this is the population of kids that we are not serving correctly, because these are the ones who are at higher numbers ending up in our secure detention centers. And so not only do we need to be thinking about investments in middle school programming and the Sonic, but we need to be thinking about investments overall totally, because even in the SYEP component is very frustrating because they don't get to work and they get $700 for the summer, which makes no sense at this point, because $700, I understand why they would not go to this program. And then even with the middle school, and we're talking about Summer Rising, they have been clear. They have showed us with their attendance that they don't want to be there because that is not what they want to do. And so not only do we need to be thinking about just investments, honestly, I think we're at a point, and a pivotal point, where we need to be reimagining this population's programming, because we are failing these kids when I'm looking at the number of young people who are increasing in juvenile justice secured detention centers. And so this is something that I'm really passionate about, and I really want us to really think this through as we're thinking about new programs. What matrix and DYCD is using to determine the number of seats for each provider? Has DYCD done an analysis to determine what providers have capacity to take on additional slots or seats?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, that analytical and that data is actually happening now in concert with conversations and discussions with our sister agency, New York City Public Schools, and also with MOX, and also with the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene.
When do you think you'll have more of, like, I guess, an assessment of like where these seats will be located and things like that?
So the goal is to make sure that we get the concept paper out before the end of this month, starting those conversations as we try to develop exactly what the heat map is, because the goal is to put these investments, especially the 5,000, in communities of high need. Mm-hmm. We will love to share once we've gone to vetting all of the schools and the communities. We'd love to share that with you and the members of the council, so you can weigh in and we can get your vision on exactly what that looks like.
I'm sure my colleagues all have suggestions, especially when there's programs that have sunsetted that's not under DYCD in certain communities. So definitely we should continue to have conversations and continue to talk about that. Will those funds provide additional slots in new standalone programs, or will additional slots be added to existing programs?
So the goal, of course, is to the investment of new programming for the 5,000 slots to increase when in neighborhoods that do not have programming existing. That's the goal.
And just for clarity, will you guys be looking at in neighborhoods where there's no DYCD programming, or are you also looking at programs like, there was a bunch of state programs that was canceled? Are you guys trying to do like an overlap of that?
Everything's on the table.
Will DYCD begin reaching out to providers to see if they were able to take on new slots and programs? What's the contingency plan if providers reject taking on new slots due to the current price participant rate?
So the contingency plan is to continue to engage providers, across our network. Our providers have been very, very clear, of course, outlining to you the struggles that they are having with not only staffing levels, but in addition to that, the rate. So our engagement has been happening, not to the point where we've localized it and say, here is where we see investment. Again, those conversations are happening with the school, with New York City Public Schools and DYCD.
So have you guys even talked about a plan if all providers was like, nah, we standing on it, we don't get a rate increase, we're not taking these new 5,000 slots?
Our providers have been, and our providers, and I like to call them our partners, they've been tremendous and understanding. They're all about youth and youth programming, just like you are.
I know, but they might have a breaking point, especially because they're not getting paid.
And they may, and I think those communications are going to continue and robust. But I think our partners are looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the $331 million. You also mentioned something about our middle school kids. I think what the mayor created and suggested, and we're going to roll out a blue ribbon commission that's going to look at the whole programming around after school program, looking at exactly what universal after school look like, not only in the elementary but also in the middle school slots as well.
I just want, and I have to say this on record, because I think that for me, even the word universal actually pisses me off, because I think that we have to also focus on not just saying that we're going to get to universal, but how do we build an infrastructure so we can get there and it could be effective. And so I think that people use that word in terms of like, it's a soundbite and it sounds good, but it really frustrates me, because for me, it's like, how are we stabilizing the system to get to a place where providers can actually pay their staff, where we have facilities that are up and running and that are functional. We have all these contracts where, and I'm gonna get to cornerstones and beacons of, we have those programs that are underfunded and that are not having any investment. We have all these programs, and so I feel like when you even look at a program like 3K, part of the issue was we wanted to get to universal opposed to actually building the infrastructure out so it could be stable. And so I would rather us have real conversation of like, how are we stabilizing the system opposed to just saying universal? And I get it, people don't understand that. Universal sounds nice. It sounds good when we're making a press conference. But for me, I want to talk about how do we stabilize this sector and ensure that people can have quality, equitable programs, not just saying we have universal, because every time we say universal, it's been a mess. And so I would love for us to just, and that's just me, and this is me just going on a tangent, because for me, we should be stabilizing the system. What does the workforce look like? Every provider has talked about struggling, finding staff. No one's talking about investments in DOH that we're going to need to get SAC license and get these people clear. Like, none of that is being talked about in a real authentic way in order for us to get there. And so again, we're gonna give the points to the administration for investing in these programs, and we also have to talk about how do we stabilize it, because we can say we're gonna get to universal and it all collapsed because we haven't done the work.
So you've been a champion with us in RHY, you've been a champion with us in SYEP, you've been a champion with us in Compass after school programming, champion in Fatherhood Initiative. I 100% agree that you're gonna be a champion here. Now, if we wanna use another word, after school for everyone.
I know, I want to talk about stabilizing the sector, because we are, because even—
But you were pissed off at the other word. I'm giving you another word. After school
do not start with me, because that's not what I said, and if that's all you heard, that's going to make me angry. Because I am saying the sector needs to be stabilized. And so it sounds nice to say universal, but we have to talk about what does it look like to get to universal.
We agree.
That's the meat and potatoes. The universal is cute. We're not there. We're just not there.
We agree.
With the increased cost of materials, salaries, and other expenses, do you feel the funding is significant to allow providers to increase the number of seats?
Can you repeat that?
Basically, do you feel like currently because with this expansion, do you think it's adequate for them to expand with the first 5,000?
I think the 5,000 in deposit and investment is critical to address some of the gaps that we see in a quick execution.
In the City Council fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response, the council called on administration to add $154.3 million in expense funding for programs related to comprehensive after-school system. Why were those funds not included in the executive budget?
I'm sorry, Chair Stevens. I'm not familiar with that specific ask. Can you?
The budget response, the council asked for additional funding for conference providers. Like, why was that not included in the executive plan?
So, again, our goal and intention for funding for the Compass After School program resources is to build that through the RFP and the concept paper, of which we did add $195 million to the system to be able to achieve that goal. We understand the concerns and obviously agree, and that's why the administration has deemed it necessary to increase the resources for the Compass.
I'm going to move on to beacons and cornerstones because, you know, as we're talking about expansion, I think that it's important we talk about these other programs that that does very similar work. Beacons and cornerstone contracts have not been produced in 10 years. What is the timeline to reach a concept paper and RFP for those programs?
We are engaged in conversations with OMB on exactly what that looks like. We know that Beacon and Cornerstone is up next in terms of what a rollout looks like, what an investment looks like. But those conversations are happening, and those conversations are happening in real time.
Do you have like any idea or timeline like in the next year? I mean, granted, there's a lot going on, but you told me before that y'all can do a lot. And I push back on this even in the sense of, and want to make sure that we're highlighting this because these are programs that do similar work. And if we're expanding one piece, this is why we create inequities in the field. And so we don't want an exodus from all of our Beacon providers to now go to Compass, because this is what often happens when we get these new RFPs, and there's an exodus from one program, and now they're like, we don't have no staff, and everybody's over here. And so how are we looking at the bigger picture to ensure that the whole sector is okay? Because I can see that happening, that as we're rolling this out, literally people are going to be like, no, I'm just going over here to Compass, because that even happens in our Summer Rising programs, and we see that. So how do we think about looking at this in an equitable space?
Well, one of the great things about the Compass, it gives us an opportunity to level set, and it gives us also an opportunity to bring in new providers to this system. And I think that's great. So when the RFP comes out, I'm excited about the opportunity of seeing providers who traditionally, for the past 10 plus years, who wasn't in this space, actually gets in this space. You mentioned the licensings and the clearance. Again, that's why Department of Health and Mental Hygiene is at the table to help us with that, and having conversations with the public schools in terms of, you know, space and availability. I think those conversations about cornerstones and beacons, I think they don't happen in a vacuum. Those are the conversations that are happening consistently with not only Susan Haskell and her team, but our providers as well. So we feel that there's going to be a significant amount of new nonprofit organizations that are going to enter into this space, and we welcome that.
Again, I think we have to make sure that we're, and this is always my thing, like, how are we looking at the whole picture? And so for this, I can definitely see people leaving the Cornerstone and Beacons because of the inequities. And so this is something we have to make sure we're looking at. And since the original contract were issued, requirements for the Cornerstone providers have expanded, including increasing operational hours. How have providers been compensated for those additional staffing needs?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. We've tried to ensure that, given the circumstances around our contracting and budget process, that we've done everything we can to ensure that the sector is stabilized and afforded the necessary cash flow to provide services to the sector. With these particular program areas in particular, you flagged and noted the areas that serve Summer Rising, so Compass and Beacons. We've made sure to ensure that they have cash flow to support up to 80% of their awards to try to maintain and keep them as stable as we possibly can in a circumstance as we're working through to implement additional funds to the system.
How many
Chair
providers?
Stevens, if I may, sorry,
Okay.
just to add on. In addition to that, there's also the COLA, ICR, and WAY that we mentioned before that is directly related to ensuring that the programs have the staff, the money for staffing that they need to ensure they can provide the programming.
Yeah. Again, I think we definitely have to keep having conversations around even the staffing issues, because I remember when the middle school expansion and they had got their contracts extended, and this is when I was actually a provider. I lost half my staff to the middle school providers because their contract was more. And then it became increasingly hard for me to even hire, because it was like, well, why would I stay here when I can go make $5 more over here? And so this is a real issue, and I think sometimes we forget about that, and then now you have even people in the same agency leaving to go to other programs, and so now directors are mad at other directors because they just can't have an increase. And so I think this is definitely something we have to keep our eye on, and even as the program is growing, because we will have new providers, so then that means people will be leaving to go to other agencies, and so this is definitely something that I foresee as being an issue. And so definitely want to have ongoing conversations and figuring out how do we support providers in this, because we can't pretend like this is not going to be a real thing. Because I remember that vividly. I remember coming back in September and I lost half my staff, and we had to figure it out. Just want to be clear about that. How many providers are there for Cornerstone programs?
Hi, Chair Stevens. I don't have the number of providers with me right now. We have 100 cornerstones now, but I can get that data to you in a minute.
All right, thank you so much. One second. I'm just flipping all over the place. I'm gonna jump into the Office of Neighborhood Safety. I don't know why you sent me. I told you to sit at the table. How does DYC determine the funding levels for the ONS initiative in neighborhoods with high rates for gun violence and systematic disinvestments?
Thank you, Chair Stevens, for the question. As you know, we got the Office of Neighborhood Safety at the beginning of FY24, and we have been actively working with our partners at MOX, MOCJ, OMB to ensure that we have the level services necessary. We assigned contracts, we renewed the contracts, but working with Darryl and his team and our oversights to ensure that we have the funding as necessary where the services should be.
What is the status of the expanded cure violence program in the 47th precinct, Edenwall houses, and how much funding has been budgeted to this site?
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. Can you elaborate a little on the expanded program? I'm not, like, we have a catchment in the 47th precinct. They do work within, which is Bragg, Good Shepherd is Bragg. They do work in Edenwall houses as well, but I'm not familiar with an expansion.
So it wasn't expanded, it's just the same catchment area, they weren't expanded?
That's correct.
Okay. Has there been conversations with OMB to restore funding for the legal services in ONS?
Thank you for the question. That was a PEG. As you know, we, as part of the administration, all had to participate and ensure that we could meet the moment of the needs of the administration. What we did do, though, is try and ensure that with anything, we did not reduce critical services, that we tried to keep it the same. We are constantly talking with OMB.
So was the legal service not considered critical?
So the legal services is considered critical, and at the preliminary budget, I had committed to having those conversations with OMB and seeing exactly what that looks like. We've been working with legal services. They've been doing a phenomenal job in making sure that our young people get legal representation. So those are conversations that will be happening as I committed to at the preliminary budget with OMB.
CMS organizations rely on CJU legal services to meet community needs and support their mission to eradicate gun violence. So is DYCD, I know you said you're in conversations, but do you guys see that as a critical part of this work? And have you guys seen any, I guess, like any negative effects of this PEC? Because, you know, that was a critical part of the work that they were doing before.
And Chair Stevens, and we testified at the preliminary hearing that the services provided by legal aid are critical to some of the work that our CMS providers are doing. Everything from the representation that they provide to young adults, referrals, hotlines, workshops. They had close to, at this point, over 4,000 young adults in workshops. Those are critical services that support the work that our CMS providers are doing on the ground. To the Commissioner's point earlier, we are going to have further discussions with OMB on restoration, potential restorations, or what supports we can provide.
Thank you, and tap me into those conversations. I would love to be of support. As we continue to see actual threats and reduction in federal funding, has there been any conversations with OMB to increase funding for ONS programs?
So again, those are still ongoing conversations as we look across our portfolio. And we understand that the investment that happened on the federal level has been completely cut off. We've been talking with our CMS groups, not only on advocacy, but also in terms of exactly how do we best support them in terms of access to additional funding through our capacity building. We also encourage them and been working with them to fundraise as well.
Yeah, I saw a couple of them having some galas and things like that, so I was excited to see that they're trying to gear up to do some other things on their own. What is the current head count for ONS?
On the programmatic side, so not the support staff at the agency, but programmatically, we have 21 staff covering ONS services.
What impact, if any, does DYCD foresee in the 26 if the 26 current open positions are not filled by the end of fiscal 20, never mind. What performance matrix does DYCD use to assess the effectiveness of violence interruption program like Cure Violence?
So Chair Stevens, we look at the number of, so one of the things that they do is canvassing. So they have catchments throughout the city that they canvass, so their presence is important. They connect with young people. We look at the numbers of de-escalations that are occurring, the number of mediations. These mediations are on the ground intel they receive, like 2 young people have a beef, and they're getting there quickly to sort of disrupt that. They're talking to one side, talking to both sides, and ensuring that nothing's coming out of that. There's no shooting, there's no further retaliation. In addition to that, of course, you know, we have the shooting responses that also occur, unfortunately, after a shooting. And even in those cases of a shooting response, imagine a shooting happens, those CMS teams are on the ground connecting with the perpetrator and the victim and both of their sides, so the family members, the friends, again, to ensure that there's no retaliation and that hopefully they can bring that down. In addition, they have a caseload. So CMS providers have a caseload that they meet with weekly. These are young adults who, if you will, are of the highest risk, more than likely to pick up a gun, that they're connecting with weekly to ensure that, 1, they're not picking that gun up, 2, that they are getting referrals to other services that CMS provider might directly provide, or back to the DYCD ecosystem, that now that they're connected to DYCD, they can tap into the other services that we provide as a whole as well.
Yeah, I just want to Deputy Commissioner Rafferty, to a point, I just want to read some of the key metrics. And I just want to, just shout out to not only you, Chair Stevens, but also Councilman Lewis, because she engaged us as well in terms of being able to capture some of the metrics. So we do have some FY24 key metrics. And, in terms of the cure violence providers canvas, they've canvassed in FY24 65,059 hours. Providers conducted 9,000 de-escalations, 6,717 mediations, 7,218 referrals to wraparound service, and to Deputy Commissioner Rathway's point, 368 shooting responses in FY24. Providers held 1,808 community events and engaged 180,686 community members. There were an average of 1,601 participants on caseload across providers each quarter. These are phenomenal numbers. And as we're looking at FY25 for the first 6 months, in terms of the caseload, it's 1,353. The number of cure violence, mediations, and de-escalations in response to community incident, 8,564. And the number of cure violence responses, shooting responses, and again, this is just 6 months into FY25, 358. So our CMS groups, our cure violence partners out there are doing amazing work out there as part of the safety initiative.
We are having a hearing on this coming up in June, so I have a whole bunch of questions and concerns. And one of my, I guess, major concerns is about a week ago, I lost one of the kids that I worked with when I was a provider. And I was out there for 3 days. There was cops. That was it. There was nobody else out there. There was no CMS groups. There was no therapeutic buses that I see when we're at the rallies, none of the things. And so for me, that's a concern and a red flag and thinking about what is the actual plan. And even when talking with the police commissioner, she's like, I'm gonna be responsive. If there's gun violence, I'm gonna put cops out there. And my question and pushback is going to be, how are we on the same side meeting that at the same time, right? If that's what's happening, those are the things we need to be doing. So we can't just have a whole bunch of cops on the street. We need to also be thinking about how are we also fighting the street with our providers to make sure that these young people have services. They were out there grieving. I was out there, like I said, for 3 days, did not see anyone in sight. I was out there for hours. And so for me, it just doesn't make sense. And so we have to have a real comprehensive plan of what this looks like, of how are we not just coming out there doing shoot and response. Where are the grief counselors that are being funded in these moments? Again, I know they have therapeutic buses. Why the therapeutic buses aren't out there? There was at least 50, 60 people out there, and that's where we should be responding at. And so I really want us to be thinking about what this plan is, and even thinking about like the Bronx specifically, we have seen an increase in gun violence. What additional resources are going to be allocated to the borough because we're seeing such high numbers in shooting? And like I said, I spoke to the police commissioner. She said, I'm sending cops. She said, where there are dots, there will be cops. I can't even be mad at her. And so my response is, if there's dots, if there's dots, that means there's cops. So where are the CMS groups? Where is ONS in this? Because we need to have that same energy when it comes to the resources.
So I just want to make it clear on the record, we're in partnership, DYCD, with with NYPD. And I can assure you that the shooting response, ONS responded, and not only did ONS respond, but also our CMS groups responded as well. In terms of victim services and resources, I can submit a report to you to show you exactly what kind of services was provided, not only to the family, but also to the community as well. So we are very, very key in terms of rolling out both trauma and mental health services, hospital response, and a whole plethora of victim services to providers, to communities and parents across this city. But I will get back to you and let you know intentionally exactly what work was being done.
Yeah, we need a real intentional plan. And again, like I said, if there's going to be cops on every corner, then we need CMS workers on those corners. Because the other pieces, and this is what I say in every public safety hearing, we have to repair that relationship with the community. And CMS right now can be that gap in between that's helping to support that. And if you need more services and support, then that's the conversation we need to have so we can be advocating for that. But I'm honestly scared for this summer. I mean, I know you guys saw even in the Bronx, we had a 14-year-old girl who was shot. 16-year-old girl shot by a 14-year-old boy. Like, this is a problem, guys. And again, this is not going to point it out. This is middle school, right? These are this age. And so I'm really concerned about how are we making sure that these responses are what is necessary, right? Like, I know that they're doing the work. I know that they're out there, but what does it look like? Is it where it's supposed to be? How are we being intentional?
So we were out at that unfortunate incident. We've been connecting with the family. We've been connecting with the community. We've been connecting with the public schools. We also connected on the block, talking with community residents. It was a tragedy, an unfortunate incident on all levels. But again, ONS was out there with Cure Violence groups, and we were providing the services. We're not responders, as you know, to active shooting. We provide preventive victim services and other levels of services to address those traumas that are happening in the community. But again, I can definitely give you a detailed report on exactly the touch points and things that we're doing, not only doing, but continuously to do with the families and the victims.
No, absolutely, and I think we also have to go outside that. Like, it needs to be a community response because it's really serious. Like, even they're saying now that Parks wants to close the park that it happened at. I'm like, so then where are they going to go? Like, that is typically the response. If there's an incident, it's like, well, let's shut it down. And they just move, and they're not getting the supports, opposed to saying, this incident's happened here, let's flood it with resources. Let's send not only CMS, let's send some groups out there to be working with the kids and talking with them. Like, it seems reactionary in the wrong way. And I've seen you had your finger on the button for a while there.
Always on the button. Oh, Chair Stevens, no, just two things. One, I do want to speak offline to get more details around the incident where you spent 3 days out with the community that folks weren't responding to. I want to figure out what the gap was with that and just the details on that. How long ago it was.
A week.
All right, so we should definitely talk. To the commissioner's point earlier, summer planning for CMS doesn't start now. It started months ago because they're setting up for warm months when the weather gets warmer, folks out later. We are having conversations now with our CMS providers, our Cornerstone providers. As you know, Cornerstone programs are open 7 days a week to 11 p.m. throughout the entire summer. So we're looking at, to your point a few seconds ago, around how do we make this a community effort. We are having those conversations to bring those providers together with the CMS groups so there are services and other resources that they can tap into, direct young people, younger adults too, and even be a part of that space, those safe space.
Yeah, and we definitely gonna have to talk offline because, like, I even think we're at a place where the Cornerstones is a great place, but the kids are not going in. So how are we going on the corner to find them, or how are we going into the parks to find them? Because that is where we're at. We have to go out and get the kids because they're not coming in. And so I definitely want us to be thinking about what that plan. And again, I know this is something you guys have been planning for a year.
No, planning, but our CMS groups have been integrated into our Cornerstone Beacon programs as well.
I will give you your points for that because you've done that since they've been under you guys. You've connected them to the RHY folks, you've connected them to the Cornerstones, and also provided them space. But I think that, like, we need to even be doing more. How are we pulling these kids in?
Agree.
The next question, CMS contracts is due to expire at the end of fiscal 2026. Is DYCD in conversation to renew the contracts for CMS, or will there be an extension?
So we are definitely in conversation with OMB to see exactly what that looks like. As you know, our process is concept paper first, and then RFP. Love to see exactly, the exchange that's going to happen across our network, because as you know, those catchment areas, those change, right? Because crime travels in various different ways. So that engagement that needs to happen in a concept paper needs to happen, and it needs to happen in real time.
Yeah, sometimes those catchment areas get so weird because we know, like, people are always beefing with everybody, and it changes so frequently. 1 minute, it's like it's all in this one area, but it moves 10 blocks out. So, I think also, even when we're thinking about the concept paper, we need to also be thinking about how we can be a little bit more fluent with that. And I understand the purpose in the beginning, but now it's just like, okay, we should also be thinking about how do we kind of rectify that. How many providers are there for CMS?
Currently doing the cure violence work, there are 19 providers throughout the city.
Will there be any changes in the number of providers? Are you looking to expand, or when you're doing, like, as you're thinking about the concept paper and the RFP?
Again, that's data we have to look at in terms of what NYPD data is, what our data is showing us as well. And, I'm sure that based upon what we're seeing so far, as you already know, crime has traveled to other precincts areas.
Just real quick, my favorite program, Saturday Night Lights. Can you tell me the overall attendance rates of these programs, and do you have a percentage?
I just realized the last time you asked that question, I gave you the enrollment number. I'm going to give you the enrollment number again. Like, we're over 6,000 young people enrolled. Let me get back to you with the average attendance. I don't have that.
You know I was going to ask the question because I asked it before. It's a standing question. See what I'm saying? I told you, not serious.
We are seeing a lot of bright spots throughout SNL. Like, young, over, like right now, their enrollment every Saturday is 30 young people. We have plenty of sites that have more than 30 young people attending. Of course, we modified the program when we received it. We serve meals at the program now. There's leagues happening throughout SNL. It's vibrant. I would love to offer a site visit with you one Saturday for SNL site.
I will take you up on your offer, although I sneak and peek my head in multiple sites all the time because I'm a little bit of a psycho. And since you didn't have the number, please make sure you have it at the CMS hearing. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to colleagues, and then we can come back. I have a whole bunch of more questions. So.
Okay, we have questions from Aviles, followed by Lewis.
Thank you so much, chairs. Good afternoon, I think. I'm going to start with adult literacy and hopefully jump to Compass really quickly. So the executive plan includes $10 million of new funding for fiscal 26 for the adult literacy program. Are these additional funds provided to increase funding for the RFP in fiscal 26, or is this funding a restoration of the council-funded programs?
Good. Thank you for your question, Council Member. That money is the administration's addition. Typically,
can you speak up a little bit?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. That money is historically one-time money from the administration. It is intended for slots, so we're excited about the administration's addition to our budget, and we'll be applying them to the RFP-based contracts.
So that's going to increase funding for the RFP for 2026?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you considering issuing a new adult RFP for those resources?
No, not at this time. Our expectation is that we'll be reaching out to our providers and seeing where these slots should go, and then which providers can take on these additional slots.
And is there any expectation of any distinction of work differences, or it's just going to fall under the former RFP pretty squarely?
Yes, it'll be under what we call the current RFP.
Great. And do you anticipate you're going to be increasing the number of providers for fiscal 26?
At this time, I don't believe we will. We'll be looking to the current set of providers to expand, but there are, depending on the uptake, there is a potential, but the expectation is that it'll be with the existing providers.
Okay. If you did add providers, would they be chosen based on the NTAs?
That's a good question. They would be based on the NTAs in our existing portfolio of contracts and slots.
Great. Did DYCD request the $10 million to be baselined? to the administration.
Yeah, I got it. Good afternoon. The $10 million is a reflection of what would typically be the negotiations that are happening, that happen every year at the adopted plan between the administration and the city council. This $10 million ad being allotted to us as part of the executive plan is a good faith effort to demonstrate early what the administration's commitment is to providing additional funding to the adult literacy portfolio.
Right, because they cut it last year.
Excuse me?
They cut the funding last year.
I believe our colleagues at prior hearings clarified that there was not a cut to funds.
Oh, right. It was moved, it's unsure. Right, I got it, I remember. Just really, if I may, thank you, chairs. If I may, in terms of the Compass program, my district is under some serious duress with the federal cuts, particularly the AmeriCorps program and potentially the 21st Century program, which would affect over 800 students and 11 after-school summer programming academic enrichment in Sunset Park in particular. So we are very stressed currently right now around what's going to happen to the services in the community as a result of these direct funding cuts. Particularly, the Center for Family Life is one of our major providers, as we've talked about in years past. So in particular, for the Compass additional funding for those additional seats, I know for the past 4 years, we've been talking with one particular school, PS516, in our community who desperately needs after-school programs, but understanding that there was no new RFP, there were no new seats, they have been sitting in this queue. With the current funding cuts of AmeriCorps and potentially 21st would obliterate their after-school programming. So I guess what I'm urging is that PS516 be looked at very closely and be considered a priority given what is currently happening. But I would love to know, outside of my personal plug for that school, is how the agency is going to be looking at the criteria. I know there's a lot more need than the 5,000 seats, but what criteria will you be establishing, and when will you be making those selections around the Compass program and funding?
100% agree with you. The concern out in the communities, not only in your area, but in other areas as well. And I think that without going into the real weeds of it, we're looking at communities with the highest needs, localizing exactly what that looks like. Having our partners in New York City Public Schools at the table to be able to look at not only the 5,000 slots rollout, but also looking at the investment with the 15 and the other 5 in FY28. As soon as we can get to a good place with everyone in agreement, we would love to sit down with you and your team to show you exactly where we are so we can get your feedback as well.
Great. So do you have an anticipation around timeframe for when the applications will be out and when selections will be made? Because 26 is 5 minutes away.
Yeah. So again, our goal for the concept paper is to get it out before the end of the month. And then have those level of engagement in terms of the concept paper and the RFP during the summer months.
Okay, and I guess lastly, to the chair's line of questioning around the increases, and of course we are delighted to see further investment in young people across the city and the services that support them and their families. I just didn't understand the answer that you provided. So it sounds like to me, it seems to be a fact that the current, let's keep it on Compass, the current Compass cost per student is well below the actual costs that the providers have Do you agree that that is actually the case currently, that the costs that we are paying are below the actual costs for the services rendered?
What I can agree to is the fact of a much-needed reboot of the whole after-school program. What I can agree to is the fact that it's a historic investment of $331 million over the 3 years. And what makes me feel very much excited about the possibility is the engagement that is happening in real time with providers as they're sharing on multiple levels. And as both Jeremy and Chris has shared, the different tier systems in the contracts, makes it really challenging. But again, it's nothing that DYCD has not been through before. And I'm also excited about the fact that we will eventually have a blue ribbon commission that's going to look at after school for everybody.
Great. I guess, Commissioner, I understand you, again, did not answer the question. But I guess the thing that I'm struggling with here is we are all excited about the investment, but what we have is a current problem, right? We have providers that are offering a very critical service to our young people that are not being paid the full amount of the cost of those services, which means they end up subsidizing those contracts with all kinds of other resources, mostly private and donations from individual New Yorkers. So if we agree that they are currently underwater, why is it going to take the agency? It's a little bit like gaslighting. We are in the water now, but we're celebrating the future investment. Why are we not providing the oxygen and the adequate amount of resources to bring those up to speed today, not next year, not the next 3 years? So I guess it's that gap that I'm not understanding your excitement around.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm typically a more excitable person. But we hear the pain with our providers. We sit down and we talk with them as well. I understand, and my team understands what the providers are going through. Again, I have, when we look at exactly how we right-size in our typical process, and where we were in the past, 10 plus years of not having a robust program model, and where we're going, again, I can't help to control my enthusiasm about it.
You should be enthused. Do you know what the gap is between the current funded services and what they actually cost? Do you know what the delta is? I'm curious. I'm sure you do, Commissioner.
I'm excited about $331 million that are happening across the program area.
Fair point. We're not allowed to be realistic in this room.
I appreciate
you. We understand. There's a real delta there, Commissioner, and it's unfair and a little bit gaslighting to the community of providers who really are trying their best in this circumstance.
I'm
to talk about how
down.
Excited you are in the future when they're not getting paid today.
I'm
so
excited
thank
about
you
sitting
so
down
much, Commissioner.
with you and working with you through those gaps.
Thank you. Just real quick, and as we're on providers, I just wanted to point out, I know that over 50 providers signed a letter to the mayor just urging around pay rates. Because I know when I asked the question before, they said it wasn't clear, but the council called for $154.3 million to address the funding rates disparities. And so I just want us to just kind of like make sure that we're acknowledging that providers have signaled to the administration that the funding rates are inadequate and that they are not really, they're struggling at this point. And so I just wanted to make sure we had that on record because a letter was given to the administration, I think it was like a week or so ago, and it was over 54 providers saying that. And so now even with this expansion, we're not acknowledging what they're telling us that they can't provide this service because it's so critical. So I just wanted to make sure that was on record and we had that. But I will turn it over to Chair Lewis.
Thank you, chairs, and good to see you, Commissioner, and your team. I have 3.5 quick questions, so I'll just shoot them out and then we could talk about them. The first one is on rented space for community-based organizations. Many CBOs operating DYCD programs such as Cornerstone and Compass rely on space with facilities operated by other government agencies such as NYCHA community centers. When these centers or sites undergo capital projects that disrupt programming, what specific mechanisms does DYCD have in place to support intergovernmental coordination and minimize impact on those CBOs and their participants? Will any of the 46 new positions included in DYCD's headcount expansion be dedicated to helping CBOs navigate interagency facility challenges or coordinate with agencies like NYCHA, DOE, DCAS when disruptions occur? When site-based programming is disrupted due to renovations or emergency closures, does DYCD have the funding set aside to support temporary relocations or alternative space acquisitions, particularly for critical programs such as Compass and Cornerstone? Last question, and this is on contracting. DYCD relies on YMS management as a fiscal agent for organizations with contracts under $25,000. Is DYCD auditing YMS frequently to ensure they're communicating clearly with their CBOs? And what escalation mechanisms does DYCD have that exist if the CBO cannot get support from YMS?
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I'm going to also tap in Deputy Commissioner Haskell. But to my knowledge, I don't think, and again, I'll tap her in as well, that any of our providers who are running our Cornerstone programs are paying a lease rent. So that's number one.
So that's the question is, what's the coordination between DYCD and those particular locations?
We have regular meetings with NYCHA, operational meetings, to discuss issues that are happening around our community centers and our program, both programmatic review and also intentional review around maintenance that are happening. Any disturbances that are happening because it impacts programming, we look at our public schools or available space to be able to transfer programs there temporarily until those maintenance or those repairs get resolved.
Okay, that's not happening in District 45.
I would love to hear about, intentionally what you're seeing or what you're hearing.
Okay.
Because again, we work with NYCHA to make sure that those things are resolved. Please send that to me.
Of course. And will any of the 46 new positions include DYCD's headcount expansion, like dedicated to supporting this? I know what you're saying right now, but I'm saying with the new positions in FY26, what does that look like?
So I'll let you.
Yeah, just to clarify, the new positions that are currently in the budget are not related to the expansion of the after-school programs. They are actually tied to the expansion of RHY beds, as well as the fatherhood program.
So would it include Cornerstone and Compass?
No.
And regarding, excuse me, the YMS management and fiscal agent for the organizations, how are we addressing that?
Yes, DYCD has had a long-standing relationship with YMS Management Associates. They provide a key fiscal agent function for those of our nonprofit partners who don't have the resources to be able to provide it on their own. To your question about whether or not DYCD is performing audits, DYCD, because they are a contracted vendor of ours, we perform annual performance evaluations on their contract to ensure that they're providing the services to spec and to our expectations. And then separately, the question about troubleshooting when there are disputes between the provider. As always, and kind of this isn't specific to YMS only, but as always, we have our DYCD Budget and Finance Help Desk that we would love for providers to continue to utilize whenever there are circumstances that need a resolution involving their finances.
So I'll send that over to your agency as well, because
you can
there's some
send that to me
complications
directly.
there.
Send it to me directly.
I will do that. And I just wanted to quickly just piggyback off of what Chair Stevens was sharing. I had 6 shootings in 11 days in my district. And with that, the response back I got from Cure Violence was, we don't work on Mondays. So the people that are responding is like my office and some local groups. So I think that's something you all should look at, because the first response was NYPD, the last response was NYPD. Even though the group told me they responded, I was there all night. I know that they did not respond. But they told me we also don't work Mondays, so we'll be out there on Tuesday. I often hear that all the time. So I think it would be great if you all could work this out with Chair Stevens and any other members that are interested to see what that looks like in FY26 when it comes to additional funding for Mondays. Because when we hear that back from groups, not only is it disheartening, it's just, and I get it, your agency works with NYPD, so they're gonna respond, they're gonna stay on the scene and create a strategy, but what is the next step after that? There's some groups that are not providing that service, and you all may not be aware of that, but that's what we're hearing.
So I definitely want to know what that experience is, what you heard, because our Cure Violence groups respond to whatever active shooting is out there, regardless if it's Monday through Sunday. So I would love to hear exactly who said that to you, because I would need to make sure that they understand what the contractual obligation is and the responsibility of what they're supposed to do in our community.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, it's me, sorry. Councilmember Joseph?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Just want to highlight a few things around young people. The conversation has to start as young as elementary school. So by the time we get to middle school, we've already lost a lot of our young people. And a lot of our young people, and that's not on you as well, New York City Public School has to play a part. When students are chronically absent, there has to be an outreach, and I've said that so many times. Attendance teachers need to be working with every single entity in that building to make sure we're providing all the resources for that young person to find out, why are you absent more than 10 days? And that should have automatically generated a 407, so I don't know, there's a crack in the system somewhere that we're gonna have to fix, because I can't take it when I'm losing young people on both sides. Once you picked up the gun, I've lost you. Once you've passed away, I've also lost you, right? So we want to make sure that that's all hands on deck, where you come in and meet New York City Public Schools halfway. So of course, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, absolutely, I agree with you 100%. We work very closely with Project Pivot, and one of our successful programs have been our YES program, our Youth Enrichment Services program, where we work with public schools to be in the 50 schools with the highest level of incidence. So would love to show you exactly what list that is, read you into what our program motto is, to be able to resolve not only conflicts, but other issues that are happening in the school in partnership with public schools.
I agree, but I also had an issue with Project Pivot in my district, so I'm going to put it here and I'm going to put it tomorrow when I have my executive budget hearing. It took too long for them to respond to safe passages in my district. I was the one with my jacket on outside working with NYPD to make sure we're moving kids along. But we don't want to just move them along, right? Move them along with an alternative. Young person moving along, but here's a program for after school. Absolutely. Here's a summer job. Here's something. When we move them along, we have to have a plan. We can't just move them along to move them along. So it has to be more comprehensive as I'll sit with you. Chair Stevens, know I'm always here to collaborate because we have custody of all New York City kids, right, Chair Stevens? So we want to work in collaboration to make sure we're getting the young people their resources as much as possible. How does DYCD coordinate with New York City Public Schools to ensure quality programming for our specialized population, which includes our ENL students, students in temporary housing, foster youth, and students with disability during the afternoon programming?
Deputy Commissioner Haskell can run over, but on multiple levels, not just Deputy Commissioner Haskell, but also Deputy Commissioner Valley Mulligan with our summer youth employment, and of course Deputy Commissioner Rathway with CMS and SNL as part of our profile. But we'll start with
Thank you, Chair Josephs. We work really closely with Department of Education at all levels. In particular, we have regular monthly and biweekly meetings with their central offices. Our team in youth services meet regularly with district leadership and executive directors. And with respect to special populations, I think, we have a biweekly meeting with the Office of Special Education to talk about how to get supports into program to support young people. We work with the Office for Students in Temporary Housing. I think that our partnership, the strength of our partnership is better than ever with New York City Public Schools. And yeah, if there's anything that comes to your attention where you feel like we need to be working more closely, please let us know, because I think we're really very well connected now, and that's being evidenced in the way we're serving young people.
Are you working with the students, the Office of Foster Care? There's also an Office of Foster Care with 9 staffers created under my leadership, because that population was never seen or heard in this system. So are you working with the Office of Foster Care as well?
I appreciate that question. It doesn't come to mind for me that it doesn't mean my team isn't. We work very closely with ACS Foster Care to serve students, and we're working with a couple of groups within that may include that, which is like Every Child and Family is Known. We're part of that, and Family Connectors, and so we might be reaching some of that personnel connections there, but I'll look into that.
That would be great. And you would have a comprehensive plan. The conversation would be a comprehensive plan for those unique population that I mentioned.
Yeah, 100%, and just like what you described, like in the safe passage situations, it's like, do you know what resources are available? Here's a program, we'd love to connect you.
Does these efforts feel sufficient in supporting CBOs who lead the afternoon programming? Why and why not? Does the CBOs feel supported in the afternoon, not the academic part in the morning, but in the afternoon part?
You're talking about Summer Rising?
Correct.
Yeah, every year this program gets better and better. The quality is improving every year. Our connection and our coordination with New York City Public Schools is improved. We have an escalation process for anybody on the ground at any site that's having challenges. We have a direct line to Office of Special Education at New York City Public Schools to get supports in action or training if that's the case. DYCD also has supports. Our program managers can go out, as well as our consultants.
Transportation. Will transportation be provided for our young people who qualify for busing who want to participate in the afternoon program? I know they have a ride share. Ride share require that adults are riding with them, but what does that look like for young people who want to stay in the afternoon, which is the fun part, right?
I think so, but you already know. The busing schedule is at around 3 o'clock, and the ride share is for young people who are entitled to transportation who want to stay, can take ride share.
In that, do you know how many students do not join your afternoon programming because of transportation as a barrier?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know, rideshare is transportation. And so I think for a family, a young person who are committed to staying till 6 o'clock, there is a resource there to support them.
No, I'm asking, do you have a number of students who do not come to the afternoon program because of because there's no transportation?
I don't know.
You don't have a number?
No, I wouldn't have that number.
I would love to see what that number looks like, and because you don't track that issue. What is the plan and process if a student enrolled in Summer Rising and required to move to a shelter? Is transportation provided? Remember, we have also students in temporary housing, and if they have to move from one shelter to the other, what are the transportation in place, or what's the plan in place for that student?
Absolutely. If they're eligible for transportation, that transportation will adapt to their new location, their new home location.
How long does that take? You're going to get back to me, right?
I'm hoping that's immediate the next
I hope
day,
so
but
too.
I will connect with our office and see if there's any gap there.
Okay, thank you, and we'll be on the road to come see you, Chair Stevens and I. Thank you.
Just really quickly, could DYCD send over to the committee a list of all of the Compass and Sonic providers, hopefully in the next couple of weeks?
I don't see that's a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, I have questions from Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I had a whole bunch of questions that I pre-prepared, but listening to your testimony, I have like a whole new set of questions based off of some of your answers. So I'll just start with Saturday Night Lights. I understand the intention behind it. I still maintain this idea that it is not a comprehensive program. I have 2 Saturday Night Lights programs in my district, one a little outside of my district, and what I have learned, because I actually went and spoke to them, some people care and they do things that are really cool and creative. They have a structured sort of curriculum. And some Saturday Night Lights programs, the kids are just there, like shooting hoops. And the cops are like sitting on the side, not even really engaged. Sometimes the cop will engage if they want to, but there's no requirement. I even spoke to the Parks Department about this because I was livid one time that I went and saw the program, and I'm like, this is such a waste of money, resources, and time, and this is not really like helping that young person grow and develop or do anything outside of like being in a gym and throwing basketball hoops by themselves with minimal interaction and engagement from both the Parks Department and the Police Department in the case of the one that's at Roy Wilkins. Now, I've heard that the Jamaica Y one is a little bit better. I've heard that there's another one at a school that has a coach that's really engaged, but the issue that I have is not necessarily the intention behind Saturday Night Lights, but the fact that they're not created equal, and it doesn't seem like there is any real oversight from the agency to ensure that the programs, all of the programs, are just as effective. So if you can share like what that oversight looks like, are you sharing best practices or different models that are working in certain Saturday? Because you said there are some that have great attendance and seem to be doing really well, but then there's a whole bunch of others that are not doing really good.
So we're definitely going to, we definitely have staff that go out and do perform evaluations of each and every one of the sites. I believe if it wasn't the previous budgetary hearing, I know it was one of the budgetary hearings in which yourself and Chair Stevens mentioned that you would like to see exactly an evaluation of what Saturday Night looked like from where it was before, where's that now. We do have, and we have contracted with a contractor to do an independent assessment, which we will be completing in the very, very near future, and we'll read you into exactly what some of the pain points are and some of the improvements that need to happen.
Okay, looking forward to that report. Because again, I think the intention is really good. I just would love to see if we're dumping a certain level of resources, that we're being really thoughtful about the programming. Okay, so you mentioned, this is now to the Office of Neighborhood Safety. You mentioned a lot of really good stats on the different things that the CMS groups have been doing, and I think these statistics are really good, but I'm more so interested in the benchmarks or any methods you're using to determine efficacy. Just because they did, 1,000 canvassing operations doesn't mean that they're effectively reducing gang and gun violence. Just because they did X amount of shooting responses that I personally hate. I personally hate shooting responses. I don't think, and the problem is that in their contracts, they're required, the agency requires them to do these silly things that don't reduce gun violence. So just because you had X amount of shooting responses doesn't mean that you stopped gun and gang violence in your community. So what methods or benchmarks are you, or do you have to determine whether or not these CMS groups are being effective in their work? Because just rattling off stats to me is not enough, because, there needs to be more.
So not only do we have our ONS team out there working with our CMS groups, but we also have our indicators, our key indicators, which is a benchmark that you just described. And what data.
What are the indicators? And I just want to say, maybe I should say this disclaimer, like I have a complex relationship. I was on a board for a local CMS group, and so I love them. I just think there needs to be a more central focus. Other cities and states, the way that they deal with their CMS groups is completely different. I understand New York City is a huge city, and so inherently the system might look a little bit different, but it's siloed, disjointed. One group has great mental health services, another group, you go to Man Up, they do great with workforce. You go to Life Camp, they're great with mental health. But how do you essentially cross-share these great things that they're doing? It's just, there's no coordination. So yes, what are the community indicators? How do you determine whether or not they're effective? Because again, I don't think being able to say that they did X amount of shooting responses and they canvassed X amount of neighborhoods is enough to determine whether or not they are effectively reducing gang and gun violence in our communities.
So we look at the data. The data tells the story. And
yeah, but with data, right? You have data, and then oftentimes you benchmark that data with some type of methodology behind the data to determine whether or not it's meeting a goal. Just rattling off numbers is just not enough to determine whether or not a program is effective.
So I'm not just rattling off numbers. These come from evidence-based approaches.
What is the evidence-based approach that you use? That's what I'm trying to get to. I want to understand the back end of the methodology that you actually use to evaluate these programs, and I never get that. Even when ONS was in MOCJ, we had to FOIL. I always talk about this. We had to FOIL documents to even look at their contracts. The agencies wouldn't share any information. So how am I supposed to advocate or even be able to evaluate what you're doing if I don't even know what their standards are, what you are holding them accountable for?
I would be happy to sit down with you and your team to go over the methodology that we use.
I can move on from that question, and I know we have a hearing coming up on that.
Absolutely.
Can you share more details? You talked about you partnering with the NYPD. I've never seen effective partnership across the CMS system with the department. You have one CO that's amazing and is invested in CMS, and so maybe that partnership is really good in that catchment area. You have another, and then they swap CEOs every 3 years. So then you have another CEO that doesn't care about CMS, and that partnership is not there. They also do not coordinate. When they do the big gang takedowns, the department never ever coordinates with CMS. And a lot of the kids that get locked up were in the CMS program. So I would just love to know a little bit more about your partnership with CMS, because I have not seen effective partnership across the system. It is haphazard.
So, Councilmember Dr. Williams, thank you for that. So to the Commissioner's point earlier, we have a very close relationship with NYPD, whether it's their presence within our cornerstones 7 days a week to 11 p.m.,
I want to know specifically about the relationship with ONS, with the CMS groups, not
Cornerstone.
Cornerstone.
It quickly, whether it's SNL, where they show up every Saturday at sites, or whether it's with our CMS groups, where at roll call, our CMS groups attend roll calls at time, so they ensure that they're meeting.
But that is not systematized. There's nothing that says that a CMS group has to attend roll call. I'll move on again, because I'm just telling you, in terms of a true partnership with the police department, there is not it is haphazard. There are certain pockets where there's really good relationships, but as a system, it's not, there's no relationship.
Councilmember Dr. Williams, to be fair, I would say there are many best practices happening out there. The majority of CMS providers are doing those best practices, showing up at roll call, creating those relationships with local officers. We know sometimes they switch out, and we support them to rebuild those relationships where needed. And
I'll move on, because I'm way over my time. I actually want to follow up on something that Councilmember Lewis mentioned around YMS. And so is there a mechanism in place to review YMS vis-a-vis DYCD in the form of reviews? So you give reviews on organizations. Is there a way to do a client review? So are you actually talking to the nonprofits that have to interact with YMS to determine whether or not they are effectively doing their job?
Thank you very much for your question. As my colleague said, we have our help desk, which is a key point. We also have, which was mentioned at a prior hearing, our chief nonprofit officer, where...
So the answer is no. You guys are not actually talking to clients or effectively reviewing YMS.
Well,
I can move on again. Do you know what kind of accounting system YMS operates off of? Looks like you don't, but I can tell you.
We will look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, so it's
Happy to
a
hear.
cash system, which is totally in contrast to like general accounting procedures that are like national standards. And what happens is they're working with these nonprofits that are kind of locked into working with YMS. And then when they have to do audits, they have to essentially redo their books because YMS only does their accounting on a cash basis, which is completely contrast to general accounting procedures.
We will take a look at it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would love to continue to follow up with Councilmember Lewis on YMS because I think there needs to be more oversight. And there's a ton of problems that I do not think DYCD is effectively addressing with the nonprofits.
We hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna switch over to advance and earn. The executive plan includes a technical adjustment of $8.8 million in fiscal 2026. This adjustment appears to be an annual budget transfer from the Office of Economic Opportunity. Why is this funding not included in DYCD budget at adoption?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I apologize.
The executive plan includes a technical adjustment of $8.8 million in fiscal year 2026, and this is for advance and earn. This adjustment appears to be an annual transfer from the Office of Economic Opportunity. Why is this not included in DYCD's budget at adoption?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. This has been an annual action in terms of how the Office of Economic Opportunity funds our advance and earn programs and also our young men's initiative as well. This funding comes in during the adopt plan, and that affords us a bit more time relative to the adopt plan. Excuse me, comes in during the exec plan. That affords us a bit more time relative to the adopt plan to be able to effectively plan and implement services for the upcoming fiscal year.
How many slots is the funding for?
I got you. Thank you for that question. So for Advance and Earn, we have 1,380 slots funded. With that funding, in addition to a couple...
so you said 180?
1,380 slots per year. And we deliver those slots in 2 cohorts. So there's a fall cohort and a spring cohort. So half in the fall, half in the spring.
What boroughs and districts do those programs operate?
We are in all 5 districts. I can get you, I mean, those are citywide contracts, right? So they're able to recruit from any one of the boroughs, but I am happy to give you the list of providers and programs and trainings that they offer offline.
And since you're up here, Val, let's just keep it going. What's my name? You know? I mean, I know you heard my rant earlier about the middle school and the lack of programming. So, you know, and I've been saying this for the last 3 years. And so I'm going to say it out loud again because when I say stuff apparently in these hearings, people be listening and stuff be happening. So I'm going to say it. We have to reimagine workforce development. SYP was great in the 70s when it started, but like we have advanced past that. Kids at 16 are not getting jobs at the grocery stores and the Foot Lockers like we were when I was growing up. And so we have to get to a place where if kids want jobs that we are figuring out how to give it to them. And, you know, we have all these different buckets, but we need to really be thinking about a more comprehensive plan. I know in DOE, they have like, you know, LTW and train and earn, and you know, we have SYP and work, learn, grow and advance and earn. But the reality is we need to be looking at this as a holistic thing and making sure that in all these different buckets that kids are able to have access. But I'm going to focus on SYP for right now because that's all we really have that is open to all young people. But I really want us to really buckle down to really think about what does reimagining this looks like, because when I'm talking to young people, they are telling me, I want a job. Miss, could you find me a job? Miss, could you give me a job? Not an internship, not a stipend. They're like, Miss, I want a job. And so we have to listen and be reactive to that. So again, I'm saying it. I need us to reimagine the workforce for young people. Will SYP program be affected by the decreased federal funding this year? Will it be affected?
No, we're not expecting any impact at this time.
What is the largest target number for SYP participants in fiscal 2026? Is there room for growth in expansion of 100 youth who received employment last year.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Are we looking to grow past the 100,000 young people we employed last year? And also, are there target areas in which we're trying to expand in the buckets that we typically do recruitment for SYP?
So I think when it comes to summer youth employment, we would love to one day get to a point where every young person who wants a job can get a job. There is conversation that's happening about that, and that happens to be our North Star. As Deputy Commissioner Mulligan will tell you, the partnership that has happened across the board in bringing more tech and also other Fortune 500 and organizations into that space with summer youth employment has been happening across the board, especially the investment in our special initiative programs that deals with young people being recruited out of the precincts with the highest level of gun violence, Fair Future, and also NYCHA and young people in our disability community as well. Is DYCD planning to do RFP for SYP to enhance the program and qualifications for providers? That is conversation that are happening internally and conversations that we will be having with OMB. Yeah, because we had this expansion 3 years ago and we have not really expanded the providers. And so even we're thinking about how do we get, different organizations and agencies and things like that to come on board. We might need to think about expanding it because 75 isn't a lot to be managing this. They've been doing a good job. That's not what I'm saying. But again, I think that we need to get to a place where we're working smart. Has there been any conversations with the administration on increasing hourly rates for SYP participants?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I apologize.
You're not paying attention today, huh? You need a hearing aid too? Because I know I can't hear. Has there been any conversation with the administration to increase hourly rates for the participants?
Yes, we have ongoing conversations with our OMB partners to see if there are opportunities to provide additional funding for wages and across our programs. Most recently, we've implemented wage rate increases for some of our out-of-school, out-of-youth programs, such as CRED and Advance and Earn.
Oh, don't worry. I have questions for Craig. Don't worry. Don't you worry. And I know that the model for middle school, that's something that was implemented before, but has there been conversations on changing the model back so that those young people could actually get work experience and not, basically do this, model-based programming that they've been doing?
So I hear that feedback. What I will say is that we really do like the project-based learning.
Who likes it? You like it or the kids like it? Because I don't care what adults like, because that's not what I'm hearing.
I hear you. We do get really positive feedback from our young people. I could share some of the survey data.
No, because I can hear I can tell you the feedback that I get. I have, I
hear you on
those kids do not. I have not heard one young person be like, I love to sit here and do this project-based learning. They say they feel like they're in school, they already don't want to be there, and it's $750. So we can find some kids to be like, all right, I like it, it's better than nothing. But that is not the feedback that I get. Even the ones who say they like it, they're like, well, why we only get $750? I'd rather actually learn some experiences. So it's okay for us to be like, it ain't working.
I get that. We do see really high participation rates. I would love to share with you. We survey all of the young people in that program every year. So I'd love to show you what we get from the survey data, and we could talk about where there are gaps. But for sure, we like that program.
No, we like it, but that's not what they want.
I got you.
SYP Metro cards. The executive plan includes an additional $11 million for city funding in fiscal 2026. And so I know that this is a program that we all love and we like, but are we looking at this to adjust something around this, because we do have the Omni, and I know myself and Rita really were working hard around the Omni stuff, and so just thinking about how are we looking to adjust that and taking that into consideration? Are we still at a place where we need the full 11 million? And could you just give me some insight around that?
Absolutely. So we're actively surveying the providers right now and have also been for months before in anticipation of receiving this funding, working with our partners at public schools to really understand which students would need access to a card. So once we get all of our data back from the survey of providers, we're going to assess how many cards each provider needs based on what they think of the population that they have, and we'll distribute them that way. So we'll see how that shakes out in terms of what the financial need is. And also to say we are anticipating, especially because we got the funding earlier, that we'll be able to work with the MTA to get Omni cards this year instead of Metro cards. So we're really excited to finally be able to make that switch.
How many youth would receive Metro cards with the additional funding?
So the intention is always that any young person who needs one, meaning any young person who doesn't have a card from public schools, would have access to one if they want. So that's our ultimate goal.
Yeah, but how many do we have a number with the 11 million? How many will receive it with that? Like, do we have a breakdown of that number? So all 100,000 would be able to get it, and that's and because I'm asking because we know that there's always kids even before the Omni that had school Metro cards, and so I'm just trying to get an accurate number of like how many young people we've been serving with this 11 million.
I do have the prior year numbers I can get you offline of how many we served.
Okay.
We do expect that to be a little bit different this year because this is the first year that those Omni cards will be able to be used by the students over the summer. So we do expect the take-up rate to be different this year. We're just not sure what it's going to be yet.
Do you anticipate the entire 11 million will be used in fiscal 2026?
We don't know.
Yeah, we can't answer at this point, as Deputy Commissioner Mulligan outlined. There are a lot of changing factors on how this is going to be rolled out. But again, the key objective and target here is that these cards would be available to every SYP participant that needs them.
What changes will the agency be making due to the sunsetting of Metro cards by MTA? I know you said this year because you're getting it earlier doing Omni. Are there any other changes that needs to take place?
No, I think the shift to the Omni cards is going to make it much administratively easier for us. We know it's a big ask of the providers. They had to have several Metro cards per young person and track them, while the Omni cards is going to make it much easier for us to be able to implement them. But really, that's the big shift, that, from moving from Metro cards to Omni cards.
I'm going to move on to making wave contract transfer. The executive budget included an additional $7,020 $1,020 baseline funding starting in fiscal 2026. How is this additional funding for this program being used? This is you too? This
is me too. So, Chair Stevens, Making Waves is an amazing program that's been around. This is actually the 10th year of the existence of the program. We work closely with DOHMH and with New York City Public Schools. The program teaches young people throughout the summer months how to swim. So we have young people going from zero experience swimming to level 1, level 2, level 3. Over the course of the 10 years, we've served over 13,000 young people, which the majority of those 13,000 have been under the age of 9. The budget goes towards the provider who actually implements the swim lessons throughout the summer. They're called MVP swimmers, which stands for Making Very Proficient Swimmers. There's another component, and just lastly, there's another component to this, which is throughout from January to June, they're actually trying to certify young adults to become lifeguards.
Is this contract transferred to DYCD to manage Making Waves program?
So yes, in the past, we've been one of the 3 partners implementing, and the transfer over to us this fiscal year, starting July 1st, is for us to help manage. Help manage the contract and the coordination.
And you guys have always managed the contracts and coordination?
DOHMH took a larger role in the coordination of it, but our role, of course, is bringing our young people, ensuring that the scheduling is right, connecting with New York City Public Schools on which pools are open, and then doing that scheduling coordination. So while they were the the lead in managing, we did a huge part in that as well.
And so is it different this year? Are you guys going to be taking more of a lead role?
Yes, and the contract now sits with us, starting July 1. So before the contract sat with the OHMH, it now sits with us directly.
Yeah, that's what we were confused by. Because I was like, what's happening? Okay. Y'all got a lot going on.
All for the betterment of young people, young adults, and families.
Why was the decision made to no longer partner with this program with the Department of Health? Like, so why was the decision made to make you guys the primary contract holder of this now?
Great question. I would say over time, we realized that, again, we were doing a lot of the work, because a lot of the work is connecting our providers. A lot of the work is connecting our providers where we have the pools that are open to those programs and scheduling. So we were doing the bulk of the work. So it made sense for it to transfer over to us.
Who are the other providers? So it's DOHMH and who else?
New York City Public Schools.
Oh, DOE. What is the staffing like for this program? What is the staffing patterns for this program that you guys have at DYCD now for this program?
At DYCD or at the local level?
Well, let's start at DYCD because I'm still learning about this program. So, what is your staffing? Do you have enough staff to manage this contract, and what is your responsibilities around it?
Yep. So our strategic partnerships team has been, again, coordinating this for the past 10 years now. So yeah, we have adequate staff to support it. We work closely with our youth operations team at DYCD as well to coordinate this.
I have lots of questions, but I'm going to leave it at that for now. Okay, because we have a lot of public testimony, so I'm gonna lighten around. All right, so short answers. I'm gonna move on to runaway and homeless youth, RHY. In the city fiscal 2026 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to add $29.8 million in expenses funding for programs related to LGBTQIA+ youth, adult housing related services, runaway and homeless youth contract extensions, RHY, peer navigators, and RHY housing navigators. The executive plan does not address these concerns, including no additional city funding for RHY. To what extent has DYCD advocated to the administration for additional resources regarding the RHY budget response items?
Thank you for the question, Chair Stevens. Just first want to, again, highlight through tremendous and efforts by the administration and the agency, we added these additional 100 beds to.
I'm aware. I've been advocating for 3 years. Nobody's been louder than me.
And we'd love to give you the credit that's
I don't need the credit. I just want to let's keep going. I told you it's the lightning round. Let's go.
Got you. We continue to advocate for additional needs to the RHY program and hope these conversations continue in anticipation for the adopted plan.
Listen, I mean, this is another one where providers are looking for right sizing of per participant rate. It's not enough. How many peer navigators are currently servicing the drop-in centers?
That was a one-time funding in FY23. That is not funded at this time.
I know. That's why I asked. I'm aware. I'm the person who keeps yelling about it. It's another thing I yell about. So I'm going to say, we need to make sure that we're funding these peer navigators. We know that it's something that is effective and has shown real results. And, when we're thinking about data driven results, this is something that we know the data shows that it helps in those results. So we need to continue to push for that. While RHY providers' costs continue to rise, their contract payments have remained stagnant, and many of the providers are struggling to remain solvent. What is the status of contract extensions and the very need to right-size the RHY programs?
Thank you for the question. They are part of our FY26 continuation plan, so we are working feverishly to make sure they're registered for July 1st. As the Commissioner mentioned earlier, they are part of the conversations that we're having to potentially RFP that in the future.
Listen, I mean, this is another area where I have the providers screaming at my door on a regular basis of how they cannot sustain. And so, we have to make sure this is a provider. This is a very vulnerable population, and also one that does not get attention because I feel like the city doesn't like to talk about a homeless population of kids, but we have them, they're here, and we need to continue to fight for them. So I will continue to scream at the top of my lungs to make sure that they're getting the services that they deserve, because even when we had a housing plan at one point, they didn't even include that in there. And so understanding that young people feel invisible in this population, and that's not okay with me. So we really have to make sure we make this a priority. How often does DYCD conduct site visits or audits of RHY providers, and what are the most common compliance issues?
Thank you for that question. RHY program managers are out frequently. They do several site visits each year to the drop-in centers, to the residential programs. Most frequent issues, let me take a look at the recent evaluation monitoring tools and see if there's some trends in evaluations in that area. Nothing is popping to the forefront of my mind.
Okay. In order to meet specific needs of the LGBTQI+ youth, in our budget response to the council calls for addition of $10 million for baseline funding beginning in fiscal 2026 to assist LGBTQI+ youth and young adults moving from the streets to permanent housing. Why is this funding not included in the executive plan?
As we noted on your previous question, we are working with OMB to identify what additional funding could be utilized to support the RHY program, and we'll continue having conversations with the support of the council as well.
What funding does DYCD have dedicated to enhance the LGBTQ+I youth services?
Honestly, just our existing budget is what we're working on, and ensuring that the providers have the money that they need to provide the services of our contractual obligation.
Summarizing, many providers have reported that they have still not been paid in full for last summer programming. What is the anticipated timeline to pay out FY 2024 services?
Thanks for the question. I'll just start by reiterating that DYCD has released all of its FY25 summarizing awards, and those funds are available for our providers to budget and submit invoices for payment on. Additionally, we have, in an effort to push forward cash flow, have been moving to work with these providers to issue advances to get those the amount of that funding in cash to the provider community up to about 80% for our Compass and Beacon portfolios. That being said, we're always interested to hear if and when our providers are faced with any cash flow crises or concerns. We're always asking for them to please reach out and work with them to make sure that we can do what we can to issue additional funds to mitigate those challenges.
What strategies are being implemented to pay providers faster in 2025 going into the summer?
That's a great question, something we talked about at the hearing a few weeks ago.
I know.
One of the first ones we talked about is the headcount that we received. We're bringing people on as quickly as possible. We're working with our counterparts at MOX and MONS to ensure that we have the resources and focus that we need. Internally, we have weekly meetings about our FY26 timeliness registration plan, which our oversights and sister agencies are doing as well. But the goal is to ensure that contracts are registered on time and that advances are out, which we talked about as well. Advances will go out to all registered contracts, budgets for registered contracts as in FY26.
Based on the DOE summarizing impact analyzing released in March, there was no academic gains for middle school students. Even for middle school participants who attended summarizing program for 20 days or more, there were no strategic significant impact on math scores. Furthermore, when compared to other students in the city, middle school summarizing participants who attended summarizing programming for 20 days actually fared worse in reading scores than their compromising groups. Based on this analysis, has DYCD considered utilizing a separate summer program model for middle school students? Why or why not?
So we enjoy and we work very well with New York City Public School on summarizing. So at this time, we're just, again, continuing.
You said enjoy?
We do enjoy, yeah. Continuing to work
I would say the
collaboratively.
providers beg to differ.
Summarizing has grown since its iteration, and we look just to the future on how to make it even better than it actually is now.
I'm just gonna go back to my original statement. We, especially this middle school population, we just gotta reconsider some stuff and think outside the box. Because I think that it's just a different population, it's a different time, and a different model just needs to be used, not only for summarizing, but for SYP, all of it. This is a population that we're losing. And again, and I haven't said this in a while, if we're not investing in young people on the front end, we will on the back end. We know that jails are built off the reading scores of third graders, and so at this point, we also need to look at this middle school population because a lot of them are in secure detention. We had a hearing before this. We have over 300 young people right now in secure detention, right now, as we're sitting here. And so we've already failed 300 young people, because that's how I see it. And I say we as all of us. And so I think that we need to really think about this population in a very different way and really just kind of reimagining programming all together around it. Has enrollment for the current year summarizing program begin? If so, what are the current enrollment numbers, and what are the target enrollment for the summer rising program this year?
We're shooting for 110,000 again. We have 110,000 funded seats. We received a total of 154,000 applications. We offered in the first round 114,000 seats, and that process will continue leading up to the start of summer rising and throughout the summer.
One of the biggest, I guess, complaints and feedback that we have was the implementation of trying to get additional outdoor activities for summer rising programs. Is this something that you guys have been encouraging in the model this year?
Yeah, I think we've been working with New York City Public Schools on a different model, and they've been very encouraging. I think that the young people are going to see something very much dramatically different this year.
Without additional out-year funding, what will the impact of summer rising be?
I'm not sure. Can you reframe the question, please? That we are committed to serving 110,000 young people in summer rising in the baseline. There's no drop-off that we're anticipating.
In the out years?
Correct.
Even DOE side is funded in out years?
I can't speak for DOE side, but DYCD is funded for summer rising in the baseline and anticipates serving 110,000 youth.
Will there be an impact for additional trips and cultural activities this summer?
You mean impact? What do you mean?
Well, because you said that you guys been working and you're going to see a different model. So is there anticipation for additional trips and visiting cultural activities this summer?
So both New York City Public School and DYCD acknowledge that we need to have more enriching programs. I guess our goal is to ensure that that is happening with public schools.
I mean, but most of the trips and cultural things happen during your time, not DOE. So
and those
is that something that you guys are looking to do? And if so, what does that look like?
So we've taken that, your concerns and the concerns of the committee members, and again, having those conversations with New York City Public School is happening in real time, and I believe that the young people are going to see a very different experience this summer.
I think those, CRED. I know this was something that you brought up in your testimony, and I just wanted to briefly ask a few questions around it, because I know this is a program that's expanding. What boroughs will CRED be in?
So like our out-of-school programs, CRED programs are citywide. They're able to serve young people and up to 40 years old. I have to get out of the habit of saying young people.
40 girls could be young.
New Yorkers up to 40 years old across all 5 boroughs. Right now we have 8 programs. I believe there's one in each borough at least. And as we expand, we're going to make sure that there's geographic diversity. We had programs.
Interesting. Because I know we had some issues. I know around like DOP, they were they weren't expanding a program, and they were saying that CRID was the replacement of that. And I know that the extension will be extending their workforce program. Could we clear up any discrepancies around that? Are these the same programs? I know they were saying this was a duplicate of services. This is why they were eliminating that program. I just would like to get some clarity around that.
We've been having conversation with Department of Probation. I've had a conversation with Commissioner Holmes as well. I think there's additional conversations that are going to be happening very, very soon. I think one of the things that I would like to see, and Commissioner Holmes would like to see in terms of their Workforce Plus, their Work Plus program, is some data. And I'm pretty sure you would want to see some program data as well on exactly what the program has accomplished over the course of its time. I know that we're data-driven, Commissioner Holmes is data-driven, so we're going to look at those program evaluations and see exactly what those, what those touch points are. CRED is an employment program that we looked at and we reviewed, and as Deputy Commissioner Mulligan said, we wanted to make sure we closed the gaps, and those gaps was young people 25 to 40. But Commissioner Holmes and I are lockstep in reviewing exactly what that program looks like and how do we continue to support that program.
So I just want to be clear, they're not the same program, correct?
No, they're not. They have different scopes.
Oh, okay, I just want to be clear. And also I want to be clear that if these are your programs and folks want data, then they should create the metrics, no?
Again, I haven't seen any data. Commissioner Holmes and I have been in conversations on what that data looks like when we receive it, and I would love to share it with you.
I just wanted to just clarify, because I know there's been some misconceptions, because even if there was duplicative services, I don't think we're at a place where we should be cutting services, especially when we're seeing numbers rising. And so, and I said this even at a rally. So what if it was? Those are two different populations, and you're not serving the same people. And so I just wanted to make sure we had that to clear that up. What type of evaluations or metrics will you be using to evaluate CRED moving forward?
Sure.
Sure. So, of course, first and foremost, we're looking at enrollment, which is the phase of the program that we're in right now. We have 317 enrolled to date across the 8 programs. But in addition to that, we're looking very specifically, we built out a whole data system to make sure that we can track data in CRED. So we're going to be looking at how many of the participants gain credentials in the sectors that they're being trained at, how many get internships that are paid, and then, of course, how many are placed in jobs once they exit the program.
Looks like you guys have some metrics, so maybe you can share how you're tracking the information with DOP so that they can then do the same thing, because that seems pretty simple enough. At this time, that is all the questions that I have.
Thank you all very much. Okay, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to hear from the public. Okay, we're going to start the public portion of our hearing. And if you hear your name called, please come up. We start with Anaya Artis, Mistu Canabito, Jasmine Reed, Jenny Dembro, Yesli Maldonado, and Jackson Salgado.
I'd just like to give a prerequisite. I always let young people go over time, but I will not be extending that to adults. So please take heed. Thank you.
You guys want to start on my right, your left? Just say your name and you can begin.
So, hi everyone. My name is Miss Tuat Kangweto. You can call me Miss Tu for short. So, I'm from Benin, West Africa. It's a country in West Africa, like I said, and we live next to Nigeria. And our main first language is French over there. Covenant House have helped me throughout my 3 years with them, and have been a youth ambassador with them for 2 years now. As an immigrant, when I first got to the US, I didn't have any guidance or resources. And living alone in a new country and trying to survive with less than minimum wage was the hardest thing I could ever think of. I couldn't even afford my room, the rent with my home, and I ended up being homeless for a while. I didn't know about shelters when I first got here until I walked to the police station that was next to the place I was renting. And with this desperation, they connected me with Covenant House. Covenant House gave me hope and the chance to dream again. That might sound small for some people, but for me and many others with similar background like me, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. They have helped me toward my goals, which is to become an art teacher. Through the job readiness program, I got help within my resume, learning how to dress for interviews, and understanding how interviews works. Earlier this year, I earned my GED diploma, which is something I'm really proud of. Now I can dream about going to college one day and working toward my teacher's license. Shelters like Covenant House give youth more than just a bed. They give us tools, support, and to reach out to goals such as whether it's going to school, building a career, mental health, or finding stabilities. These are basic human needs. I hope that any other young person who does not have the resources they need can get the help that's just like I got the help to Covenant House. Which is why I am here today asking the Council to ensure that the current contract extension come with appropriate funding adjustment for Covenant House and other runaways and homeless youth providers to reflect what it costs the organizations to run programs and allow youth like me to have a safe place to sleep tonight. Especially, I asked for the bed rate on the current DYCD contract to be increased to $70,000 per bed. I also asked the city to fund the compounding COLA increase at 3% each year so that the staff who work at these organizations are supported in the way they deserve. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vianney. I'm 19 years old, and I'm originally from Queens, New York, but I currently live at Covenant House, which is a crisis shelter in Midtown. I come from a low-income, dysfunctional family where instability became a norm. I needed the space, support, and opportunity to move forward with my life and pursue the goals I've set for myself. After hearing my situation, a case manager from another resource center referred me to Covenant House, where I was able to get a bed that same night. What stood out to me immediately was the structure of Covenant House. I needed discipline and a push in the right direction, and from the moment I arrived, I was surrounded by people who genuinely cared and wanted to help me reach my goals. Right now, my biggest dream is to have stable housing. Professionally, I hope to become a journalist. I've participated in multiple after-school filmmaking programs and have directed several of my own short documentaries. I also take courses at New York Film Academy, where I've earned several certificates for my work so far. My plan is to pursue a master's degree in journalism and business. I currently attend Borough of Manhattan Community College as a business major and work at a film studio called Hook Arts Media, where I've had the opportunity to direct and produce a documentary on the intersectionality within youth homelessness. To me, success means stability. Whether it's having a roof over my head or a steady job, success is about being able to live without the constant fear of ending up back on the streets. So today I'm asking the council to recognize what it truly takes to keep programs like Covenant House and other runaway and homeless youth providers running strong. These services aren't just programs, they're lifelines for youth like me. They mean having a safe, stable place to sleep, grow, and rebuild. To ensure that these organizations can continue doing this essential work, I urge the city to raise the bed rate on current DYCD contracts to $70,000 per bed to match the real cost of care and support. And I ask the city to fund the promised 3% compounding COLA increases each year so that the staff at these organizations are valued and fairly compensated. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Services Committee. My name is Raikia Hemingway. I'm actually standing in for Jasmine Reed. I am a senior director at Figure Skating in Harlem, where we empower young women from Harlem and the Bronx through the unique combination of education and leadership, development, and the artistry and discipline of figure skating. We are incredibly grateful for the council's support through the STAR CGI initiative, but today I am here to ask for equity both for figure skating in Harlem and for all organizations doing this critical work. We are currently funded at $79,000. While similar organizations receive as much as $179,000. We respectfully are requesting parity so we can meet the rising demands and expand our impact. Figure skating in Harlem currently serves over 350 girls each year, providing not only athletic training, but also academic support, leadership development, and mental health resources. Our program gives young women the tools they need to thrive both on and off the ice. We have a testimony from one of our students. She says, figure skating in Harlem has taught me to speak my mind, speak my truth, and let people know what I feel. Being on a synchronized competitive team has taught me to overcome challenges and build relationships. We didn't bring home first place medals, but we brought home perseverance, confidence, and most importantly, we have fun doing our best. Figure skating in Harlem has shown me that my voice matters, that I can do hard things, and that I matter. This is the kind of transformation your investment makes possible. We are also asking the council to consider increasing the overall STARS funding, given the critical and growing
10 seconds.
Need for programs like ours. Thank you, Chair Stevens.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Children and Youth, and Chair Brannon and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jenny Dembrow, and I'm the Executive Director of the Lower East Side Girls Club. I've been with the organization since its founding in 1996, when there were 3 boys' clubs. For nearly 30 years, thousands of young women, gender-expansive youth, and their families have benefited from our free programming, services, and initiatives. We launched our Center for Wellbeing and Happiness in 2022 with a core belief that the well-being of our young people is intimately connected to the well-being of their family and community. We reach youth from 27 zip codes, nurturing safe spaces where young people can dream big, find their passions, and connect to peers and careers through free year-round programming and mentoring. Through our New Girl City Leadership Initiative and the STARS CGI Coalition, sponsored by the Women's Caucus, we are building a diverse pipeline of advocates, activists, and policymakers for the future. Our youth have been particularly impacted by the tumult of recent years. Growing income inequality keeps hundreds of thousands of New York City children living in poverty. Over 100,000 public school students live in temporary housing, and an estimated 38% of New York City teens report symptoms of depression. Community-based youth programs are essential to addressing the youth mental health and affordability crisis in New York City. Despite the growing need, DYCD sunsetted Compass Explorer, and with a change in the deliverables for the DYCD Adolescent Literacy Program, we had to forego the grant. Currently, we are navigating a challenging financial reality and stand at a critical inflection point. Beyond government funding cuts, which include federal funds to our food pantry, we are also experiencing a steep decline in philanthropic support. These challenges pose a direct and imminent risk to our ability to provide the vital services and programming so many youth rely on more than ever. We have had to lay off 17 employees and cut back on our program offerings. We are requesting $2.5 million from the City Council in FY26 to support the stabilization of the organization. General operating support from the City Council is critical in securing our legacy as a transformative force in youth development in New York City and expanding our impact for future generations.
Thank you. Go ahead. Just make sure there you go.
Hello, I am Jackson, a UI student at PS516 and participating in Center for Family Life After School program. I am asking you to please save CFL after school at PS516 because it means so much to me and a lot of other students who attend CFL. We do so many fun activities together as a unit, and sometimes we even have a whole program activities like our spring show. Having CFL gives my mom and many other moms and dads an opportunity to work while making sure we are safe and being taken care by our staff. This is my 3rd year attending after school with CFL, and I have learned many things here. Not only have I learned how to play different sports like soccer and basketball, but I have also learned how to work together with my unit and be accepting of different people. My favorite thing about CFL is making a lot of new friends and creating bonds with staff members. I also like being able to play with my favorite sports without having to pay money to join a team. CFL means a lot to me, so please consider helping us save CFL at PS516.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, New York City Council. My name is Yesli Maldonado, and I am a proud community member of Sunset Park, Brooklyn, a parent of a student in PS516 after-school program run by the Center for Family Life, and also a former participant of the CFL after-school program during my own childhood. I'm writing to express my strong and heartfelt support for PS516 and the Center for Family Life in their effort to secure 200 of the 5,000 expanded Compass grant seats proposed in the mayor's budget, and to urge consideration for any additional emergency funding that could help sustain this critical program. Like many other parents in our community, I rely on this program to be able to work and provide for my family. I work in the nonprofit sector, helping adults across New York City find meaningful careers. Without this after-school program, not only would my own family be directly impacted, but so would the many job seekers who depend on my support as they navigate their employment journeys. This program is not just childcare. It's a safe, nurturing space where children grow through creativity, teamwork, and a sense of belonging. As a daughter of immigrant parents and someone raised in a low-income household, programs like CFL were my only outlet to express myself creatively through dance, singing, and community. They gave me a voice, and today I am proud that my children can share that same experience, surrounded by a team that truly cares about every child's well-being. As federal budget cuts continue to disproportionately impact low-income communities of color, I urge the city to invest in our youth by protecting and funding their after-school programs. Please prioritize our community in the allocation of Compass seats and explore every avenue of funding available to keep this program running. All children deserve it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next panel is going to be Cassie Cheng, Jamal or Jaril Munez, Sandra Santamaria, Jodessa Raymer, Jae Young Ha,
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the City Council for your support for children and youth across New York City. My name is Jerissa Munoz, and I'm a licensed social worker and Compass Director at the Center for Family Life in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, at PS 971. I am here calling for the city to fully fund year-round after school in fiscal year 26, not just fiscal year 27, when the new Compass contract goes into effect. By funding Compass programs at the rates DYCD has laid out through FY26, programs are at risk of closing. Having spent the last decade working at 5 different schools across the Sunset Park neighborhood, I can assure you that families depend on these free programs for economic stability. In Sunset Park, not only does Compass support our hardworking immigrant families for after school 5 days a week, it also serves families access to additional 2.5 weeks of childcare, 10 hours per day for the 13 school closure days and holidays that Compass programs operate. In fact, principals often use free after-school and vacation programming as a selling point to prospective families in their kindergarten tours. With federal funding cuts from AmeriCorps being suddenly terminated and under the threat of termination, providers across the city, like CFL, who have used those funding sources to plug the gaps that the inadequate Compass funding leaves, we will not be able to staff the programs or meet the contractual mandates. The Compass program model requires that all children receive a prescribed number of hours per week in structured activity, such as STEM, literacy, and physical fitness. However, without AmeriCorps to supplement the insufficient Compass rates, CFL and many providers like us will be prohibited from hiring qualified education specialists, which is a role required by Compass, or the caliber of activity specialists who can provide rigorous, high-quality instruction and teach the activities that Compass requires and that they evaluate us on. In fact, the current rate just barely allows us to meet the required 1-to-10 staff to participant ratio with high school and college-age staff paid less than $20 per hour. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. Thank you for listening to the community about some practical reasons why we need more money for after-school programs that serve children like me. My name is Cassie, and I'm 8 years old. I come from PS 971 in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. I come from the 3rd grade, and I'm representing the Center for Family Life. I've spent 3 school years and 3 summers with CFL at PS 971. One reason why after school needs more money is because my parents work hard. My dad works in a glass processing warehouse, my mom works in an auto body shop, and my brothers, well, they're just being teenagers, playing loud video games. I don't want to get involved with that. If after school didn't exist, then my family wouldn't have enough money to pay bills and buy food, because my dad gets paid per hour and my mom gets paid per day. If they had to take care of me after school, then we would lose a lot of our money. Have you ever wondered what kids like me do in after school? TFL turns a boring weekday afternoon into a fun experience that teaches us kids how to take care of ourselves. When we grow up, our teachers help us learn to cook, try out new languages, dance, and bake art. They also teach us how to clean up after ourselves when we finish our projects. That way we have the knowledge for later in life. Please take these reasons into consideration and give after school more money so that kids in New York City can learn how to behave in adulthood and have a fun childhood along the way.
I'll be translating for her.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Sandra Santamaría. Estamos acá para pedir de favor que nos cierren el programa de After School, que es un programa donde muchos niños y padres de familia se benefician.
Good afternoon. Her name is Ana Maria. She's a parent at PS516 after school program, and she is asking that we help in not closing the after school program as it helps a lot of families.
Es un programa muy beneficioso porque mientras los padres trabajan, los niños, estudiantes y todos los beneficiarios de este programa sabemos de que están seguros y protegidos con personas que les están ayudando en su aprendizaje.
This program is important for her and for other families because she is able to work while she ensures that her children are safe and building and enriching activities, and she's able to go to work without having the pressure of knowing that her children are not safe.
Este programa es muy importante porque en lo que es After School normal, los padres trabajamos. Cuando los niños salen de vacaciones, es importante también el programa de campamento de verano, porque los niños salen de vacaciones, pero los padres no dejamos de trabajar. Al contrario, trabajamos más.
She's stating that this program is especially important, not only during after-school hours, but also during DOE closures, because not just because DOE closes, that doesn't mean that parents have to stop working. That actually means they have to work more. And so it is very important for them to have childcare during the days that DOE is closed.
A veces nos da pesar que el Estado, el gobierno, tiene fondos para financiar otro tipo de programas y no tener fondos para financiar este programa que es importante porque está formando los nuevos, ayudando a formarse los nuevos ciudadanos de este país.
She's asking the city to please fund these programs in the same way that we're funding other programs and other entities, as these programs are crucial to forming new adults and making sure that our city has the adequate funds for children.
Okay. I thank Chair Stephen and the City Council for your support towards children and youth across New York City. My name is Jae-young Kal and I am currently a senior at Sunset Park High School, where I joined the Center of Family Life After School program for the first time this year. I am calling on the city to invent an after school for high school students, a population that deserves quality programs at this crucial point in their lives. During my freshman to junior year of high school, I was shy and hesitant to even step foot in the cafeteria after the school day ended. When my senior year came, I realized that time was limited for me and I wanted to make my last year count. After meeting one of the CFL staff during the school day in my advisory, I decided to join theater troupe and I never looked back after that. As an active filmmaker, animated writer, and a full-time student who was also applying to college, I had plenty of hobbies that I could do independently in my free time as a senior in high school. The temptation to enjoy my lovely time at home is always there, but being in an after-school environment pushes me to pursue those same interests while forming connection with my peers and getting the support of staff who are knowledgeable and dedicated to helping students like me achieve our goals. Past 3 p.m. is the time when students really identify who they are and what they want to do in the future. Without the dedicated time and support I was given to explore these interests, I may not have the confidence to pursue them as a career. I am proud to share that in the fall I plan to attend Brooklyn College for filmmaking and theater, and I am appreciative of the CFO staff who have invested in me during this journey. I urge you to not forget about high school students when making decisions about after-school funding. High school isn't the end, it's the beginning. Students like me not only deserve quality programs, we need them, even if we don't realize it until our senior year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the City Council. Thank you, Chair Stevens and the City Council for your support for children and youth across New York City. My name is Jordessa Reimer, and I'm a Division Director for School-Based Programs at the Center for Family Life in Sunset Park. And I would especially like to thank you for recognizing the true cost of after school and for including increased rates for Compass programming in the City Council budget response. With the announcement of a new Compass Elementary contract for FY27, I'm also calling on the city to issue a new Compass Sonic contract. Our city's middle school students deserve a model tailored to their unique stage of development, not one based on the needs of elementary school-age children as the current Sonic model stands. DYCD should bring providers who have been successfully serving middle school students for decades, and there are many of us, to the table to give our input in the redesign of the Sonic model. Additionally, it is imperative that DYCD create a new funding opportunity to replace Compass Explore, as Jay Young just expressed better than I could ever. Let's not forget about high school students. I also want to highlight a Sunset Park community in urgent need. Of the 5,000 new elementary after-school seats that will be added to the school year 25-26, we respectfully request that PS516, a Title I school, be allocated just 200 seats. You've heard from 2 parents and a student from that school today. This school has been tirelessly advocating for a DYCD-funded after-school program since 2013, and with the termination of the AmeriCorps program and the uncertain future of the federal 21st Century Learning Communities program, that school is at risk of losing its only public funding. Finally, we are grateful that DYCD has announced 50% advances, and we urge DYCD to ensure these advances include summer rising. These contracts begin at the start of the fiscal year, right as providers are stretching to expand our programs to meet the demands for enrollment, and funds are needed immediately so we can put our focus fully on best serving children. Thank you again for your continued leadership and for championing the children of New York City.
Ira Uvert, Kate Connolly, Anthony Prasada, Aaron, I think Sanders, Reynolds, I don't know what this is. That's an N? Oh. Nayaki Reynolds, I said that wrong, and Andrew Santana Anna.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Children and Youth. My name is Namicha Reynolds. Namicha, nice to meet you. That's how you remember my name. I'm testifying on behalf of You Gotta Believe, and You Gotta Believe's mission is to work towards the day when no teenager or young adult will age out of the foster care system without someone who is unconditionally committed to them for life. My role as a senior youth advocate is to advocate on behalf of all of my brothers and sisters, former and presently in the foster care system, for what is rightfully theirs, and that is family. Family is their right. If it wasn't for my adopted mom or my morally adopted dad, I don't know where I would have been. And our youth and young adults need that when they are no longer cute and no longer fun to be around. We're grateful for New York City Council ongoing support for the past 10 years, the only public funding our agency receives. We're requesting an increase of funding to assist us in creating more forever families and seeing to it that those forever families stick. YGB is requesting funding for our Nobody Ages Out program to empower youth to heal from the trauma that we've endured, to create trust so that young people can be open to the idea of family again, in addition to the long-term services so that families brought together can stay together for a lifetime, providing meaningful leadership, developing their work ethic, and so that we can build their resumes and focus on their futures. YGB will continue its efforts in supporting older youth in foster care, and we hope that the City Council will do the same.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the Committee on Children and Youth for holding this hearing. My name is Anthony Posada. I'm a supervising attorney with the Legal Aid Society's Community Justice Unit, and I am here today because the ongoing $1.5 million cut to the critical legal services that we provide to the CMS is threatening the model's success in preventing and reducing gun violence in our most underserved communities. When our city made a commitment to co-produce public safety with community-led groups, it also took on a responsibility to ensure that the ecosystem in which those groups operate is sustainable and not piecemeal. By not restoring our funding, we are abandoning communities that need us the most. Legal services are an integral component to gun violence prevention, because when our community members are facing evictions, ICE raids, arrests, and warrants, they need our immediate support. Otherwise, they become more vulnerable to violence. Most of our community members, especially the youth that we serve across the city, do not know what their rights are. This means that they are more likely to have those rights violated. Our 24/7-hour hotline assists community members who are in need, and this saves lives. This fiscal year alone, we have taken over 141 hotline calls. There is a person in crisis behind every single one of those calls that was able to navigate the criminal legal system with zealous representation to ensure that their constitutional rights were protected. While the CMS keeps growing and expanding, bringing safety into our communities, our services are being reduced. This means that this cut is a cut to the communities that need us the most. We just heard from DYCD testify that our services are critical and vital to CMS, but at the same time, we did not hear a concrete plan or a commitment to ensure that our funding will be restored. Restoring our funding is about investing in prevention and education and injustice for the communities that need us the most. Let us be true to the responsibility that comes with investing in community-led public safety by not disrupting the model that has proven to reduce gun violence in our communities. We urge you to help us restore our funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Ira Yankwit. I'm the Executive Director of the Literacy Assistance Center and a proud member of the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy. And I'm actually going to go off script because I want to devote my testimony to addressing a concern I have with DYCD's testimony earlier today. I came here today to call on the administration to double the baseline funding for adult literacy programs funded through DYCD from $12 million to $24 million, and to also call on the council to maintain its discretionary funding for both the adult literacy pilot and adult literacy initiative at $16.5 million. Earlier today, we heard DYCD announce that they are including an additional $10 million for adult literacy expansion funding in their budget, which corresponds to previous year's expansion funding that was cut in FY25. But curiously, they referred to that funding as initiative funding, which is historically the term used to describe the council discretionary funding. My concern here is this: if DYCD sees itself as picking up that $10 million in initiative funding that the council added last year, but only to use that for one-year expansion funding, it makes those programs and that funding very vulnerable next year when we are presumably going to have a new mayor. Meanwhile, if that means that the council does not continue its initiative, we lose the flexibility and the discretion that we've really enjoyed and appreciated through our partnership from the council. So I come back to where I started. The ask is for DYCD not just to add that $10 million, but to baseline it for their RFP-funded programs, but for the council to also continue to maintain its $16.5 million in total discretionary funding between the pilot and the initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, Chair Brannon, and the Committees on Children and Youth and Finance for holding this budget hearing. My name is Andrew Santa Ana, and I'm the Deputy Director of Research and Policy at the Asian American Federation, which represents over 70 nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Raising a child in New York City has always been incredibly difficult. It takes more than a village. It includes parents, aunties, uncles, grandparents, godparents, supported communities, trusted community-based organizations, and for government agencies like ACS and DYCD to be responsive. This pattern of using a village to raise a community of children has existed for generations and is especially true for Asian New Yorkers. Asian New Yorkers comprise a significant portion of the city's population and are the fastest growing. And contrary to the model minority stereotype that oversimplifies our community as hugely successful, 1 in 3 live in low-income households. We have high rates of limited English proficiency and high percentage of family members that are living without citizenship or immigration status. Today, in our current economic, political, and legal environment, we want to raise the urgent needs of children in mixed-status families. Notably, the demand for linguistically and culturally competent legal services and community services is important. Asian New Yorkers are living in fear, unable or reluctant to engage in city services, access public benefits, contact emergency services, attend school, travel via public transit, or seek medical care. What's more, anti-immigrant and anti-Asian rhetoric actions have made impacts on mental health and fears of violence even worse. Indeed, in ordinary times, many Asian New Yorkers have many challenges accessing city services due to limited language access and culturally competent services. It's not a secret that many Asian New Yorkers, like many other communities, have viewed agencies like ACS, courts, and law enforcement with deep skepticism. In an environment with concerns about unlawful ICE enforcement and cooperation amongst other government agencies, the circumstances have become more dire. Community-based organizations have been crucial in bridging the support for these services. So I'll include more detailed comments in my written testimony, but I ask you to urge you to serve and uplift the community-based organizations serving this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and Chair Brannon, for the opportunity to testify for the executive budget. My name is Aaron Sanders, and I'm the Deputy Director of Government and Community Relations at Grand Street Settlement. Grand Street is a 109-year-old multi-service settlement house. We serve over 18,000 New Yorkers through vital early childhood, youth, and older adult programs infused with impactful benefits on the Lower East Side, Manhattan, and the Bronx. Today, we commend the City of New York for investing $331 million in new funding for after school across the next 3 years. This investment includes a gradual expansion of 20,000 new slots and future rate increases through a RFP projected for fiscal year 27. This investment indicates a true commitment to supporting our youth. However, additional investments are needed to stabilize the after-school system. Under this proposal, the only investment in fiscal year 26 would be funding for 5,000 new elementary slots at the provider's current rate. Currently, there is no commitment to raising rates for Sonic middle school programs. As the city has announced a plan for a new RFP in fiscal year 27 with increased rates, the city must begin the phase-in process for higher rates now, committing to a halfway increase of base rates for Compass Elementary to about $4,900 and for Sonic middle school programs to $4,150 for fiscal year 26. Effectively, the city's goal should be to fund elementary and middle school programs in the fiscal year 27 procurement process. These rates are informed by a November 2023 report by the United Neighborhood Houses that detail the actual cost of running an after-school program. As a nonprofit entity with over a century of experience supporting youth, we partner with several community schools to support the physical, emotional, and social development of children and to reduce neighborhood gun violence. As an after-school provider, we know firsthand the cost of running an after-school program, and we know that currently the rates are unsustainable. Given the fiscal constraints and years of disinvestment, we encourage the city to make additional investments in after-school programming. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kate Connolly, and I'm a senior policy analyst for United Neighborhood Houses, an umbrella organization that represents settlement houses across New York State, including Grand Street Settlement and Center for Family Life, who you heard from today. We will submit a more detailed written testimony, but I'd like to mention just a few pieces that are really important to us regarding the child care voucher issue. As you know, and as you discussed today, meeting this funding shortfall is crucial to ensure that families do not lose access to the child care they rely on. The council should press for clarity and action and urge the city to prioritize families by guaranteeing that every child who needs care will not be left behind, while also working with the state to develop a long-term funding solution to this issue. Additionally, and as Aaron highlighted, the after-school system is in crisis. Compass Elementary and Sonic Middle School providers cannot be sustained on the current rates. If you just think about what things cost 10 years ago and what they cost now, there's a huge difference. It's not rocket science, but programs have really suffered. Staff recruitment and retention have struggled from stagnated wages, OTPS costs have shrunk program resources, and now threats to federal funding streams like AmeriCorps and 21st Century Community Learning Centers are further destabilizing the system. We understand and appreciate the recognition of how important after-school programs are that we heard in the mayor's announcement. We do think that eventually it would be great for every child to have access to after-school programming, and right now the system does not support that. It does not even support the programs that we currently have. We really think that the first step and the real win would be to increase rates for current and existing after-school programs, including these 5,000 new slots, to make sure that programs can sustain and be stabilized in future years, right? We cannot add on to a program that is already struggling, it's already crumbling. We need to stabilize it and make sure that it is going to be okay for the next decade. Lastly, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention payment delays. You've all heard this a million times. It's a consistent issue across many contracts, but summarizing is particularly difficult. Unlike what DYCD said today, providers have not been able to draw down on funds for last summer's programming, and they're about to start hiring for new programming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next panel is Ella Downs, Rakia Hemingway, Sebastian Vance or Vant, Dr. Marcia Jean Charles, Nadia Swanson, Nikita Boyce.
I butchered all the names. I'm happy you're back.
Okay, you can begin. Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Ella Grace Downs, and I'm the Policy Manager at Girls for Gender Equity, GGE. GGE is a Brooklyn-based organization focusing on youth leadership, policy advocacy, and culture shift to achieve racial and gender justice. We offer this testimony today because the funding we receive is imperative to the development and growth of Black girls and gender-expansive youth of color across NYC. We request continued support from City Council for our FY26 youth programming in the amount of $350K from YWI, $200K from Dove, $100K from STARS, and $250K from ATI, so that GGE may continue to address the needs of young people across all 5 boroughs and expand its reach during this critical period. The time to invest in our youth is now. Youth are experiencing a mental health crisis. Alongside increased loneliness and isolation in our highly digital world, young people, in particular girls and Black and Latin youth, are not receiving the social support they need. National polls recently revealed today's young people are navigating increased financial hardship, frayed social bonds, and declining trust in institutions. This is where GGE steps in. Our programs are a safe space for the youth of New York City. When interviewing participants about what they love most about GGE, they said things like, "It's knowing that I'm always being cared for and welcomed into a loving space. GGE teaches us to be leaders and how to care for ourselves and our community. And I get to learn about what's happening in the world and to be able to change it." Our programs include the Young Women's Advisory Council, YWAC, our Sisters in Strength Survivors program, and our partnership with the Sports Training and Role Models for Success, STARS Coalition, as well as youth education work to end school pushout and promote alternatives to incarceration. Though through these requested appropriations, Council can reaffirm its commitment to Black girls and gender-expansive youth of color by supporting our life-saving programs, especially at this dire time when the funders are shying away from investments toward racial justice and diversity. When New York City invests in its young people, it invests in its future.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the committee. My name is Sebastian Vante, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Street Work Programs at Safe Horizon. Safe Horizon is the nation's largest nonprofit victim service agency. Each year, we support over 250,000 New Yorkers, including young people who are homeless, survivors of trafficking, and those navigating deep trauma. Since 2021, nearly 600 youth and young adults have exited homelessness and moved into apartments with the help of DYCD-funded Housing Navigator. and a housing voucher. At Streetwork alone, we've supported over 200 young people in securing vouchers, and 198 have already moved into their own homes. Of those, our 2 housing navigators found and connected clients to close to 200 apartments. That's not hypothetical, that's real housing for real youth. These positions work. They were created for a reason because young people needed a guided hand to navigate the complexity of applying for vouchers, finding units, negotiating with landlords, and ultimately getting the keys to a home. Since their creation, we've seen a 200% increase in youth exiting shelters into permanent housing. So I ask, why are we now begging to keep what works? These are not bloated programs. These are lean, effective, and essential roles. To defund them now is to undo progress and leave hundreds of young people stranded, holding vouchers they cannot use. Defunding housing navigators and cutting the financial empowerment roles that help stabilize youth once housed is not just short-sighted, it's dangerous. It pushes our youth back toward chronic homelessness. It costs the city more in the long run, and most importantly, it denies young people the dignity of a real future. We urge the council to restore baseline funding for housing navigators and financial empowerment positions, to invest the $16.4 million needed to strengthen the RHY system, and to continue to fund what is already working. Youth need housing, they need city FEPs, and they need navigators to guide them out of homelessness for good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Committees on Finance and Children and Youth. My name is Marcia Jean Charles, and I work at the Brotherhood Sister Soul. Thank you, Chairs Brennan and Stevens, for the opportunity to testify today. For over 30 years, the Brotherhood Sister Soul, or BROSIS, has been at the forefront of social justice, educating, organizing, and training to challenge inequity and champion opportunity for all. All youth deserve high-quality, holistic, positively transformative educational experiences. If we believe in equity and want to create the futures all New Yorkers deserve, we must build within our school systems of accountability, restorative justice, and behavioral management that do not include the NYPD and holistically support student success. Faced with mental health crises, the crisis of loneliness and homelessness, polycrises, if you will, that many people before me have already explained, now more than ever, our youth need city officials to do more. The City Council should prioritize the following in budget negotiations: expand school-based restorative justice and social emotional supports, including investing $80 million in hiring school-based restorative justice coordinators in 500 schools. Protect and baseline critical programs currently funded with expiring city dollars, including $12 million for restorative justice, $5 million for mental health continuum, and $5 million for immigrant families, communications, and outreach. Redirect money away from school policing and surveillance, and protect the safety of immigrant students and parents. Furthermore, we need continued investment in our young people, both in schools and in the broader community. Funding like the Young Women's Initiative, summer youth employment programming, and more need to continue and expand. To advance and protect our city and this next generation, we must provide them with the academic, social, and life skills necessary to be engaged and innovative world citizens. We need you all to do more. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nikita Boyce, and I'm the Budget Policy Coordinator at CACF, the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. Thank you to the Finance Committee and to Chair Stevens for your time. CACF leads the 18% and Growing campaign, a critical and diverse citywide campaign uniting over 90 AAPI-led and serving organizations to fight for a fair and equitable budget that protects the needs of our most vulnerable AAPI community members. The 18% and Growing campaign is advocating for expanding the AAPI Community Support Initiative to $7.5 million, the Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund to $7.5 million, and the Access Health Initiative to $4.5 million, among other key citywide initiatives and investments. AAPI children and families are in need of vital services to help them navigate life in the city and build futures for themselves. Citywide initiatives such as AAPI CSI provide community-informed social services and programming to address widespread historic inequities that have separated our most vulnerable from social welfare and opportunity. The organizations under this initiative provide programs that center youth development and leadership building, tailored to inspire the next generation of community leaders. And it's not the only initiative doing this. The Young Women's Leadership Development Initiative, Youth Peer Support Pilot, and the Children Under 5 initiatives all contribute to making raising a family in this city easier. For FY26, CACF and the 18% and Growing Coalition is advocating for an enhancement of $7.5 million to support critical programming, including mental health support, youth programs, racial literacy, hate crimes prevention, gender-based violence intervention and prevention, and other culturally responsive services needed to build long-term care and healing for AAPI New Yorkers. We urge you to uplift our priorities and expand them to $7.5 million for AAPI, CSI, CCNSF, and Access Health. And in my last few seconds, I'd also like to advocate for all of the advocates in here for you all to put some money into some new chairs, please, and thank you.
Thank you, we agree. Okay, next panel. Scott Daly, Michael Max Nobi, Caitlin Passaretti, Gregory Brandor, Shanita Bowen. And sorry, last one is Makari Almanzar. Scott, you want to begin?
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens, Chair Brannon. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify and submit testimony to this committee. NYJTL, my name is Scott Daly. I'm the Senior Director of the New York Junior Tennis and Learning. For the last 50 years, we've been a partner here with the city, and we provide free tennis and education for kids throughout the city. We receive our funding under the Physical Education and Fitness Initiative, as we have, and I'll get to that in a moment later on. What do? Free tennis in all 51 council districts throughout the year. We've provided for kids 5 to 18 years of age. Oh, no, excuse me, I got distracted. 5 to 18 years of age. We have District 75 kids that we provided to special populations. We provide free SAT and SHAT prep classes. We bring our programs into the school. We train gym teachers on how to provide tennis to kids who otherwise can't get out to the large tennis sites that we run. We're always looking for new expansions and where to go. You know, I could go on and on about the good of our program, but what sports gives to kids, we do it, we let kids be kids. We let them get out and play. We give them a safe haven. A couple of the numbers, we've been talking about numbers. 10,000 unique kids last year. 70% of our participants are 10 years of age and younger, from 5 to 70%. That's the target group. 75% are Black, African American, Latino, or Asian. 80% are in the low income based on the AMI of the City of New York. Our coaches come from our programs. The testimony I have submitted, you'll see all the numbers and demographics. This year, we are seeking $1 million under the Physical Education and Fitness Initiative. We need that increase of $200,000. We're stuck at this number for the last 17 years. No one has to tell anyone here about the cost and what's gone up over the last 17 years. The funding will help us to continue. We pay our staff, our beginning staff, $18 an hour. We have to get new equipment. We need new locations. We can give additional hours. We can do more Saturday program. We will increase enrollment. The City of New York and the City Council has been our partner and help us accomplish our mission. We believe that tennis can transform the lives of the poor. We could not do what we do without the continuing support of the council. I want to thank you all for all you do for the kids of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, and to all of City Council who support childcare, children, families, and the childcare workforce. I'm Shanita Bowen, Chief Operating Officer for ECE On the Move, serving early childhood educators in residential settings throughout New York City and the families that they serve. We are largely Black and brown women deeply committed to educating young children. In January and for years, we've boarded buses in Albany, calling for better compensation and greater access to care. When we heard about the voucher shortfall, it impacted all of us. Parents and educators did their part. We advocated to the state to save existing and new vouchers. Now we turn to the city to close the gap. We don't want to argue over who is to blame. Both the state and the city must respond to the needs of their communities. ECE On the Move is on the front line. What do we tell families who just had children and need to return to work only to find that there's a wait list? What guidance do we have for providers and to encourage them to stay open? When there are no new vouchers, that means that there are no new children and no income for that. This is the child care crisis we're living in, especially in New York City. We have thousands of misplaced open slots in the wrong districts and a worsening assistance shortfall. Early childhood education in New York City is already unstable. No one wants to be a part of a workforce that is not thriving. This is mismanagement. We need an overhaul now, and we need to assure that not only recertification will happen, but that new applications will be processed for families that need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Gregory Brender from the Daycare Council of New York. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Chair Stevens, both for the opportunity to testify and also for all the fighting you've been doing for early childhood education, both in the ACS portion and in Department of Education. So I wanted to just also talk, as Shanita did, about the child care vouchers. As you know, we learned about this problem from ACS in February, and both advocates, members of the City Council, providers all sprung into action, pushing Albany to make an investment, which they have done with, as you know, strings attached. And we want to ensure that the city makes the investments to ensure that both families that are currently enrolled can continue to serve, but that more families, as they come into the system, are able to be served through child care vouchers. We know this requires at least an investment of $328 million, and would urge the city to at least match the state's investment of $350 million. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Hello, thank you, Chair Stevens and the Children and Youth Committee and Chair Brannon and the Finance Committee. My name is Caitlin Passaretti. I'm a Senior Advocacy Associate at Citizens Committee for Children of New York, and I'm here to address the needs for after-school, runaway and homeless youth, alternatives to incarceration, and child care vouchers. After-school programs provide vital supports and care for our city's young people. We heard from a host of them today and at the rally this morning. We appreciate the mayor's announcement and the future investment to support these programs. However, we remain gravely concerned that the funding does not address the staffing crisis after-school programs are experiencing due to low wages. To ensure programs are robustly funded and providers are paid what they are owed, we must adjust the rates for Compass and Sonic. We urge the city to increase the base rates for Compass Elementary to $4,900 and for Sonic middle school programs to $4,150 this year, with the end goal of fully funding elementary and middle school programs in a new procurement in FY27. Regarding runaway and homeless youth, which was not included in the executive budget, we are still grateful for those 100 beds funded in the last year's budget, but we need the city to increase the rates for providers, which have not been updated since 2017, to $70,000 per bed. We also heard from youth speaking on this issue earlier today as well. This investment will provide safe, temporary housing for youth who otherwise would be without a stable option. We also urge you to restore and baseline the $1.62 million for peer navigators and $1.5 million for the housing specialists. Having a trusted support system for young people to offer advice and resources and answers for young people is invaluable. Finally, I want to uplift the urgent need to invest in the city's child care assistance program. The New York State enacted budget allocates $350 million to child care vouchers in New York City and requires New York City to allocate at least $328 million to draw down these state funds. We urge the city leaders to invest at least $350 million in the child care assistance program to enable the city to pull down the maximum amount of the state and federal funding that supports child care vouchers for tens of thousands of low-income families. We urge the city leaders to work with OCFS to locate a permanent remedy for maintaining access to child care vouchers and for families going forward. And finally, I will also make a plug that the ACS commissioner work with the mayor to submit a waiver of hardship for the Raise the Age voucher in order to pull down those funds so we could have more money for those young people. Thank you so much and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Stevens, Chair Brennan, and all of the members of the New York City Council Committee on Children and Youth and New York City Council Finance Committee for holding this hearing and for this opportunity. I'm Michael Max Nobby, the Executive Director of BronxNet, the public service multimedia network of the people of the Bronx, providing public access to innovative media technology, media education, content that encourages civic engagement, community awareness, and citizen journalism, with experiential learning, internships, and workforce development opportunities for high school students, college students, and young adults. We are requesting support from the New York City Council in the amount of $100,000. Of that request, $90,000 would support experiential learning and workforce development for youth, and the other $10,000 would support the production of a special series of anti-violence forums entitled Our Home, Our Haven, engaging youth, credible messengers, and community leaders in Bronx Forums for Neighborhood Peace on BronxNet television. BronxNet has provided public services contributing to the uplifting of the Bronx community for over 30 years. We have a strong media workforce development internship program that has helped thousands of Bronx students build successful careers, including many in media, communications, and related fields. Participants of our workforce development program work alongside professionals and gain hands-on experience in journalism, technical directing, studio operations, producing, engineering, animation, and much more. This allocation would allow us to provide hundreds of youth with these same skills, as well as training in virtual sets, augmented reality, immersive media technology made possible by our newest location and media studios in the South Bronx. Discretionary funding would also allow us to provide more experiential learning opportunities for high school, middle school, and elementary school students in all aspects of media production. Experience has shown that hands-on media training that we provide encourages greater academic achievement. And the support we are seeking will help us provide vital workforce training and opportunities for our youth. Thank you, Chair Stevens, Chair Brennan, and thank you to all the council members part of this joint hearing for your important work for our people of this great city.
Okay, our next panel is Makari Almanzar, Jose Velez, Jakara Sanders, Azal Gonzalez, Susan Graves, and Emma Hamote. You want to start on the line? Thanks.
Did it go? Okay. Hi, my name is Mishri Almanzar, and I am representing the Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, along with some of my staff and students, which you'll hear soon more about our program. But NIMIC is a multi-service agency. We're located in Upper Manhattan. And we service about 14,000 clients a year. Some of the services that we offer our clients is education, career support, finance, domestic violence prevention, mental health support, and more. Particularly Youth Build is within our education and career services department, and Youth Build is a paid GED and tech skills program. So a lot of our young adults come in because they were either court involved, they became a parent, first generation, they moved from another country, and they don't know how to access resources in this country, so they come into our program so that we can provide them with the community resources as mentioned, and also help them in their education and career goals as well. So I do want to thank the council members for helping us in our accomplishments so far. We've enrolled 30 participants this year, 10 of which are graduates and obtained their high school equivalency diploma. 25 obtained wraparound services, including in mental health, food, housing. And 5 of those 10 have passed at least a sub-test within the GED, and we anticipate will pass by the end of the year or in the summer. I am asking for a renewal of our $350,000 budget from last year to this upcoming year, fiscal year 26. In 2024, the U.S. Department of Labor cut youth bill funding and workforce initiatives substantially, which has hurt some workforce opportunities for young adults, and we want to make sure that we maintain whole and continue to support our young adults for the future as well. So we look forward to our partnership with you guys and continuing to allow our students to feel welcome and supported. Thank you. Oh, let me move this for you.
I don't even know what to say. Good afternoon. I'm Jose Velez. What the fuck is this? Okay. I'm gonna take a step.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing? My name is Jakar Sanders. I'm a youth build participant, and unlike them, I'm from down south. So my whole experience here has been different than most. I'm grateful for my youth build team. They not only help me deal with educational aspects of things in life, but they also help me deal with life itself. I deal with anxiety. So when I'm walking into a new environment, anything, honestly, if I don't feel like I got it, it gets overwhelming. And with that being said, they really help me understand that I got it. They speak life into us. They help coach us through a lot of things, not just with finance, but right now we're learning how to search for houses. We're learning how to manage our money. They teach us how to work with individuals, each other, our peers, how to talk to each other when we get frustrated, when we have differences, because we come from the same situations, but we don't come from the same situations. So they help us understand that we're equal. And a whole lump sum of what I'm trying to say is, no matter where you come from, no matter, they teach you the same with the utmost respect, like you would want to be treated in a sense like a human. I appreciate that because I've done been in jail, I done been a lot of places. So a lot of people will judge you based off of that, and they don't judge us at all. They treat us how we want to be treated, and they help us push us to the future. They care about what we're doing when we leave, not just for the day, but what our next steps are, what we're gonna do when we get our GED, how we're gonna do that. What else is it? They also really honestly talk to you about you, your personal self, your mental, like she said. It's a family-oriented thing for me. So they treat me like I'm family, so I treat them like they my family. Right now, they're the best thing that happened to me since I've been in New York. They're giving me a sense of hope that humanity is still alive.
Good afternoon. My name is Asael Roberto Gonzalez. You can call me Robert. Youth Build is a place that helps me focus my attention. I have dyslexia, so I can't really work in a big class. I used to be in special ed, and it was this really small class. And this class is we call it Buddha said, was like a family. You know, we have our pros and cons to being in this community as a whole. We all learn together. We thrive together. We grow as people in this building, and it just makes us feel like we're at home. Or the people here make us feel like we're at home. Miss Graves and Miss A, we go and talk to whenever we have problems and have anything that is an issue in our life. I hope to get my GED at the end of this month or next month. I am planning to possibly work in construction. I am thinking about doing different things, and they helped me actually find my path into being a labor worker and to see what I want to do for my future, mostly. And that's really about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
My name is Susan Graves. I'm a licensed social worker, and I work with Youth Build over at NIMIC, Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation. So, of course, Youth Build helps our candidates. They're not clients. You know, they're not beneath us. They're candidates. You know, candidates is somebody who's hoping for something in the future. So we help them by, of course, we have small class sizes and individualized detention, which is really key to our candidates not falling through the cracks. In a just world, there should be no cracks to fall through. I shouldn't have a job. None of us should have a job. We should just have a fair and just equitable society. But so we provide instruction every day on basics like math and English, but also on things like public speaking, on civic engagement, such as what we're doing today. This is very valuable experience. Writing and study skills. And so in short, it's really support for becoming a healthy, engaged adult in today's world. And we're facing a lot of very unprecedented challenges during these times, especially after the pandemic, which has disrupted the routines, the daily life, learning, growth, and growth for an entire generation. So our candidates deserve much, much more than we could ever hope to give. And I'm asking for your support in getting there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Finance Committee and Chair Stevens. My name is Emma. I'm a Master's of Social Work intern with the Youth Build program at NIMIC, Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation. I grew up in Washington Heights, and now I get the chance to serve my neighborhood and give back. I'm speaking to you today about the value of the Youth Build program. Our students are pursuing high school equivalency after traditional schools have failed them. And right now, in particular, we are serving students who dropped out of school during COVID. We are a social safety net for students with nowhere else to turn. Our students are court-involved, teen parents, houseless youth, orphaned, and face many other obstacles that they are working to overcome. Youth Build offers an invaluable alternative to traditional schooling, most notably our small class sizes that allow for the individual attention our students need. We focus on classroom content, but also heavily on social and emotional learning. Every student has a social work caseworker, the opportunity to enroll in free, regular therapy, and career exploration tools. The students I work with have big dreams, from opening a chain of hair salons, to becoming a software engineer, to becoming a union electrician. I'm asking today that you give Youth Build the tools to support these amazing students' big dreams. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I didn't really come up with anything, but I did fall into a bit of a bad life, you know, and it's because of my fault, but NIMIC actually, you know, gave me that reassurance. You know, after COVID, you know, I'm a young father myself, you know, so I'm just trying to redo my whole life, you know. NIMIC is definitely something that needs to stay forever, for sure. Like, Youth Build, Youth Build. I don't know, they just gave me the reassurance that I needed, you know. I was already on that goal, like, all right, I need to do better. I need to stay out of the streets, you know. Do what I have to do, you know, and I came across Youth Build by accident, to be honest, by accident. And look at me, I'm gonna get my GED and actually try to become a firefighter soon.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
Congratulations. That's great. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to say I love the Youth Build program and have been a strong advocate and supporter of this program, and I will continue to do so. So thank you.
Okay, our next panel is on Zoom. If you call your name, first is Jabal Ahmed.
You may begin.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for having us. I really enjoy listening to all of you guys. Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the Children and Youth Committee for hosting this hearing to examine the mayor's executive budget related to DYCD and ACS. My name is Jabal Ahmed. I'm the Senior Program Director at the Beacon MS-45 Community Center, operated under Good Shepherd Services, located in the Bronx. Our community center has been beacon of hope and opportunity for 30+ years. My testimony will focus on the critical challenges we face in sustaining our programs due to the lack of competitive pay and incentives for our staff. At Beacon MS45, we strive to create a nurturing environment where young people are not only encouraged to succeed academically, but also supported socially and emotionally. Our programs prioritize holistic development, offering academic support, sports and fitness activities, leadership opportunities, and emotional guidance. Despite the incredible work being done, we face significant challenges in attracting, hiring, and retaining skilled and passionate professionals due to the low base pay and lack of incentives for our staff. The individuals who dedicate their time and energy to our programs are motivated by their desire to serve the community. But this dedication alone cannot sustain them in the face of financial insecurity. The reality is that low wages create a culture of instability and low commitment. Many talented staff members are forced to leave the better paying opportunities elsewhere, leaving us with a revolving door of employees. This high turnover rate disrupts the continuity and quality of our programs, making it harder to provide consistent, long-term support our youth deserves. Without addressing the issues of inadequate pay, we risk losing not only our most dedicated professionals, but also the trust and engagement of the young people and families who rely on us. Quality programming requires quality staff.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Adequate compensation. I urge us to consider the critical role that centers like Beacon MS45 play in lives of children and their families and the broader community to invest in after-school system. The sector cannot wait until an RFP is released. Investing higher pay and better incentives for our staff is not just investment on the individuals working on the front line. It is an investment in the future of our city.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Rachel Gazdick.
You may begin.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Reno, Borough Director for the New York Edge for the Bronx and Manhattan. I'm speaking on behalf of Rachel Gadzik for the New York Edge. And I just hear my point. So thank you today for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of New York Edge. As you know, we prioritize our priorities to focus on 26 citywide funding requests. And we are currently seeking $1.2 million under this council's after school enrichment initiative and $250,000 under the council's social and emotional supports for students initiative. After school enrichment funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs. Our funding, however, has remained at $1 million for the past 15 years, despite the fact that we have tripled in size and have significantly increased the number of children served. Increased funding will reflect our growth and will help mitigate some of the challenges we have occurred as a result of the city's passport system and resulting contract registration and payment delays. Social emotional supports for students funding will enable us to support our current SEL programming, providing high quality, evidence-based social and emotional learning assessments, curriculum and resources for all our partner schools and our students and their families. New York Edge is the largest provider of after-school and summer programming, serving over 33,000 students across more than 130 schools in 37 of 51 city council districts, including 4 Beacon centers, 21st century schools, and 4 food pantries. We proudly offer culturally responsive programming rooted in academic enrichment, sports, health and wellness, visual and performing arts, STEM, leadership, college and career readiness, with social emotional learning intentionally woven throughout everything we do. New York Edge, its students and its families are extraordinarily grateful for the 33 years of support from the New York
Thank
City
you for your
Council.
testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Chin.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chairs Brannon, Stevens, and members of the Children, Youth, and Finance Committees for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ashley Chen, and I'm the Policy Analyst at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC. We serve 80,000 AAPI low-income and immigrant New Yorkers across the city every year. Last year, 1,003 students participated in our educational programs, and every single high school senior graduated. This isn't just a number. It's proof of what community-based programs can accomplish. For low-income and first-generation students, these programs are more than about academic support. They're a critical bridge to personal growth, opportunity, and economic mobility. We're encouraged to see the fiscal year 26 executive budget allocate $331 million to support 20,000 new after-school student enrollees over the next 3 years, along with $25 million for Promise NYC, which would expand access to childcare for low-income families who are otherwise ineligible. We're also pleased to see baseline funding for SYEP and $11 million dedicated to SYEP Metro cards. After-school and youth development programs do more than extend the school day. They empower students with the skills, confidence, and networks needed to thrive, not just in the classroom, but in their careers and communities. These programs help young people see themselves as future leaders and change makers. We are urging that the final adopted budget continues to center young people, children, and working families in the process and ensure meaningful investments into the future of our young New Yorkers and ultimately the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Katrina Armstrong.
You may begin.
It's Katrina Armstead. I'm a director of child parent psychotherapy at JCCA's agency. JCCA proudly serves children and families through a variety of programs administered by ACS and DYCD. Some of these programs include wraparound services for transitional aid for the youth, City First Readers, family foster care and residential foster care, community partnership programs, and preventive programs. Today, I would like to highlight our preventive programs. Our services support and strengthen families to prevent out-of-home placement and to reunite families after such placements. These programs include child parent psychotherapy, solution-based casework contact, and family treatment rehabilitation. These services provide a life-changing impact on our family's well-being. One family that comes to mind consisted of an autistic child and a mother with mental health challenges. Struggling with these challenges, the mother was unable to take her child to doctor's appointments. We connected the mother to an adult health home caseworker who was assisting her to enroll her child in school and has referred her to mental health services. While the mother was initially resistant, she eventually embraced the mental health supports. Since then, we have observed positive changes in her behavior and her relationship with her child, thanks to linkages to the community resources. The challenges our preventive families face are all too familiar. Many families in New York City struggle with purchasing groceries, doing laundry, and purchasing clothes for their children. Parents in these communities are often unemployed or unpaid wages that do not keep up with the cost of living. Additionally, families we serve are undocumented immigrants, experiencing additional fear of anxiety in the current political climate. Such challenges hinder a child's academic performance and poses risks to their physical and mental health. While we aim to provide youth and families with transformative services, we often struggle to provide enough supports due to limited funding.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Ethan Panna.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethan Pena, and I'm a public health policy student and researcher from the CUNY Graduate School of Public Health and advocating for introduced Bill 0702-2024 that will establish an emergency student food plan for public school students to access in remote learning settings. According to the Department of Education's school food report in the fiscal year 2024, across the 5 boroughs, nearly 155 million breakfasts, lunch, and after-school snacks and suppers were served in schools. However, there currently isn't an emergency preparedness food plan implemented to safeguard students from pre-existing disparities and food insecure conditions that they may live in if schools were to transition to remote learning. This could compromise their health and ability to pursue academic achievement. Last March, Bill 0702-2024 was proposed by Public Advocate Williams as an opportunity to address this risk. It would involve a collaboration between the Committee of Fire and Emergency Management, the Office of Food Policy, and the Department of Education to implement a plan to deliver meals to students if schools must transition to remote learning or close by order of the governor, mayor, or chancellor. An emergency preparation plan can help consider a variety of programs and funding mechanisms to sustain a plan where students can continue their school day from home without them or their families worrying that they will not have access to a meal. To ensure nutritious meals can effectively reach students from remote locations across the 5 boroughs, I'm calling for additional support and collaborative efforts from this council to prioritize the wellness of school children and sustain their opportunities for academic success. I ask the council to support passing this bill and funding a plan that engages and utilizes services across the public and private sector, working with local vendors, pantries, community and faith-based organizations that students and their families may lean on, along with revitalizing partnerships with emergency delivery services that were utilized during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much for your time and opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Christopher Johnson, please. Thank you.
You may begin.
Going once? Going twice? Christopher Johnson? Okay. If there's anyone else who would like to testify, please use the raise hand function. Okay. Okay, well, I think that concludes today's testimony. Oh.
Okay, with that, this hearing is adjourned. Thank